Respect from one expect respect from one expect respect from one expect respect from one expect from one expect respect from one expect respect respect from one expect respect from one expect respect from one expect respect.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the RES Circuit Series number 4 of Latam, or the Latin American side of tournaments. My name's Over, joined by Nexus, and we are going to be starting off with the group stage here. We're going to be opening up with Group A, but before we go forward, overview today's schedule. And Nexus, well, I'm kind of excited to see what these two teams that we'll be watching bring up for this first series.
It's going to be interesting. There's a lot of good teams here, and the names for today as well, all fantastic, and I look forward to it. It's been a while since you and I have had the chance to focus on Latin America this much.
Yeah.
And oftentimes, basically every time, we are going to be more than satisfied with what we see, more than surprised as well at times. So I'm hoping for that same sort of style today as well.
I mean, you're not wrong. Usually these kind of games, do give us a few surprises, a few surprising outcomes. And of course, as we saw the schedule, we're starting off with Galoris versus W7M. Later on, it's going to be Imperial versus Insanity. And those two games you and I will be covering alongside Mitra as our producer. So I'm excited to see what the games bring. But let's start off with the teams themselves. Let's kick off to the lineups and see, of course, first and foremost, the bracket before we go to the teams. As we said, Group A, it's opening match here, opening day. And as you can see, Pain Gaming and Crew Esports, and of course, Galoris versus W7M.
Yeah, a pretty good stack here we have on Group A, right? We're going to be taking a look at all these teams throughout the tournament, throughout the days, and wondering what's going to be happening. But I'm going to be a little bit interested in the Game of Pain as well, because they now have a new addition in their roster as well, like after the major, right? But we can leave more of that talk to the later pair of commentators who are going to be taking a look at those then as well. But we have Group B as well, Imperial, Insanity, and Auric Case as well here as the next match, of course, as you mentioned, Imperial and Insanity. Opening up Groups A and B here, seeing what the games do hold for us today. It's interesting. And the Group C, Red Canids, Intense Game, Yawara, and Team Solid as well. These are the groups that we're going to be taking a look at a little bit later as well, a couple of days until we actually get there, I think. But we still got Counter-Strike. Every single day.
We still got a lot of Counter-Strike. And of course, Group D, the final group here with 9Z versus Vikings and Sharks versus Bestia. So yeah, quite a stacked tourney, quite a stacked group stage. It's not going to be easy for some of these teams, especially when you're facing off teams like Pain, like Red Canids, like 9Z, like Imperial. And I'm excited to see how everybody performs, of course. But before that, we got to see the first series and the lineup of the first two teams that will be enjoying. As mentioned before, starting off Group A, the opening match, Galoris facing off W7M Esports. And Galoris is going to be right here presented by Hap, Hoax, Koala, Detroit J, and Ninja Z. And I will say this, the last time I've seen Detroit J was a long, long time ago. I believe when he was still in the squad of the Academy team of Furia and INTZ even, I believe so. It's been a while, I'll say.
Perhaps it has been a while, but nonetheless, the squad here itself, they have been together as well for, a decent while of about 3 months so far. So they definitely have at least a couple of things set up here. They're not going to be perfect. We can probably assume that much as well. But we're going to be interested to see what they can bring up in this series as well, right? Just looking at the numbers alone, Koala has been a bit of a standout so far for the team as well.
Yeah.
He's been the kind of man to step up so often. But I'm very interested to see what we actually get today. What sort of game is it going to be? But to do, kind of figure that out as well. We also have to know about their opponents a little bit more. That's going to be W7M.
Exactly. And of course, presenting them Stormzen, Fokyu, Torne, Sadzin, and Zed, or Zede, as we would call it. And Torne, of course, coming in just at the start of April as their permanent fifth member instead of JZ or Yaza. I'm actually not sure how to even say that besides saying it JZ. But yeah, I kind of like W7M's roster a little bit more. I think I'm confident in their performance more than I would be in Galoris in general. As Sadzin's been making a lot of waves recently as well.
A couple of there's been a couple of news around him, couple of pieces of article, but nonetheless, it's going to be interesting to see what we actually get done today as well, and we've got more things as well to figure out before that. One of those, it's a pretty small thing, but it does matter a little bit. It's called a map veto.
The veto.
We're going to find out what we're going to be playing here, what sort of maps we are going to be seeing, and what do we not see. Now, Inferno gets banned immediately. There goes Mirage as well.
Whew.
Now,
Quick.
the threat of Dust 2 lurks around the corner, but Ancient and Vertigo both picked immediately. And Vertigo is a map that W7M haven't really played yet. So that's going to be an interesting one to see how that looks for them. Perhaps just now recently trying to add that into the map pool. Who knows? It's going to be interesting, though. So it's definitely could be a scrappy one.
It's interesting to see Vertigo for sure. I would have expected perhaps for it to be an insta-ban instead for W7M, instead of Dust 2. But then again, they are kind of playing or have a few maps that they don't really like to play, Inferno being amongst them. That's why we see the first ban there. But yeah, this overall map veto, I feel like, has a few positive vibes for Galoris more than anything else. W7M, on the other hand, they're starting off on Ancient, a map we all have a love-hate relationship with. I personally not a big fan, but perhaps we can see some magic out of both teams. And Galoris, well, recently they've been pretty scrappy on Ancient, I think is fair to say. Their performance definitely subpar.
Yeah, a lot of lost games, but a good amount of those as well have been really close. Whether it's been close games into overtime a couple of times, or just 13-9 and give it 1 or 2 rounds minus or plus minus there. They have had at least some results on it, but it's definitely a map the W7M go into feeling pretty confident and comfortable in, I would imagine.
Yeah,
and like you said as well, you feel a bit more comfortable with W7M here. But
it makes sense, right?
A little bit, right? The Galoris squad does have a little bit more of the unknown factor, perhaps. So it's got to be interesting to see how they do perform as well, what they actually get up to here. And this could be a good start to it. It really could be a good start to it to see what in map like Ancient, where they are not that comfortable on, what they show on that.
I mean, look, I'll be honest. Galoris, they've played a lot of Ancient recently. They've taken a few L's. As I said, subpar performance for the most part. They still have a very low win rate. But, if we put my math to the test, you remember my math equations.
I remember your math.
My probability.
It didn't work out last time, as a quick note.
Yeah, that didn't really work out. Yeah, I mean, look, the thing is, we then go on a map, as you said, the W7M haven't really played yet, and it can get very nasty very quickly. Vertigo is not an easy map to play, especially if you haven't had the chance to really play a lot of it officially. You don't have a lot of demos to work off of from. So W7M, if they haven't pracked Vertigo, we could be in for a very quick 3-mapper, and then if we get to nuke the final map, it's pretty much anyone's pick because it's pretty balanced between both teams.
Yeah, now I feel like Vertigo might be one that they're just now more or less introducing to their map pool with the recent additions, right? Because Overpass is out. They're like, maybe we have to try to get this in instead. Because they don't want to swap their Instaban. They don't feel, Instaban, I say. They have played Inferno a fair bit as well, but they haven't had the results. Maybe they're kind of experimenting now with the map pool. It's a decent time to do, so it makes sense.
Yeah, it does.
We'll have to see the results here, and Vertigo definitely, like I said, it can be scrappy, especially if they haven't had, the reps, the practice on it. It's going to be interesting to see what that is going to be looking like, but Of course, we also have to talk about Ancient as well before then, but
Yeah.
that's more or less, I feel like Ancient is just going to be the benchmark for Galoris at this point.
Yeah, it's kind of going to be the jumping point, right? The starting point here to see where Galoris even stand in this series. Generally speaking, W7M should be at an advantage overall, but with the vetoes, with everything going, since it's the opening match, Galoris might as well, present us with quite a series itself. In any case, the match is live. Let's jump straight into map number 1. It is going to be Ancient, and we are going to be starting with Galoris on the CT, W7M on T side. And let's see where this leads us to, Nexus, as the pistol is soon to begin. As far as I can tell, dual Berettas twice on Hap and Detroit J.
Starting off, CT side, this, of course, Ancient is the CT, or, the most CT side map in the pool probably at this point. We're going to find out what it is going to be like here today as well to start off. What can W7M do to shake things up a little bit? The 2-man B or A main setup as well. It's going to be dealt with a little bit, and Koala decides to back away. Not feeling too happy, not feeling too confident with a couple of these fights. He will let his teammates instead to start bullying the B site. And that's where Detroit J and the dualies still align ways. Man disadvantage too now actually with Storms in finding Koala as well. The question for the T side of W7M is, where is Ninjas at the moment? But he shows himself, the dualies continue as well. They're going to try to push them back from the site, but it's not working out. And the flag's coming through, W7M. Pretty solid in the pistol.
Off to a great start. Yeah, I mean, this is best case scenario to open up, kind of the map itself, to give yourself a pat on the back and say, you know what, we've got this, we should be the better team, and we're going to keep at it. The pistol goes down in flames for Galoris with a great little off position at the start. Stormzen obviously able to take down 2 players relatively easily, and then we've got Torne and Sadzin delivering the final 2 blows. And it's going to be a full eco, Galoris, with a bit of a stack into Donut. Meanwhile, W7M playing pretty standardly. I mean, this is as good of a default as it can get. You got one man kind of keeping an eye out on A long or A main, and then towards that elbow position towards mid, and 4 players just focusing their efforts to take B control. Respect to Sadzin to keeping the only dual Berettas, though, actually. That he's actually still on the dual Berettas, to be exact. Which I kind of like, Why buy anything if you've got dual Berettas?
I feel like we had this talk as well a couple of days ago where we were talking about, maybe you just second round, just go with the dualies, just keep them. Pick up a rifle if one of your teammates dies, but it's not really the case here at the moment for Sadzin, so...
Yeah, if I'm Sadzin, I'm hunting them down, right? For sure.
Yeah, I mean, either that, or he just saves the dualies, keeps the armor alive as well. That's another 1,000 he can instead spend in the next round. If not, there you go. There's a Galil he can go pick up. But I think we're already seeing him as well go that way. Or maybe not. Doesn't even get the chance to. Tornade instead cleans it up. All 5 go his way. Gets a nice little eco ace here.
Eco Cobra. Yeah, there you go. I haven't seen that in a while. And nice little startup for W7M, getting their engines going. And hopefully get a good game on our board. Galoris, meanwhile, first real challenge. Detroit J on the op. And as far as I can tell, Glass Cannon. Not a big fan of the Glass Cannon, not in CS2 at least. And hopefully he can get a few shots off before he gets shut down. As we've got 2A, 2B, and 1 mid. Pretty standard from the CTs as well. First contact so far. Pretty decent. Ninja Z. Nice little damage.
Smokes out in mid as well. Now for W7M, they're getting a lot of control here. Galore is not really fighting for this as of yet. Instead, we are seeing this map control be taken. We're playing off the time here mostly. The CT side, with the first gun round, often is the case. They're not going to have perfect util or, well, enough util to hold back the T side forever. A play should be made somewhere currently for Galoris. That's toward the middle of the map. And towards B, we've got ourselves the first casualty in Ninjas. W7M, they had the site, they don't know it. But now, the thing is, right now, just that I said, there's got to be a play made somewhere. It is through mid for the CT side.
I like it.
They're locking in the T's completely. Sadzin over the missed shots. Does allow Hoax to live a little bit longer. And
A
40
bit of a missed
seconds.
opportunity, really, as well for Galoris.
Yeah.
They
They
really
should at
needed
least
that
know. They
refrag.
should know the rotations. They're overthinking it, though. They're overthinking it.
Yeah.
Good, eh?
They're overcomplicating it as well. It's going to be Hap trying to stop this best he can. He's got a single smoke, and the rest of his team is waiting towards A. This is not going to work out. Bomb is about to be planted, and the retake, I don't think it's even happening. You just pull back, play it safe, keep those rifles, the Troy J, glass cannon. Surely you do not try this at all. And as far as I can tell, no defuse kit as well. So yeah, Galoris, after losing Ninja Z, pull back, kind of make that judgment call, right? Let's stack A, let's see if that works out. Hap is going to be left there as the info gatherer, and unfortunately it was the wrong call.
Yeah, there was a chance there as well. They made the great call as well in mid. They did the information play. They wanted to get it, but they weren't convinced it was going to be the B site. They didn't hear anything after the initial kill came through from the AWP as well, so playing the unknown game, W7M, they are starting things off here wonderfully with a 3-0 lead. Pretty good T-side start. But, of course, 4 players do end up saving. There's a dropped weapon, and we're all good. Fight for the next round here. Fight for this one on Galoris' side.
Let's see the plan of the rebuy here. FAMAS still for Ninja once again. Mid control going to be contested. I like it. We see a lot of this in usual cases from the CTs, but the start ain't that good. Storms in with a pop flash support from FOQ. Gets in, gets hoax, and, well, gets out. Storms in already with deep donut control. This is starting to get a little bit out of hand. Galoris is being outmaneuvered, and with only Koala being on the board here in Temple, he might be flushed out soon. And yeah, Koala, obviously the highest rated player on Galoris as well, currently still without a frag. This is pretty much another round in the hands of W7M, though the save will happen once more. 4 players looking to keep those weapons until the next. But W7M, what an impact towards mid. Like, single kill, bam,
Yep.
you've won the round.
No help, the utility was great. It was Koala in window, I believe, towards red. It couldn't really help.
Yeah.
There was flashbangs hitting his face, the smoke was down. Couldn't find anything to help out his teammates afterward, and, oh well, his team, I suppose, afterwards, and this is the result of it. Might even get taken down here, or not. Yeah, I think there's a lot of fight now with W7M's side. Spam the smokes, try to get kills. But eventually they'll have to back off. It's 3 surviving on both sides. And again, for the CT side, that means they are going to have another buy. Lost bonuses hit the maximum as well. And entering round of 5, yeah.
Yeah, and also, important note, they got rid of the AWP. I'm not sure if the Galoris were able to retrieve it at the end, but it seems like there'll be enough money, or at least retrieved, so the Troy J can once again try it out. But what a start, 4-0, W7M within a 5-minute span. They've already picked up 4 rounds, and look at this fast A play. This is something we get to see a lot on Ancient recently, and it's going to be a single man holding. It's going to be Koala. We called him out earlier, and certainly holds down the line for the moment. Pop flash support comes through. Naded down to 55. Boost happening for Zed, or Zed. Let's see if W7M have what it takes. Koala reads the position, but does get the kill as well at the end. W7M have to run back with their tails between their legs. And this should be perhaps the first round for Galoris. No Sadzin! Hello!
Nice little opening finally for the T side as well, but Galoris, they've also made correct rotations in this one. We saw Ninjas did back away a little bit from his own mid-aggression at just a couple of seconds back. But now he's no longer alone. Now he's swinging off Hoax's contact instead. This is going to be real tough for W7M, and Tornate, immediately the first victim. And now as well, yeah, this is just deadly. Great setup there for Galoris, and great shutdown as well in the initial A play. Sanzen, I don't think he'll even be able to save the AWP here, surely not. They know where he's going to be. They know he has an AWP. They want to take that away.
Seems like that's exactly the case. Yeah, this should be a steal, potentially, if Hap pushes forward. Interesting, the Detroit J switches up to the AK. He had an op at the start of the round. And currently, not sure where he actually dropped it. And this will be round 1 to Galoris. Sadzin happy to keep that AWP in his hands. And yeah, Detroit J does retrieve it at the end there. Doesn't let it go to waste. Great hold by Koala. Big ups to the man. Good reaction. And more specifically, kind of a good follow-up after the first. Being able to break that boost position, or at least take care of the player on boost, gives the chance for Galoris to actually hold on to the site itself.
Decent Usul. Try to deny Galoris the early mid-aggression toward a shelf. As that's where W7M will have a couple of players, and jumping out of mid, Hoax will get himself the first. Flashback not fully affecting him. Storms instead walks to his own demise. Towards shelf now. The control comes through when that smoke starts to fade, or even before. Forkio instead just gives it up. Thought he had a timing, but Ninja's again the same corner he was last round. Traded after the first this time, but look at the aggression still for Galoris. They're given chances.
A lot of room, yeah, a lot of room for refrags for W7M, but certainly not a lot of success. And I think Tornay, he wants that op out of Detroit J's hands. He wants to get rid of him. We'll expect somebody on mid. He will get one. Not sure he spotted the secondary. That's Koala now. Hap and Detroit J holding on to B site. The flank is on. It all depends on the first contact again. Tornay's got a smoke for short. Sadzin is potentially expecting the player from middle. This could be huge if he's able to catch him, though. Did Koala spot him? That's the question. Did he see him carrying that C4 on his back? Activating now. Bomb planted on B. 3 versus 2. The retake is on with an op on Detroit J. This is a nasty corner to play in,
Yeah,
and Sadzin is waiting.
He's only going to 1v1. He only has to win 1 kill here.
Oh, yeah.
Koala inching forward.
Oh!
And on to Tornay now. Needs to ace the round here if he wants to win it, but he's playing the smoke CT side. They've got a lot of attention already on the site, and all they need to do is just wait a second or two. Smoke fades. They knew. They saw the trick coming from a mile away. And just like that, we got a second round for Galoris. Bit of a slower start, yes, but a couple of ecos with the saved weapons, and suddenly... here we are. Wonderfully done for Galoris.
Some great kills as well. Good reactions, especially on that B ramp. If it weren't for Hap and winning his duel, B side potentially could have already been lost earlier on. And even with a bomb plan, W7M, take a timeout. Got to discuss the current standing of things as, well, they're not too happy about it all. Surely they can't be. Zed has the Mac 10 out, still at 0 kills, which is at times a bit concerning. What do you think they're really talking about here? Do you think they're going to speed up their aggression? They tried 8, didn't really work out last time. Might they try it again, perhaps?
Honestly, maybe. Now they've been denied B, what, twice?
Yeah.
I feel like there has to be the sort of reaction, be like, you know what, maybe we just go explore the map a little bit. Let's go back to a problem back then was that Koala, he basically had the 1 versus 1 with the player running through a Molotov. The flashbangs were a little bit late for the assist as well. So there definitely is room to improve the A-Tech they had previously, but we are not going to be seeing that right now. It's still later. As for now, we continue, and again, the Tornay gives up a control in mid. CT stuff. They still keep the pressure on. I like this. Basically, as long as these two players are playing aggressive, so is Ninjas. And he also has a little bit of help, so there's a lot of good control for Galoris to work with here. Mid swings from every place imaginable, essentially the thing at the moment, the key for the T side. Or CTs, excuse me. But, W7M, it's a play toward the B side instead. One flashbang and Detroit J. The AWP is good on the angle. Finds water, drops some balls over here now with his teammate on site.
There we
They're
go.
going to try to deny this as long as they can. But Utility is forcing a couple of fights. Still, though, Hap is winning these duels. Wonderfully done on the defense.
Yeah, I really have to commend Galoris on their mid takes. Initially, it was a little bit sloppy, right? They lost the first time they went mid. They lost the entry. I believe it was actually Hoax that got caught. But now we see them adjust a little bit, throw those mollies deep into elbow, have players coming out from shelf as well, so they kind of connect together and able to put their foot down, making sure W7M have no foothold. And this is starting to creep onto W7M. Economy starting to drop. We can see them at only Deagle's pistols, and well, this is effectively an eco being played. They're gonna go mid hard, and let's see if they can go through Donut. Molotov is down, and it's nearly impossible to get past Koala, as that will be a full shutdown without a single player lost. Well held, well played. Galoris, that's exactly what you'd expect out of them.
Able to shut it down at this time as well. They were ready. The Molotov was great. Spray, maybe not as great, but it's still pretty good. Shuts them down, W7M. Now the Steed side of their loss, but as well hits max, and you're gonna start to see them go for the one plan, basically try to prioritize those, or saving a weapon, maybe have some sort of fighting power in whatever round, even if they end up losing them. But the control of the game definitely up in the air at the moment. You're gonna be looking at it. Galoris now 4 in a row. Their economy stabilizing pretty damn well. And this is essentially the 1 or 2 chances W7M have to still turn things around on this T side. But nonetheless, 4 T-side rounds ain't too bad, ain't half bad. And sorry, Jay, let's see what you got. Only 1.
Misses that second. That was vital. Holding down the corners, it's how you play that up, but that close, with that little space to work with, without assistance, you're asking to die. You're asking to be fragged. And it's going to be a 4v4 retake. They've got defuse kits. They've got utility. Let's see if it's enough. It's going to be Hoax through Donut, joined by Hap, and 2 players coming in through CT, potentially Temple and Short. But we're about to find out how it goes. There's the deep smoke into long A. Koala close range. He needs to first man challenge here. First man peek. Sadzin not spotted yet. He's playing around that smoke, and this is not the easiest of holds either, but the angles are great. The pop flash even better. Zed finds 2. Ninja Z comes out swinging, but Sadzin is too accurate to let that one slide. You called it. W7M need it, and they do get it.
Not a bad attempt on the retake. They had a decent idea of it, but it was just a little bit too late. And the pop flash, like you mentioned, great for the W7M side to stop them.
It was
Wonderfully done.
best possible timing as well.
Yeah, truly. Right, imagine that flashbang comes, a couple of seconds later. Ninjas maybe have the chance to line them up slightly earlier from Temple. His teammates don't die. There's a whole different world, a whole different outcome we don't get to see. Because of one piece of util. Hello, Zed. Oh, never mind. Goodbye.
Okay.
Ninjas, I thought he wouldn't have realized it so soon, but he immediately just lets go of the M4.
Seems like he immediately, picks up on the fact that he's stuck in the middle of a smoke, on the middle of a doorway. Hap finds another. He's pushed deep already. Finds a second. No, Tornay denies that. Though damage is quite severe. Down to 41, he drops. It's still going to be a 4 versus 3. Galoris, they've got the op on Detroit J. They're counting on him to hold A site. The rest will be focusing on mid and B. And I love the fact they're putting a second player here on B. They don't want to lose it. They don't want to have to play a 3-on-3 retake with an op on Detroit. And it's going to be Sadzin to try and find his entry. Koala, patient as ever. And if there's anything that we know about koalas, are that they are very patient. They take their sweet time doing everything. Oh, he's going to peek it out.
Time, though. Ooh. Does get away. Not extinct. Not yet.
No. Eating bamboo seems to be doing some good for his luck factors. Oh, I love this from Hoax, but he's pushing a bit too far. Tornay uses that angle at his own advantage. Koala trying to lurk through that smoke potentially. Does he push through? He is being watched. Oh, Ninja Z goes in too quickly. Koala hasn't even had the chance to approach it, and it's down to a 2v3. As I said, worst case scenario, W7M. They have no qualms about trying to take B, and well, Afterplant is set in a way that it's nearly impossible to break. Tornay is just baiting out the shots. Koala, without a nade, without a molly, you're not snuffing the flame of Tornay. Pulls out the clock.
He's just staying alive. Yeah, he's got all 3 kills in the round so far. He's stayed alive the entire time. He might even catch Detroit J if he goes mid, but no, doesn't seem like that's the case. No more kills for him, but a round still for W7M, who are doing a fantastic job now as well. I said it, they're only going to get a couple more chances to turn the control back their way, and it seems like they're doing so. The CT economy, now it's in a little bit of jeopardy, perhaps.
Best possible scenario that you could be in if you're W7M, honestly. Starting off with 2 losses, right? You've got players pushing into Shelf. They're trying to take control away from Speedway for you. You're fighting for survival effectively at the start of the round, and then, you know, going the last 20, 30 seconds of it, you're able to take B site. You find a free kill on another player, and you force them to play a very, very difficult spot. Though, as we can see, technical pause being called, as some of the players, or one of the players, might have crashed. It's something that, unfortunately, we are getting used to more and more recently with CS2 released too early for our own good. Hopefully, we get that fixed ASAP. Information about it currently... okay, fair enough. So it's not a, per se, big technical issue, but it is something that will be immediately resolved, thankfully.
Will be easy enough to fix, so, you know, it's not going to be, yeah, like I said, not a big issue, but nonetheless. It gives the Galores a chance or two to as well regain their composure here, because now that I look at this, you kind of see the, you kind of see the economy. You see the problem, right? If W7M still win this round, if Galores maybe this time don't save weapons, if they're not allowed to save this time, this is probably, most likely a 4-8. The Droid J, he can drop a weapon here. Koala can drop a weapon. They're going to be fine, at least in that case. But they're going to need something to go their way in this round. And in the most optimal case, it would be the round win, of course. But we'll see what Galores now do, because it seems like we are given a couple of duels here as well. Even the last one, it started off pretty damn well with the first kill through the ninjas through the smoke. When it was, you know, potentially stuck on someone or something in the smoke. That's a good start. Then Hap as well, I think he found another kill, but that's, you know, for 5v3, gone pretty damn quickly, because Tornado decided to show up. And W7M, I still wonder if they do want to keep challenging mid now, maybe? If now it has been long enough for them to go back there instead and try to give a challenge. Or do you just stick with what you know works? Because this as well, it's the mind game now.
I would honestly love to see them take a delayed mid control play, right? Just let the CTs throw out their utils, mollies, smokes. Just wait it out for a good 20 seconds or so, and then execute your own mid control. Perhaps that's the way to get back into it a little bit safer. Because, yes, Torne did get 3 kills previously, and yes, they win the round, but it's on top of a bit of a luck factor as well, right? Because it's Galore just offering themselves up instead of effectively pulling back. Once you get those 2 kills on Shelf, we could see, as you mentioned, Hap, you know, push deep into that cubby position. If he gets out of there before anybody can really find him or challenge him, you've got yourself a 5v3 still and a very good position to work from. So I feel like Galores perhaps just needed a bit more of a defensive posture after the initial entries, and things would have turned a lot differently rather than Torny getting 3 and then, you know, losing B side and bam, W7M winning again. For me, if you go for mid control, W7M also needs Speedway, aka Shelf. Without it, you're pretty much walking into a death trap.
You're not wrong. And with the way Galores so far especially have been playing, they have had the setups where they swing Shelf to mid when they get contact. So you gotta kind of deal with it. For that, yeah, the delayed mid take definitely could be a thing. You first take control of Shelf, you push them back a little bit, you have the players in mid as well, throw a smoke window, you know, just the basic util to make sure the CTs can't use backup that easily. Just the molly towards Shelf as well, make it a bit more awkward for them. Things like this that would make Galores' life a little bit more awkward in mid, but nonetheless, a lot of theorizing. For all we know, we could just have an A rush. We could have a B rush.
Yeah, exactly. It's hard to say exactly what the plan will be. Honestly, another A rush I wouldn't be opposed to as well. It is so far only Detroit J holding it, and if they do it correctly, if they push correctly, they might be able to surprise them before Detroit J can really do anything about it. But regardless, let's take a moment here and just enjoy the scenery of Ancient. Always loved our production's camera work. It's been amazing. Big shout out to Lansemi and Migzi, our observers and replay managers.
The wonderful drone operators.
Yeah, they're actually on site, with a drone, just kind of making magic.
Yeah, same as, the movie magic, anime, what have you. The cameraman is always there, keeps up with everything. It's crazy. Superman's flying, there's a cameraman right behind him.
It's like doing extra work, right? Not only flying, but also making sure that the camera is in the right frame, or the picture is in the right frame. But
Exactly.
with enough of the shenanigans, let's see what exactly the plan is. It's going to be against Shelf Control played. Tornate. Ooh, that early molly is actually really good. It could indicate fast shelf control for W7M, but wait a second, they're all grouped up on B ramp. Is this a straight B take? Oh, yes, it is.
Ooh,
Hello, Hap.
Not good for two, but Ninja's now toward gave as well. Beautiful flashbang, and he's going to be sent to his own demise. They said, ignore mid, ignore shelf, not our thing. And W7M, they waltz on into B.
Oh, look at Tornate. Like,
Yeah,
buddy.
He was ready for it, but a bit shaky. Koala now with the back lines as well. Here's the question. I said, if they save, maybe they are all going to still have something for the next round. And in this case, I would have loved to see W7M just hunt them. Just go for the kills. Doesn't matter how low your own economy gets, just make sure they don't survive.
Yeah, make sure you get rid of that op. Make sure to get rid of that utility, that M4, and bam, you're golden for the last one. It's going to be Detroit J holding CT. Oh, knife in hand, storms in? Really?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a big mistake.
Koala. Oh, hold on.
Good nade. He's still holding the angle.
Puts them both low. Oh,
No bullets.
as well. Oh,
Ooh.
yeah. No chance for Koala. He just had to try to spam away. Hopefully he gets the connection, but one more M4 taken away from the CT side, and now you see as well the Academy. It does suffer because of it. W7M, a wonderful T side coming out of them so far. We were saying Ancient, Glorious, they have had a lot of games on the map, not a lot of success. Most cases, this will be just the sort of benchmark we have for what to expect from the series. Map 2, still as well, could be just as scrappy. W7M, they haven't played the map.
Yeah.
They haven't played Vertigo.
It's that discussion of, have they practiced enough? Have they played a lot of scrims? Have they really set themselves up for Vertigo to eventually play it on officials? Or are they really just kind of ignoring it until somebody pressures them into playing it? Regardless, we got ourselves round 12, man. Last round of the first half. It's not a great buy for Glorious, but it's still not the worst. The important thing, the op is kept safe on Detroit J, though he has not been as impactful. He's kind of been relatively quiet, to be fair. Oh, through the volley.
No delay here. Right into mid. Hoax got to decide does he duel or not. Does back away. W7M. They're going to give a couple of chances now here as well. Ninjas, it will be allowed to live himself.
Smart for Tornate to disengage. Okay, Tornate then lines up the shot through the smoke. Ninja Z. Ninjas. It's bullet into submission. Now, it is kind of coming to be true what you said earlier, that this could still be 8-4 for W7M, which is an amazing first half T side of Ancient. Cannot deny that.
Yeah, sure. Smokes bounce like that now. Hop to defend good for water. This is a small gap.
Is this a
well,
one-way?
a very small
they
gap.
saw
He's
him.
been spotted. Anyone else, I believe the barrel might have been sticking out of the smoke.
It was.
Yeah, that case has to. Detroit J and Koala 2v3 retake commencing.
No defuse.
Oh, what? Okay, Koala. Engaging with Zed, will be fighting himself. Back at a 2v2 with his teammate. And it goes out. Util out. The spray. 4Q also out.
How the hell is he that accurate? And keep in
for
mind,
the 1v2, let's see, nail these shots. W7M will look for round number 8. He's down the defuse. He knows the Droid J will swing, and now the stick on the defuse. Sad's in. No fighting connection. Got a more to the left, more to the side. And
he's not shooting the right angle. Oh God, Sadzin. That was hard to watch. A 10-second defuse by Koala. By the way, what the hell was that second kill from Koala? How does he accurately wallbang that corner so well? And, you know, Torne obviously getting a kill through the smoke as well, but that perhaps we could account to just being a little bit more on point. And we can see here in the replays, Koala, not only did he get this one right here.
Wonderfully done.
What a powerful move. And okay.
10-second stick to go.
Oh, big mention here. Sadzin shoots the same angle with the op twice. That's a bit concerning, isn't it? Like the fact that you kind of don't pick up on the fact that he is not there. In any case, second half is here. Nexus, it's second pistol, and W7M dual Berettas again. They've won the first. Can they do it once more?
Storms in. Most likely will be getting this contact back away. Him and Forkio. They should have a decent crossfire here, and he's not alone either, because there is still Zed all the way in the back line as well towards lane. Short, whichever you might want to call it. Nonetheless, Storms in. There's the contact. Does he actually re-engage? Look for the timing. Yeah, that's good for one at least.
That's excellent.
Another
Pick
one,
up a kill.
2 in CT, 1 on site. There's the smoke. That does make things a little bit more awkward. Forkio also has to engage differently. Check
I love this.
It's a good reaction. And now the sight hold sends Galorus right back to the next round with nothing in this one. Surely, as Detroit J, last man stands. Even he spotted against the 3. This is an impossible task, nearly.
He's got no Kevlar.
2 dualies wait on the other side, and they've got a decent setup as well here, but they are playing this off contact. There's a chance Detroit J gets one tuck away and then a quick reaction.
If he's able to isolate the duel, sure.
Yeah, there's more than a couple of opportunities here to be given away. Not anymore, though. Makes it more difficult. Now it's all 3 engaging at the same time, and he can't nail the shots.
Big ups to Fokyu, by the way, deciding that after that smoke lands to block him off from CT, that he pulls into ramp, right? He immediately goes to try and challenge that. Even if there's 2 players there, he has the dual Berettas, he trusts his gut, and gets away with a free kill. Does get shut down afterwards, but it matters not, as that is 8-5, W7M. Once again, starting off strong, both pistols going their way, and this is looking really solid so far. Let's see if once we get to the gun round, it's going to be the same, or that we'll be able to say the same. But as far as I can tell right now, it's going to be an A play. It's only Sadzin holding, and he's surely to make somebody sad with this nade. Shadow, not going to be spotted, not going to be shown.
In a second it will be.
Yeah.
The nade as well here is going to be great against the pistols. Although, dualies could have been also better. Sight falls pretty damn quickly. Nade does minimal damage, kind of bounces back a little bit, but
good denial of the bomb plant.
That's all the round is actually going to mount. He storms in as well. Yeah, I mean, A1S run and gun ain't half bad, surprisingly. And with that, we're entering round number 15. W7M, they're going to have the test of rifles against them now. And, well, maybe you could say that actually for Galorus. They're going to have the test of rifles now.
Let's see. Where do they decide to go? Mid-smoke deployed. I believe flying. Oh, that's an interesting smoke against the molly, right? It still leaves a gap for you to be able to pass unobstructed. But it's actually a pretty good smoke to block off that early Molotov. And Galorus kind of looking for that potential B control afterwards. Oh, Sadzin, the timing though. Just as Hoax is crossing. And that's going to force the rest of the team to basically do something towards B. They don't really have a choice to going back A. If they do, they're going to lose a lot of time, and they don't want to be silent about it, at least.
Yeah, Galorus, not so silent at the moment.
Yeah, not so subtle. Yeah, exactly.
Well, we saw the same sort of setup on the CT side of Galorus. Oh, but the back go long, focus more toward the cave instead. And Galorus, they're going to be walking right into this one, it seems like. Ninjas and Koala, I think, will be linking up here. It's going to be Happen Detroit J instead of trying to find a timing to walk up around. But it's going to be a bit of an awkward timing with the pinch. It needs to be perfect to work really damn well.
Good volley.
Well. Oh,
How?
dodged the flashbang afterwards. What a kill, honestly.
What a boss.
Him and Koala in a bit of a duel here up against each other. Koala doesn't know about it, and Tone also another unknown factor they don't know about. With 20 seconds left. The site is not gonna fall this time. Like I said, the timing needs to be perfect for this one.
That's the C4 as well. Half 1v4. Not gonna happen.
W7M, they avoided this beautifully. 4Q, the one kill is insane. It's just one kill, but the fact that he gets it, and the trade isn't there for like another, what, a second, two nearly? It's kind of crazy. They just don't double peek him. I don't know what happens here.
I think there was a flash, obviously, that blinded the player on the left.
Away from the flashbang, but yeah, this... Two players peeking him, and it takes him way too long.
To bring him down, for sure. And this is excellent for W7M. 10 to 5, they've got effectively all the money in the world they could hope for at the start. It's another A rush. I like the idea. Let's see if it makes it any better, though. Pop flash through the smoke storms and comes out flying with the AK. It's gonna let loose the spray! And they do line up for his shutdown. Hoax and Detroit J, 2 versus 4. Not gonna be easy. Especially not against Stornay, who's been ripping through them at 17 kills right now. He truly is the highest rated player on the server, alongside Koala at 16. It's a shame that the rest of the team cannot keep up, especially Detroit J on the op. He's been very quiet in half one. And here in the second half, it seems like it's going much the same.
Now let's see. Where does this one go then? Dolores. The last chance they're really going to get here to make this game fair.
I mean, they either win the round or they're going to have to play for overtime with 7 rounds in a row, which you and I both know ain't happening.
The team side of W7M really was it was an outlier. An 8-4, or 5-7, excuse me, 7-5. Great stuff out of them. Glorious, let's see now. Even a couple of rounds would instill a bit of confidence in them, I'm sure. Fuck you.
Oh,
wasn't?
They didn't know him?
I don't know.
I was sure they would have heard him
for it.
I was sure they would have heard him. Ninjas, I was 100% certain that he knows he's in that corner, or at least heard him step there, because he wasn't really trying to be subtle himself. But, oh, Sadzin, jump spotting the corner. Detroit J coming up close. He's going to burn a little bit. As now it's going to be a man advantage. W7M keep up the pressure, and it seems to be getting at Galoris. Running aground. Oh, fuck you. How does he deliver a secondary there?
Good utility at least. Galoris, they've got a little bit of map control towards mid to work with. But the problem is, right, they've got... They're walking into this way. Wait, what? I don't know if I'm a fan of this, but sure, let's see. Any kills they can get. There goes one. Fuck you. He's still wondering about this, and great Molotov will force a fight out of him eventually. He's just got to burn. Up as well. A third about this, giving them opportunities. Galoris, this was a 5v3, and they've clawed it back to even numbers, and now even taking the advantage. Bomb goes toward the site as well shortly. But donate from long. He's not going to nail too many shots. Instead, it leaves it to a 1 versus 2. Storms in.
They've already heard him. Yeah. They know exactly where he's headed. We'll be expecting him from either cave or ramp. But Detroit J is just like, you know what? Doesn't matter. Well, well, well. Galoris seems to be waking up at the final curtain call. At least they're not going to let this one slip away too quickly. W7M, they've got money to rebuy, but their economy...
3v5.
Yeah, I think it all comes down to this double setup on Shelf or on Speedway. You really want to make sure you don't get caught like that. The Molotov burning fuck you, the player beforehand who was, I believe, Zed, was it? That got caught. So it's a bit of a shame, really, that they didn't adjust to it earlier, but good reaction from Galoris regardless as we go into round 18. Still quite a few to go to tie it up. Let's see if it's possible. First player out of that smoke on double doors, it's Ninjas. pulls back to safety. Surprisingly, W7M is not playing mid control at all. Like, they have some presence, they have some information for it. What the... Okay.
Slow on the reaction a little bit so, but great shot nonetheless.
Yeah, I'm more surprised that Fokyu just runs out like that. Like, willy-nilly, just doesn't care. Just runs out like that. Tries to get back to cave, but no real chance. 60 seconds. A little bit of change to get that bomb down.
Again, though, ramp control is the name of the game for W7M. But never mind. You know what? I shouldn't say anything. As soon as I say it, they fall back.
Caster's curse, man, for real.
40 seconds left. I suppose it does make sense. A flashbang. Actually, 2 toward the B site. Zerentone. Use those at the right time, and you might just buy a couple extra seconds that will come in clutch here. The CT rotations are going to be a little bit far away. There's one flashbang. Here's a swing to shut them down. They're doing so. An extra flashbang, like I said, a couple of seconds all they need to buy. One shot didn't hit. Bullets running out.
That
and
nade
could
do
be
some
real
serious
important,
damage.
but it's going to be a little bit too...
Oh, double nade.
But it's a second.
And they know where
the last
his...
man, Koala.
They know.
Struggle out of this one.
Sadzin's got the angle with the op. If he misses the shot, Stormzen is there to make sure it gets
get all
corrected.
the time in the world.
Yeah, they still got a good 20+ seconds to go. Let's see if it works out. Koala needs to peek eventually. He does! He almost gets the second as well. Stormzen down to 45. No defuse kit as well. He's got limited time now on his hands. And Koala's going to peek out wide, and he's going to get the hot shot. Koala, what a double. What a hold. The fact that he's able to get the opper first and then basically bring it home. Galoris saved by the bell there. Koala. Well, he's certainly a Kung Fu Panda. Actually, that doesn't work.
It doesn't really work, but it's nonetheless all good in the hood for this matter. Look at the shot as well. All the time in the world we said they had, but nonetheless, the shot didn't hit. That's all it came down to. W7M could have had map point there. Instead, they look forward to a different round. This time, they've only got the USP, so Desert Eagle still on one of them. But Galoris, they might be making the comeback here. Let's not, let's not say it's done just yet, but they're at least getting or cutting it close. We said it, of course, as well. This is absolutely going to be the map that they're going to give us a bit of a benchmark on. A map like Ancient, where they don't have the results. They give us a decent idea of what to expect out of the entire series. And so far, the one man we need to expect is Koala. 20 and 10. Only behind Torne on the server at the moment.
Five-man train towards Cave. Towards Leopard. Looking to perhaps surprise any unaware T-side player. Koala seems to be the one to be caught, but they've already recognized what's up. And this is the 8th round here. Galoris, they're making it happen. Seems like their T-side is far more structured, far better overall than what we were expecting and also what we saw on the CT. Which is surprising, to be fair, because usually T-side Ancient is harder to play. So, speaks a lot to their determination. And potentially preparation as well. Am I correct in seeing there's no diffuse kit again here for the CTs? I'm kind of baffled by that choice. Also, helmet on Stormzen. I don't know why. He could have bought a diffuse instead. A little bit disappointing to see it, honestly.
A little bit odd indeed, but we'll see how it does play out here as well. We see on the other side, it's going to be Koala. He's going to be checking a couple of these angles, and Stormzen most definitely will have the drop on him. Easy enough. Entry found in W7M. This probably does put a bit of a spatter in the works for Galoris as well now, you could imagine. They don't know, right? They wanted to change something up here. They wanted to have a lurk towards A. That's been taken away immediately. Also, the man being Koala that gets taken down definitely does cause a couple of concerns. Now, who else can step up here? I headed towards B. There's Detroit J. Who's going to step up? It might be him.
Let's see if the magic works for Galoris again. They've decided to hit B, and W7M, 2 players at the ready. Third already rotating over. Storms in without utility, but that helmet might come in handy if he gets wall banged in the head.
Still, though, a decent setup, though. Tornay is a little bit in the open if they just run out of cave. And there you go. There's one. Turn around. There's number 2. Easy enough. And 3 as well comes in from Hoax. Galoris, beautiful pinch toward the side. And W7M, they had to change something there. They had to do something in terms of either getting control towards cave or just fighting that ramp completely. Committing to the fight earlier when Detroit J was there. They backed away. They hoped the numbers, the stack on B would have worked. And Galoris, a beautiful couple of flashbangs is all it takes to break the site hold. Truly wonderfully done. Sutton can't even save the op. That's the question. Should be hunted down here.
Should be.
Ninja just walks the smoke, I think.
I'm still shocked at the whole just absolutely collapsing under the initial push. And it's not like there was utility that really drew them out of their hidey holes or flashbangs that forced them to, well, that made them blind, not being able to react. Straight up duels being lost and 3 players being eviscerated like that. W7M, yeah, tactical timeout. I'd take one too if I was them. Certainly the only way to make sure you don't get absolutely shafted on your CT side. I mean, the op is saved, but what else?
What else? That's the question that W7M are asking right now.
What else do we gotta do? How do we win this? Well, my idea would be Sadzin getting some kills early on with the op. This eco is still winnable.
Don't forget how the last one started as well.
Oh, yeah.
Pushing to A main, an entry found. 5v4 immediately, and yeah, we might actually get to see Sadzin go for an entry early on.
Shallow molly. It allows Sadzin to remain in position, but he misses the shot. Tornay is going to leave him standing, leave him dry. That's the op lost, and that's the only hope W7M had at winning the round, if you ask me. Now it's going to be Galoris just pushing forward towards Red Room, making sure they isolate the op, making sure they cannot be retrieved. And yeah, Storms is like, hey, buddies, what's up? Well, nothing much.
Not much indeed.
Well, I have a hard time seeing how this works now for W7M. They seem to be running dry every single time and on fumes, really. Their ideas just kind of being a little bit too shallow, unfortunately. I hope the gun round's going to be better because it needs to be. Otherwise, this could be a complete turnaround. And Galoris, man, we're talking about how if they fail a round, they'll be forced to play 7 rounds in a row to get to OT. And we're both like, surely that doesn't happen. But they're right now on the verge of picking up the 10th, and if they win the next, it's going to be 12-11 to Galoris instead of W7M being on the one to force out OT. In any case, Ninjas lights out, 10 confirmed.
A wonderful comeback.
It really is.
To each side of W7M as well, it was 11-4? Am I completely misremembering?
8-4 halftime, Lost Pistol 9...
7-5?
No, sorry, 7-5, yeah. So Lost Pistol 8-5,
oh, yeah, then
9-5.
11-5 then, yeah.
11-5, yes, it was 11-5, yeah.
Gaslighting myself, saying it was 11-4, and then confirming it was 7-5 halftime.
Yeah, exactly. It
yeah,
happens,
but 11-5 the scoreline was at one point. Now, wonderfully done out of this Galoris side.
I mean, this would mark the 5th consecutive round for Galoris, and yep, their obviously logo starts to burn up, shows that that is the 5th round won in a row. That is excellent currently, and it works wonders for morale. And I cannot imagine how W7M have to be feeling, especially now that on the gun round, they know that there's a lot of pressure on them. Of course, mounting even more will be the aggression of Galoris as we begin once again a new 22nd round here. Tornay. First contact in the smoke. He's trying to be the devil's advocate. He gets one. Does he get returned on? Yes, he does. Hoax. Ready for it. Honestly, if I'm Tornay, I'm kind of mad because W7M just sold me out. Like, my teammates didn't help me at all. Why would you be alone in the smoke without having any support from Red Room, from Donut? It just feels like it's a waste of a player that's been performing for you, giving you kills, giving you rounds, and yet you let him up for a single one-and-done kill. Not my cup of tea.
Definitely feels like it could have been structured better, yeah. You're not wrong with that, and with a minute left as well. This is a commitment now from Galoris. Now, I like this as well, because the CT said they're still playing without that information, because they had that one man only in mid, like I said, it's only no help. LeBron out here, but now it's going to be Storms instead. They are going to get that sort of confirmation, at least some sort of users headed this side, but it's 4 plays on the other side. That's the problem they have to deal with, and Storms gets one. Utility will eventually try to finish him off, but no, he's still standing again. They can't get rid of him that easily, apparently. Nearly a third for the round as well, and with 4Q's help. That just seemed like Galoris were afraid to commit. They had the utility on it. They had the Molotov, the HGs, but they just didn't go. There was no other utility. A contact play that didn't go anywhere.
Well, better late than never, I guess. W7M, they finally make it happen, and it took them a little while, of course, breaking that 5-win streak for Galoris, and hopefully it's not all gonna come crashing down on Galoris now as they face off potential loss of map number 1. It is the map pick of W7M. Next up will be Vertigo, as you can see below the mini-map on your left side. And I'm gonna be honest, 2 players really outperforming everybody else, and it's really a battle between the 2. Fuck you, great peek. Tornay finds another, and look at the shutdown when you take mid control with Shelf as well. All of a sudden, everything becomes so much clearer, so much better, and oh, they're really putting on the pressure, aren't they? That's it. That's lights out, right? Koala, 1v4. I have a hard time seeing how he wins this one.
I think the answer is he doesn't. He might get this one, but even that's too much at the moment. Wonderfully done. W7M get to 13 eventually, and you know what? It was a little bit rough here. It really was. I think the comeback would have happened if it was any other play than the A contact. Anything else they do there, I think they get it. And in the end here, it was W7M that do still say, you know what? We won that round. Let's just up the pressure. Let's add the ante, or let's up the ante here a little bit. And final round, Galoris couldn't hang, but it's still another close affair on this map that they end up losing. They're still getting those numbers, but no result.
Technically speaking, they shouldn't be even that close to the 2 pulling either overtime or a victory of their own, given how it started off. But a great little return, you know, kind of jumpstarts their progression, jumpstarts their round, and kind of get 5 in a row, then get blasted, as you said, with that A contact. It really turns them off, and all of a sudden you have also W7M finally correcting on their all-time mistake we've seen throughout the entirety of the second half of their CT side, where they don't take mid-control with more than 1 player. Now finally they switch it up. 2 players get in action, they get free kills, shelf control comes established as well afterwards, and they're able to easily outmaneuver their opponent and close the map with a successful 13-10 scoreline. I gotta say, comes as a surprise, but with that being said, that's all for now. We're going to be going into our second map on Vertigo next after a short break. Nexus, I'm excited to see how W7M will do then.
So am I. We'll see.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
is changing, but one thing remains the same: victories with 1xBet.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. We are returning into potentially, well, definitely into our second map of Vertigo for sure. But after a quick breakdown of Ancient, we thought the W7M might have a quick closure. It didn't go exactly as planned for the second half. I feel like we've got a bit of magic coming out from Galoris. I feel like that we could see a much better side of them on Vertigo, especially since W7M, as we said, haven't really played it officially yet.
Yeah, that's going to be a test for them as well. But as we kind of mentioned right before Galoris, they've got a little bit of magic, and mainly the magic output right now is Koala. Had a fantastic map, number 1, 90 ADR, 1.38, 37 rating. But he was also opposed. There was someone on the other side who was, a little bit better than that. A bit better than him, and that was Tone. Who put up a wonderful game. 105 ADR, 1.5 rating, and did such a wonderful job overall. But Koala also had a little bit of that X factor, had a clutch, the 1v2 toward the end that kind of kept him alive a little bit longer as well. There's a lot here to go off of, but nonetheless, it's going to be interesting to see what W7M look like on a map that they don't play. Because Ancient almost did slip away.
Well, realistically, I only see two outcomes. Either they pracked it and are ready for it, and, it's going to be a nice little surprise for Galoris from W7M, or it's the exact opposite, and W7M come up short and get absolutely blasted into space. Let's see for sure. The pistol is live. Ladies and gents, dual Berettas for Hoax. It's CT side for Galoris, and we are going to be opening up with W7M pushing onto a site. Oh, Sadzin! Quick shots.
Julie's out. See you later. See you never. Detroit J. Oh my god. How was he able to get one? Full blind turned away, but I guess the head wasn't able to be shot that easily, so oh well.
Yeah, but look at this. It's a fake A. It's a full-on fake out on A as the bomb is about to be planted on B. Koala is close by. He might just jump the position here, but do you really want to try that? Tornate catches ninjas, and oh boy. This is a quick start for W7M.
Yeah, catching a couple of hands there for the CT side. Not ready for the fake, and especially not ready for Tornate again. That one kill basically shows, or decides the entire round. There was a chance as well with the earlier chance Koala had to shut down Tornate on the sidewalk, on the catwalk there. But it is what it is, and here we are. First round does go to W7M. A great start for them in terms of getting something on the board. A lot of unknowns, where we are going to be, maybe a little bit critical on this, but we know what to expect in a way. W7M by no means will be playing the cleanest Vertigo, but it could still work incredibly well. And Galoris, kind of on them to take control of the game and show W7M how to play the map.
Exactly. Galoris CT side, they did relatively poorly, we should say, previously, but perhaps the magic is about to begin here. Tactical timeout already utilized here by W7M. Interesting choice. Deciding to talk this one through before they get into this second round. And the force bind from Galoris, well, it's not looking too bad. 2 FAMAS buy-ins, 2 MP9s, and a single Deagle. We'll see if this works. Honestly, again, I would like to see a single diffuse kit. If you're deciding to force buy, right?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't hurt, especially on Vertigo as well. Retake towards A is, kind of easy.
It's possible, yeah, but a single diffuse kit brings you a long way, right? That's the whole point. It really does, and well, here we go. Round 2, force buy, Galoris, wasting no time trying to get back on track, and as you said, let's see if they show W7M how good they can be and how good they actually are. Why they chose to play on Vertigo here.
Koala's going to get a big surprise here, and the same goes for 4Q on the other side. He's not alone in this. A 2-man totem pole approaches. Nearly swinging into them together, but instead of the CT side, they slowed down W7M by a fair bit so far. Stormson realizing he should not be committing through this, and with them spotting a stack towards A, 1 kill towards B as well cleans this entire side of the map. Again, kind of similar structure to the pistol round, just a bit more fight in the Glorious side at the beginning here towards A. Bomb again, down on B, that's 2-0.
I love the plan they had, though. Koala being boosted, right, as you said. Totem Pole even moving in unison. Nice little surprise, though it doesn't really get them the round victory. And, well, 3 survivors, the MP9s, the FAMAS. Is there a secondary FAMAS they could potentially pick up? I missed the position he was in. Probably on HAP, right? On towards B, then, I would assume. Regardless, good start for W7M, and so far it looks like they might be a little bit more prepared than they let on initially.
A lot of question marks, but nonetheless.
Not a lot of answers yet.
Not a whole lot shown either. Gun rounds is where things are going to get real important and, well, interesting, I suppose, as well. But W7M, I at least like the fact that they're now showing that they're not just going to have that one-sided, round. It's only 2 rounds in, right? But both rounds they've shown themselves on A, and then the reaction. Let's go back B. It's fine. It shows that they're more versatile already, or not more, but at least somewhat versatile in terms of how they want to call this. And
Good pick up.
One man towards A at the moment. There is also Sargent towards the bottom of ramp, but. Storms in. Alone might be just enough. Again, they are still grouping up a couple of players toward the B side. There's a third as well here to join J.
The trick is, that's both players with the Kevlar down now.
Yeah.
Koala's the last one that had it from the last round, and well, he does get Tornay, but it's an A play. Detroit J does not recognize Sadzin being so close to headshot angle, and Koala's been heard jumping from B. So it's pretty much lights out here, I think. Koala's gonna have to feed on the bullets of Zed, and yeah, not really gonna work. No eucalyptus for you, buddy. This is a beautiful entry, by the way, for Storms in. And the fact that they get rid of both MP9s, right, both players with Kevlar, is very impactful. It really gives them an even easier time of securing the round itself. With Koala being lit up as well, it's a perfect start for W7M, and as you called it, the real gun round is here, and let's see what Galoris actually do.
Testing the B side and A both. An interesting D4 as well, definitely, but we're not seeing Galoris fighting too much for either side. And especially not now. Storms in again towards A, has found himself an entry, and toward B, we've got a little bit of damage instead. Good reaction. Galoris look to take a little bit of short control. Dodging nades on B as well. The group up for W7M. It is going to be towards the B side. Zed, I believe, will be throwing a little bit of util. Perhaps a window Molotov. There's a flashbang over site. Who knows? We'll find out. There goes more util, though. Get a couple CT players out of position, push them into awkward fights instead. Ooh, going for the slow boost. Interesting.
It's expected. Hap is kind of ready for it. Tornay, he is lucky to be alive right now, but will be checked by Hap. Though fuck you with a quick reaction. Detroit J's pushing in behind to try and get to site as quickly as possible to get that CT control in middle. Koala gets caught. Ninjas got spotted. This is not a good outlook for the gun round next to us. It looks like it's going to be quickly shut down as Detroit J gets killed. It is 4-0 W7M. Now that is a true test of their quality as the first gun round comes hurling down from the 51st floor of the skyscraper here on Vertigo. And what a way to open it up. Stormzy gets that entry on A, forces Galoris into a bit of a reaction, but then Sadzin, wow, okay. Second timeout as well. Oh, man.
Basically 2 rounds in a row now that he has managed to get those entries towards the A side. Definitely does make Galoris probably a little bit awkward toward the side itself, toward the defense. Are they really going to keep fighting for it? How do they change, if anything? Or what do they change? These are the questions that they do have in their minds. I'm gonna be interested to see what sort of idea they have to actually change their own defense here. Is it gonna be more aggressive towards the ARAM, more utility? Just a couple keep flashbangs maybe. I don't know. I want to see Galoris react to it. Maybe they just instead go for mid control. Doesn't do as well maybe, but there are definitely cases for a lot of these different sorts of things. Here, great nades, Centone. Entry also found.
Koala. He is a dangerous man to be playing games with. He showed that on Ancient. Unfortunately, it was not enough. Galoris kind of lacking on the other 4 players. Hoax could be getting a free kill if Q decides to pull forward, but seems like that's not going to be the case. And I mean, what, a minute and 10 seconds? W7M are in no rush to go anywhere. They just need to make sure they don't lose that entry again, or at least re-entry. And the call was made for Galoris to effectively take stairs control on B. And soon they'll realize something is up, and yeah, the rotations are coming through. Now they know, okay, it's not B for sure, it's definitely going to be A then. Molly into cement. Hoax needs to stay alive for as long as he can. Rotations are about to come into play.
Storms in though. The entries from this man. Been deadly, dangerous. Here's the swing.
Oh, they still haven't checked him. Pop flash, they don't see him! What is happening right now?
Beautiful defense here, even if it is a little bit lucky. The SMGs to defend it, they are now being taken down one at a time and still keep on giving chances. Koala, Desert Eagle! And with one shot, it's 4Q on the other side, taken down. Putting up a 3K, Galoris, they need the magic. Koala delivers.
Oh, man. That is huge. And not to mention, W7M. That pop flash was near perfect. It really puts Hoax in a tough spot. But the fact that he can get away with a kill here is insane. And yeah, then Ninjas obviously delivers on Storms in. And if it weren't for Koala's quick thinking, staying in the smoke, kind of leering back onto default, probably would have ended up going towards W7M. But Molotovs and entries delivered. Oh, okay, wallbang back to back. 4v4. Sadzin finds Hoax. What's happening right now? How is Galoris losing players without really having any sort of impact at all? But I like this from Ninjas. Look at it, Nexus. He's pushing behind. He's going to get a lot of info from this. And they know this is B now.
Yeah. A big information play. There's the utility as well. Slow them down. Another.
Good counter util. Oh, Koala, that's ballsy. They saw him. They know he's there. He still gets away with a kill. How?
Can't trade him. Unkillable now. Officially woken up here in W7M. All their hopes and dreams of a round are laying on the back of Sadzin. What a round. What a play for Koala. The fact that they're spraying away at him and spamming away. He still swings. He gets 2. And they can't even trade him. One hell of a round out of Galoris. Individual brilliance does shine through, and at times that's necessary. This is one of those. Nothing but a save at this point, and AK carry that over toward the next one. At least helps him out a little bit here. The fact that Sadzin also has 2K in the bank definitely doesn't hurt. Won't really put him that far behind beyond the rest.
Counter-terrorists win.
If they want to force back into this round here. But either way, this is a really decent start now as well. Again, a slow start for Galoris, but they're getting up there now. And if those individual plays keep coming through, I'm more than happy to see this game play out that way.
I mean,
Koala and 1v3 with the dig quickly. There again, the 2K that shuts down the play. The utility was great. Ninjas, the push. All fantastic on the CT side. And W7M. on their last legs, economically speaking. Sending
Very
Storms
aggressive
up
move.
towards A. I like this. Detroit J, though, on the other side. What do you got here? Oh, may not even be needed. Hold on, actually.
Smart call, pushing back.
They're ready for this.
Spotting Hoax. Do they expect Detroit J? Surely they at least check him. Trigger control is there. He gets 2, but it's not enough yet. It's still a 3 versus 2 as he gets shut out by Sadzin. And Koala, man, I mean, rightfully so, you said that he is the reason why Galoris even have these 2 rounds, and certainly that is the case.
He's the reason they had as many rounds as they have on map 1.
Absolutely, absolutely. He's an insanely good player by the looks of it, and he knows what he's doing every single step of the way. Hap, nice little surprise, and the flank from short will be unexpected, surely. Yep, there you go.
Bait on the side, Storms in the air, just walks away.
Knife in hand. Okay.
Back turned. Yeah, he was not expecting Hap to just walk up or just jump up.
But then again, you know there's one short, you know there's one CT in the smoke, behind the smoke. Why knife in hand and just walks away? That's the weirdest thing I've seen in a long time. And it all comes down to Detroit J as well, effectively, right? Because if he doesn't get 2 here, if he gets caught without a single kill, that's lights out. Well, round 8, as you called it, no utility now for W7M. We do have a lot of damage already early on the players of the T side, with Fokyu eliminated.
Two-man piece up as well. I'm a bit surprised they're giving a couple of chances here.
Yeah, they're kind of putting themselves in danger, but it seems like...
Yeah, nothing too
They're
bad.
not
Nothing too
Ralphie.
bad anyways.
Gonna
Either
try and
way,
hit middle.
still, the Pistols definitely have a chance to surprise or catch one here, but the problem is, right, even if, let's say, W7M, they get the kill on the Detroit J here, there's still 2 players on B. And they've got a decent enough setup, they've got control towards the stairs, and they can just focus towards getting generators, towards window. Detroit J.
That nade is gonna do hella damage.
Oh, wonderful stuff. Alright, the what-if scenario of Detroit J dying doesn't happen. Instead, it wipes out 4. Wonderfully done. And speaking of 4, that's all across the board now. 4-4, the score line.
Let's see if W7M have a trick up their sleeve. As we said, we expected them to perhaps be a bit more prepared for Vertigo than they let on initially, given that they haven't really played a lot of official, well, any official games as of yet. This would be their first one. Marking a victory would go a long way. Hoax burning a bit. I believe sound cues were given, so they pretty much know there's somebody somewhere close by. Ninjas get spotted. Nobody checks Hoax, really, again? But this time, Stormsin and Fokyu both deliver after a single loss. They're ready to take on charge, and it's going to be Detroit J holding the line. Played middle earlier, now he's on A. Torne, waiting for the flank. Hap is not going to activate, or will he? Oh, this is so important, though. Does Hap actually walk down the stairs? Does he take that chance? Love the camera angles. The wide angles give you a good perspective of how close the players actually are.
The way the game is well started, the early rounds W7M had with Storms in double entries toward the A side, basically back to back in a couple of those rounds, but afterwards he's going in essentially nothing. Slammed like Detroit J here. Koala to defend, 2v4. If there's a man to trust,
they know.
I would trust to defend my A site right now. It is Koala. But basically fully baited. Just running across off, watching. Wonderfully done. A little the macro decisions there for W7M. And back into the game here. Take back the lead.
This was an excellent refrag on Hoax. It was vital that they get control of that short position, not to mention Fokyu with a beautiful peek on Detroit J. And whilst you did single out Koala, rightfully so, as he was instrumental in the previous rounds to getting the wins, Sadzin this time expects the position of Koala and is able to shut him out before he does any major damage. And we do have a rebuy. Galoris with a B push. Very deep control. The smoke misses, actually. That's a bit of a shame. Should have bounced off the right panel, but chugs it into the corner. Molly into cement. And W7M seem to have a good plan on their mind. It's going to be a bit of an A split, perhaps again. Molotov's burning hard on Fokyu and Sadzin. Oh, boy. Okay. Good 9 ninjas. Hoax, they know he's on site. He threw the flash, or excuse me, the smoke itself. Storms him, comes out swinging, goes through the smoke itself and towards elevators, but it's Koala waiting. Fun fact, did you know eucalyptus is actually poisonous?
I think I knew that.
Okay. And koalas eat it, as it's the only thing they can eat. Well, actually not can, but would eat. Because it has no nutritional value, almost none. So that's what they do 99% of their day, effectively. Sleeping and eating eucalyptus. Barely
Just
moving.
chilling.
Just chilling. Well, our koala is a bit different, though. He's built different.
Yeah,
this
he's
man
a bit
ain't
more,
chilling.
He's a bit more hungry.
Yeah, hungry for the frags, hungry for the kills.
There you go, there's another one. Speaking of them, 11 in total for him. Not a bad individual performance out of him. Great entry again here, Zodzin. Volkio and a Stormson, essentially a 3-man unit that just dismantles Galoris' A-hold. And well, you know, sometimes you gotta know when to stop swinging. But
Yeah.
Stormson, right, doesn't matter too much. Round was over at that point.
He just trying to take charge of elevators, thinking perhaps some of the CTs might be focused more on B and mid. But alas, as you said, it did not matter much as round 6 is theirs, and we'll go to round 11 in total. Let's see if Galoris have anything to show us on this one. A few M4s are available. The FAMAS actually hits its mark on Stormson. Fokyu again replies with the AK.
That is
Good
really interesting.
damage.
There's no flashbang, no support there for Stormson at all. He just wide swings into it.
That's true, actually, yeah.
Unless there was a flash thrown from a T-spot that I didn't notice, but I don't think so. His
Usually,
Zed still has full util here.
Zed
Yeah.
still, yeah, I was about to say, usually you throw it through that
through
window
the
in
roof, yeah.
T-base. Yeah, through the roof window. Just, does he get a free kill? No, Sadzin again. Look at how
Position is well
accurate
known
he
of
is.
Hoax. He's stuck here.
Yeah, they know where he's at. If not, they see him. Tournay peeks up his head like a hedgehog. He's like, hello, good
Take
night,
control,
goodbye.
Take some more. Heads to be popped and waiting. Koala still stands.
Oh, he goes through the molly.
Fake
Bomb
the bomb.
plant. Not really going to be happening, but Sadzin on short. He's delivering, and again, Hap, well, if he only had the Y, he'd be a happy man, but I think right now it's more sadness than anything else that he's feeling. Oh boy, this is looking up and shaping up to be the same as on Ancient. Once
Yeah,
again,
7-5 we had there. This
Yep.
could be better.
I mean, 8-4 is definitely the possibility at this point. Money is gone for Galoris. They have loss bonus at maximum, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. And if Hap survives, so we don't mistake him for the French Happy.
Now, actually, I believe the loss mode is only at 2,900.
Oh boy, yeah, that's. I mean, not that
no,
it
24,
makes.
sorry.
Oh, 24. Okay, that's even worse. I was like, not that it makes a massive difference between 29 and 3.4, but the
Yeah.
fact of the matter is, it ain't good. And yeah, you were right. It is at 24. Oh boy. Well, what do you do with 2.4K in your bank? I mean, at this point, what? You buy, I guess, an SMG and just do something crazy? Honestly, you know what I'd like to see from Galoris? Besides the tactical timeout, obviously.
Tell me.
Buy either shotguns or SMGs, maybe even a CZ if you're really feeling it, and just go push middle. Try to take charge somewhere else on the map. Go push mid, go find some control towards the other points on the map. Even if they take A-side control, we said it before, it's a lot easier to take or retake A than B.
I feel like I've heard these points once or twice in the past.
You
I wonder who
definitely
said it.
did.
A smart man, probably. Round 12, though, about to begin. We'll see if Galores do change things out for the last round of the half. Will it still be yet another ace setup that they try to go for? And what did W7M have as well? Because this is a straight-up B play here,
straight-up
at least
B
for 3
rush.
players immediately.
Oh, Koala's in so much trouble if he doesn't hold the line.
Hey,
He's got
you
an
said he wants
MP9.
the SMGs and maybe a shotgun. How about an MP9 alone on site, though? Doesn't do him any favors because they had 4 towards A. And here the play eventually does come through, and in the smoke they do
they see
break
him.
it. Koala, see you later. Take a nap. Talking about eucalyptus being poisonous, how about lead?
How about 30 points of lead as we go into the after plan?
Storm's
All
in as
Storm's
well.
in. This flank is insane.
Every single
There's
round
no way
he's
they
going A.
anticipate him.
Now he's on the flank, and they don't even know.
That's
Drops
a
down.
free kill on the op.
1, 2, make it
Good
a third.
night.
Not yet.
Goodbye. It's down to Hap. No defuse kit. Oh, he's trying to knife him. Oh, you cheeky bugger.
Tries to give it away. They gave us a chance, but the Z will trade. An 8-4 W7M for the first time ever they play Vertigo. This is not a half a bad C side. The entry as well here. Koala thought it right. He's gonna be safe. You can try to force a duel here somehow. Just play the smoke, play the edges of it. Yeah, not gonna happen. They realized they weren't given a duel anywhere else. Need the smoke and bada bing, bada boom. That's round up 8. A little bit of magic and now W7M. How is this CT half gonna play out? Because, you know, we could, for all we know, see a similar sort of story we had on map number 1. We could see the same sort of story we had on map or half 1 here as well, where Galores, they start running up A. W7M, maybe they're not ready for it. Maybe the CT side is lacking a little bit. A lot of these ideas and thoughts that we have. But this is interesting for W7M. A very, very interesting pistol round. 3 in mid.
I'm not overly opposed to it. It all depends on Fokyu surviving this initial push. Okay, never mind. He even
That
gets
works.
a kill. Tags 2 players? That's insane. How is he still alive and getting a kill out of it?
They even got a kit as well on Salds in 2 flashbangs.
We called it. We wanted to see it earlier. We do.
Talking about force buys and kits, this could also work. Ninjas taken down. Is there, yeah, flashbangs used now. 1, 2 on the side. Easy and
nasty.
beautifully done with the CT side. Popping above the sandbags play wasn't ready for it. No one was.
I don't think anybody would ever be ready for that, as it works like a charm, and it feels like this could be a lights out moment for Galores already. Without a bomb plant, they can't even go for those Galils and Fokyu. The fact that he gets a kill plus a little bit of a tag up, that's insane. And then obviously Dorney with this great jump up on headshot, finds the player in cement, delivers him from that position, and well, good night, goodbye, and potentially adios, amigos, as Galores is down to a force buy. They decided, you know what? Even if we can't go for Galils, we go for Tech 9s, and I respect that. I kind of understand that as well. You don't really have a lot to work with, so you might as well try with whatever you can. And do you really want to give W7M like 10, 11 rounds early? The answer is almost always no. Sadzin on a USB.
Only. Yeah,
Really?
He's going for the full eco here.
Really?
Save the weapons he can. Save money where he can. But this is a round they're not going to take anymore. Gets
That's
taken
kinda
away from
crazy.
them. Hold on, good mate, actually. Never mind.
I
Yeah, this is a disaster class of a round for the W7M side.
frick?
You imagine any other weapon, an MP9, an M4, even a FAMAS, man.
I mean, a
5.7.
P250. A
Yeah.
P250 goes a long way compared to a USB. Come on.
Instead, I mean,
That's
hey,
just-
Sajin has money.
I mean, sure,
That's
but
the trade-off for this round, I guess.
that's the only. And you know what's the funny part for me is the fact that you have the M4 sitting on middle, completely
Yeah.
isolated. Why the hell don't you have the USB there and then the M4 on that on and off angle, right? It's such a weird choice.
One
W7M
flashbang destroys the M4 in mid.
Yeah, exactly. And it's the most valuable weapon in the round, and a free one to Galores. That's just disgustingly bad from W7M.
We had
'Cause-
similar thoughts as well when it came to map water. There were issues with the actual structure of some of these rounds.
Yes, yes.
The CT side definitely could use some help at times. A difference in structure, but nonetheless, the result is there and it's clear. 5-9. Galores They got a chance to start a T-side comeback yet again.
I mean, they might. They might. Especially with how W7M decided to play that second round. You go up against an eco. I guess they expected a full eco, right? They were thinking, surely they'll let us go to 10. But I feel like they're underestimating how determined Galoris is to make sure they make this comeback, make this play happen. 5-7 on Stormsin, long distance. Ooh, I like this. They're gonna think perhaps somebody's still at wood. Did he have dropped utility anywhere? Is that why he's pulling out a B? Or it's just a stack call on A? Oh well, it matters not. This is round to Galoris, no matter what W7M do now. Oh, look at how many nades they have. I've just noticed. Holy smokes.
Dead.
Beautiful. No plant. And they still get
down. Yeah,
they still have a nade.
No Molotov, but there you
stuff.
go. Another nade at least goes out. Koala down to 19 HP. The pistols here, the upgraded pistols can get a kill or
Where's
two.
the help?
Here to reload, have to come through. Struggles.
Oh,
But that's the end of the struggles.
that was horrible.
Ninjas, I guess, really living up to his name, dodging the bullets midair. Had to reload.
Real life.
Stayed alive in 6-9.
Real life Neo there. Okay. Okay. Galoris, they kind of bounced back there. Things could have taken a turn for the worst, especially after the initial nade airstrike. And the thing is, they had like 4 nades, I believe, and they threw 3 initially.
Yeah,
so
3.
one must have missed somewhere.
The damage isn't perfect, so you have to kind of throw 3 if you want.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, to make sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Especially if you're throwing at the same time with 2 players, right? One of them is going to go slightly further, one slightly
Different angle. Yeah.
So 3 for the guaranteed, 2 if you do land the slam dunk, sure. And let's say they don't have head armor, right? There's also that to consider. That would change things a little bit there, but nonetheless. Right, that's just a little bit of information. Storms in Zeus, the nerf comes through, he can't get the shots off. Reduced distance with the Zeus you can now shoot.
Reduce,
to about 70
recycle,
units
reuse.
off the top. It's kind of.
I'm happy.
Kinda screwed.
It is kind of goated here. But what I'm happy about is the fact that Hap is also performing pretty well at 14 kills. Detroit on 11. They're all kind of stepping up here, and they know they need to. W7M on the verge of potentially taking this 2-0. Missed Molotov by Stormsin. That's a bit of a shame. Doesn't see the player jumping on store. Oh, wait. Burning ninjas. Never mind. Good nade this time. Whew. Loads of damage, and oh, that's a nice little bait. He's shooting from sight to let Stormsin have a bit of a surprise factor, and surely Hap is not going to be anticipating that. But never mind, he's crouched down, the flash pops, he's expecting it, and gets the kill on Stormsin. Okay. Back to back. Galoris might be picking up the 8th, and soon after the 9th, as money is gone for W7M. The CTs in this perpetual cycle of ecos. If they lose this gun round.
Let's see. 50 seconds left on the clock. CTs again with 1 man in mid. Now Z as well. He's running back. They know. Mid is now completely open. Rotations from B all the way to A. It's going to be a little bit of a awkward timing, most certainly. As there goes 1. Tornate had to drop on the first one again. Maybe still get another one as well out of this, but only the damage. An 8 there would have been perfect as well for the CT side, but they don't have it. Round gets decided in CTs. Zed and Sansin off the save.
Hoax won't be able to prevent them from saving. Unfortunately, gets caught. And I'm sure that the rest of Galoris don't want to throw away their weapons. They're hard-fought Kevlars. 8-9. Loss bonus, remind me now, going to... So it was 8-4 in the half. They won the pistol, then they lost the second. So their their loss bonus got reset at 1.4. So 1.4, 1.9, 2.4. So this would be 2.4 right now. No, 2.9. Yeah, 2.9. Yeah, 2.9, because it's one step
Yep,
further.
4
yeah.
rounds, 1.
Yeah. 2.9.
You could also you can always do the math, or you could just wait an extra 5 seconds there. To see
No, I know. But I like to do, you know me. I like math, doing it in my head, even if I get
like
it wrong
doing
sometimes.
brain teasers,
Yes, keeping my brain occupied.
some
It's
puzzles.
probably going to be a buy here, right? They can drop rifles. No, they don't. Okay, fair enough. MP9, CZ, Deagle, half investment. I mean, it's a smart call, obviously. We always say it. When you're basically on the verge of a full buy, why would you reinvest and kind of break that pattern? Stormzen gets caught. Sadzin possibly gets caught here as well. Though Galoris already focused on middle and, well, they're about to explode through it. C4 included. Ooh, this fuck you checks boost? No, he's just expecting the close corner. Koala spots him.
Through mid.
Nice little pre-fire. Beautifully done.
If there's a man on the B side to do anything, it is Tornate. Doesn't
I
hear
guess they didn't
ninjas
hear
though.
ninjas. Yeah.
I guess that fits with the name again, right? Ninjas, footsteps. Not
I mean,
heard.
maybe he's wearing some sort of boots that muffle his sounds. But 5 in a row, Galoris on the verge of picking up not only the tie, which they do right here, but also the advantage for the first time. 5 in a row, just like on Ancient. W7M this time not on 10 rounds, not on 11 rounds, but rather still on 9. After winning the pistol, they got absolutely destroyed on a very dumb move from my perspective.
I mean, one man not buying a rifle kind of changes the entire round. And not even
And
SMG.
also the only rifle that, really could make a difference being alone and isolated on mid. Yeah.
one flash, take 9 headshot, gone. You know,
Yeah.
there are a couple issues, and that's kind of snowballed into this current affair we have of 9-9.
Yep, exactly. 9-9. Great show, great series.
Great show.
Actually liked it, even though I'm not a big fan of sitcoms. Is Zed really still challenging this angle? That's crazy. He knows Detroit J has an op angle on it. The fact that he's still there is kind of
I mean, hey,
ludicrous.
you can always just give it a little tickle, see what happens.
Oh yeah, just
Maybe you get a 50 cal to the face, or what? 38, I think the op is, but
Oh,
beautiful
Oh, that's the C4!
lineup.
What is happening?
Oh,
That's
yeah,
the
fuck
C4!
yeah.
Why? Oh boy. Oh man.
gave it up. The lineup perfection and the CT side might have just broken through. Glorious though. Not done just yet. They've got Koala still alive. Detroit J on the AWP. But 25 seconds. They got no time to go B.
They have to commit A and about
Yeah, they know
now.
it's- As long as they have one on short, it's done for. Shoulder spotted as well. Sargent's good and Detroit J.
Bruh.
Shots down to the lineup though. That is something straight out of a dream.
I mean, dream for W7M maybe, a dream for the CT side maybe. For the T's, it's out of a
up nightmare.
horror nightmare. Yeah, like,
Freddy Krueger on the other side as they enter.
you know what really gets me is the fact that they go through that smoke. That's what gets me.
Yeah.
It's like, why can't you wait an additional 5-6 seconds and then you'll be able to...
They already waited so long.
Yeah, but at this point, yeah, since you waited so long, why don't you wait an additional 10? In any case, what is this? What is this mid-magic? What are we watching, Nexus? Holy...
Flashbangs there for both teams, or in both teams' faces.
Yep, Molotovs as well.
Otherwise, it would have been absolute carnage.
The
but we're still seeing
re-engagement?
the
Are you
challenge as well.
serious right now? He's re-engaging? Oh,
Up on
he's
the other
dead,
side,
right?
the cheeks shown.
Oh, he's crouched. He's crouched, and the Detroit J misses, and he knows there's players on the left. Surely they know. Oh my
Oh,
God,
no.
what is happening right now? What are we watching? What is this madness? This is a B take, obviously. There's no other
That is indeed
choice.
good util.
Stormzen gonna die. Yep, he's standing still just behind a corner, thinking he's invisible. 2 versus 2. Zed coming in from B ramp. Surely they'll expect him. Ninja's already watching the stairway. This is disastrous. Fuck you finds Koala, though. That's important. Ninja's hand is gonna have to activate
Needs to
eventually.
ace.
He needs to check this, and he needs to ace. Exactly. Zed close by. He's gonna get him. 1v1. Ninja's doesn't drop down. And I think Fokyu is not surely aware, and the ace will happen! Ninjas! What is W7M doing, though? That's got to be the worst CT-sided round we've seen in a long time. The fact that you
crazy for both
re-engage on
teams.
mid.
Everyone re-engaging. We said in the first half we wanted to see the sort of mid-play, some sort of aggression, but unfortunately, this is not what we wanted to see. Well, for Ninjas, though, what a time to activate. You speak about him, or well, I guess you don't speak about him. Hasn't really been all that active so far. A couple of kills, sure, that have shifted these rounds. But an ace pulled out there definitely puts Galoris right back on track to take this to map number 3. And W7M, what are you going to do now? What's your next answer? If the mid-aggression there doesn't work out, the re-engagements taken too far. Force buy back into this one instead.
I mean, it's their last force buy.
Yeah, it's all their eggs in this basket.
You fail this, and it's surely to be Nuke, the third and final map of this series. They're guaranteed. I don't see it any other way. W7M, they've got an AWP, they've got the M4. Make it double and 2 MP9s. And interesting choice for Koala. You don't usually get to see players take mid control from ladder. Rather straight up going stairway in T-base. Good damage on Zedit. Fuck you.
The utility's sake.
Oh, come on. Solo, really? Oh, sees the AWP on Sads, not Sadson, Detroit J. I like the fact that Ninjas didn't engage there. He has the C4 in his back. Surely you don't want him to go alone and die. What is... Oh, he's... Oh, yeah. Okay, now I get it. He's standing on the ladder, on the railing, and it's the... It's like the pole and the line.
Wire, yep.
Yeah, it's a little bit different of a height. Yeah. I was like, how is he crouching that quickly, right? But
How does he do that?
And how is he crouching so little? It's just like, wait a minute. Okay, surely you don't
Bro's
engage
doing
here.
mini squats.
Yeah, bro's spracking. Ooh, 48, 47. We're counting down the clock. W7M, they tried to boost them short. They seem to decide against that. Ninjas not expecting it, though. It would be a free kill right now. Zed with the MP9.
30
Dangerous.
seconds. Any util here to slow down the T side has got to be important. It's crucial with the time remaining.
They have very
Kill
little
as
to
well,
do.
looking to front him down and see it on short with the MP9 taken down. Tornado, he shows himself with 2 kills as well. Molotov stops the train from short as well.
And that's a
Tornado.
T-Molly. Hap
Swinging
blinded.
back into it, fully blinded though. Nice shot, still connecting at 2v2. Health low, 26 between the 2 T players, and an MP9 is all it takes.
Whew.
Combined with Stormson's M4, we are finally seeing something here for the CT side. There as well for Galoris. It's close. It comes out to the Molotov with a shot that basically stops the trade being quicker on the Tornado.
The sad part is, it's a T-Molly.
It is. CT's only had 3 flashbangs and a decoy to defend the A side here.
I believe a smoke as well, but not that it would make much of a
Yeah.
difference, right? Yeah.
The initial defenders of
Oh, yeah.
Z, the Tornado, and Sanjin, that was the only piece of util they had.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
then he also took down Z's MP9, so the 1 flash and a decoy. And the flashbangs we mentioned as well, if you use them long enough, you buy the time, then came the smokes. And the CT side, they walk away with a round victory. Just barely, but they still do.
Tactical timeout, of course. Galore's got to talk this one through. They used all 3 of them now. They are out of timeouts. And, well, they're out of that, how to say, grace period. Money is available to W7M, so there will be weapons across the board with utilities to bolster them. We've got defuse kits as well, which is nice to see. 3 of them to be exact, which is the exact number you want to have to be, you know, at least well proportioned throughout the map. Whew, this has been one hell of a game. I got to give it to both sides. They are giving us some surprising moments, especially the ace clutches and, you know, the moves from Koala to Storms into Sadzin. In any case, round 22. And W7M on the verge of picking up map and series point if they can get it here. We're about to find out how it goes. Molly onto short. Zed going to be forced out of position, but there's nobody to challenge on A ramp. Nobody at all. This is a straight B take, and there will be 2 defenders. Tornay and Storms, and Molly into wood like they've done every single time so far. And full execution.
They're still waiting for the next wave of Util. They should put out a little bit of
Late
Util
volley.
down themselves, but can't they even do so? The answer is no. 0 Util use instead of taking aim duels, thinking they'd be good enough, but
D9.
Dolores entries found instead. Wonderfully done.
Actually, I believe there was a single molly thrown, and it was thrown directly onto that boost on the left corner underneath stairs. That was the only molly they threw. Instead of throwing it on the actual stairway, right, to block off the push and giving themselves a few more seconds of reaction time, they kind of got caught off guard. And well played, Galores. That's a straight B take that actually succeeds. Not something you see very often. Usually B holds are much more, B takes are much more difficult to get through without a single player lost. But as you said, utility usage just not there. Just no smoke, no flashbang, no nothing that really makes a difference. Good night, Zed.
And no Molotov you'd usually throw as well to slow down the push.
Exactly.
And
Sadzin is lucky to not be hunted.
yeah. 2 more taken down at the end of the round. Only the orb survives, and for the CT economy, that is actually a big hit.
It is, but it's not like it's going to make a massive difference at the end of the day. They got to win. Whether or not you have MP4s or MP9s or M4s, you need to win. And oh my, they're going for an eco? Really? I guess they're counting on overtime rather than winning with minuscule weapons. What the hell?
That's a bomb.
Hold on. Oh boy. This is madness. This is madness. This is madness!
Galore, surely they don't let this slip.
No way. No way they do. It's a full eco. Come on, man. They've got a few Kevlars and MP9s.
Storms
on
as
Ninjas.
well. He's playing the whole
He doesn't
fight.
check the
No one's gonna check
corner!
this.
He doesn't check the corner. Oh, wait! Okay. For a second there, I thought Stormson might let him pass, but now they know. Detroit J coming in hot. What is this angle for fuck you? I don't know, but it's going to be down to Tornay and Zed. 2v2. Bomb yet to be retrieved. 1 minute and 10 seconds is enough time for Galores to play this the way they want. What is this white swing? Tornay, why didn't you wait Zed? What is this mistake after mistake after mistake? W7M, it's like they just don't want to win.
It's dominoes falling one thing after another, and there you have it. Barely winning the round, barely surviving. Galores, 12 on the board. My god, though. Yeah, that is real messy. I know we expected messy, scrappy Counter-Strike here. Especially for Vertigo, but this is still maybe a little bit too much so. After round 24 is OT or nothing, CT side. I at least like this. Like we said in the previous time they headed toward the B side, there was no util for the CT side to be used, no counter util, nothing of the sort, so Storms instead playing a little bit more aggressive, allowing his teammates that information if they go that way. But it's a mid play, and no one currently watching it, they're thinking about it as well. This is just the T side setting up for the perfect play to end this map at the moment. Stormson, the only one who can stop them, and he does get one, nearly a second. On the stairs, USB drops the bomb again. And it's Orne on B as well. He could continue this to overtime, but through the smoke they go. No flash is affecting him.
Koala gets hit as well. Spotted. Does get the shutdown. Detroit J finds fuck you.
Still Stormson.
Stormson is alive.
HE on him. Koala 1 HP. That might be a nap time for him, but not yet.
Oh!
One more
second.
to go.
What?
Picks it up off the ground.
From where? Oh my god,
From
what are we
the
watching?
land down under, there comes the shot.
Oh man.
And Detroit J needs to show us what the city of Detroit is all about. Guns and such, but not this time. Crime rates going down. The CTs are here 12-12. To continue us into overtime.
Oh man.
That was a perfect play. It really was. They couldn't get past Stormson.
And imagine if we didn't have the rounds where W7M played with a USP on the anti-eco, for example. where
Yeah, 5 rounds taken in a row from the result of losing that round. For
exactly. And this job site has suffered 9 injuries.
Accidents are preventable.
Yes, they
Take your
are.
hard hats. Let's go to work. Make sure you
Yes,
wear your
sir.
helmets.
Make sure to wear your hard capped boots, your gloves, your protective eyewear, as well as, of course, your hard hats. It's going to make a difference.
My God, overtime. One hell of a show coming out from both these teams, though. Individually, we are seeing people stepping up. We are seeing plenty of mistakes. And we are seeing the T side on both these teams being one powerful force. 8-4 for both halves, T halves.
Round 25, first of the overtime, first to 16 wins.
Back to CSGO rules. Let's go.
Let's go. Back to MR15, effectively.
Sajin, this is interesting. At least I like it. He's alone at mid currently and has the sideline early.
3 players were set up on B, but no presence will cause them to rotate over. It's going to be Stormzen left over alone. Zed needs to deliver the kill on Ninjas. Spots him, takes him. That's a great start. The rest of the team still focusing on the A ramp push. Cement mollied out, so they clear one position, but it's about to begin. The take needs to be successful from this point forward. Detroit J blinded. Looking for that early
I like
entry.
the focus on short here.
Me too, yeah. It will give
They
them...
got the first kill. They're still staying alive. They're not showing too much pressure on the T side.
Zed
Just
spotted.
Give it a whirl. See if they still give them more kills.
Ooh, this boost could work, though it's a little bit late. It's a little bit late. I'm not a fan of the
Timing's
boost
up
this
there.
late. And they're about to push the side. They're going to see
Yeah.
1. They're going to see 2. They know, but it's not enough. Tournay again! Again delivers. Multi-frags. And it's down to Detroit J. Up in hand. What a lovely city. Great song. Let's see if he can make it truly great again. Takes the shot, misses it, and that is round done. 13-12. W7M ain't letting up.
Still kicking. Still have a little bit of life in them. W7M. Great round set up by them here as well, but Torne turning, twisting on his head.
Without his double,
Spinning.
round is almost surely still potentially in the hands of Galoris. I mean, it looked like it.
Yeah, it really would have been. Here, early use.
Oh, no!
Oh no!
No,
Another mini push
Koala!
Koala caught.
Oh, no!
Again, for human. The second time in
to his death.
it's second time in 4 rounds he's gone for the push in mid.
Oh. And the thing is, he fell to his death.
Yeah.
Like, he jumped off of the like
Jumped off the
51st
middle
floor.
edge.
Yeah, middle edge. Then jumped down into T-base, and bam! You're done for.
Ankles couldn't keep up, and Ninjas, I don't think he might keep up either. Again, he spotted it.
But it's a 1v4. An ace clutch again. For the second time in this map, he's going to have to deliver if they want to win this. And it ain't happening this time. Stormzen, well, brings in the storm. Lightning and thunder. And there's a lot of rain and a lot of slow singing and flower bringing when their burglar alarm starts ringing. Oh, boy. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Broke his kneecaps on that one. Oh.
But he folded like a piece of paper this time. And now to round 27. W7M could have a clean CT half here in overtime number 1.
I mean, if it continues to go the way it is, it certainly
Yeah.
seems like it. Detroit J finds Fokyu this time, though. Wallbang
That's
even.
sure to be a little bit of information at least that, and you know, that idea, okay, I'm not going to get pushed in
Yeah,
again,
nobody's going to be
surely.
pushing me mid this time, yeah.
Yeah, we say that much, but look at the other side. Look at Koala.
Still Sadson. Koala's going to be so mad. Well, he does pull away here at least, so I think the info is available to
He has
Dolores.
the idea, right? If they haven't pushed me yet, they're probably not going to.
Yeah, yeah.
And toward the A side, they've got an entry on the Z now as well to work with.
This should be the round 2 Galores now, surely. A retake with an op on Sadzin. 3v5.
There needs to be a good idea on how this retake goes, and they need to have it set up immediately.
When they hear the bomb
Still looking
plant,
for the bomb plant.
Yeah.
Oh, there's double nades.
yep. They're
They gotta
waiting
fake it,
for that.
surely. triple nades.
Did Sadzin? Oh, never mind. You didn't disconnect. Never mind.
There's one. Nades late.
Bomb still planted.
Very much so.
Yeah.
Utility though, it is good. They have the idea for the retake, but bomb's still allowed to go down. It definitely does
Good call,
complicate
Flash.
things a little bit. Oh, Storm's in. Try to find the bomb as well under the fuse. They gotta find him. They still gotta find him. Spam the smoke. They can't get him.
They will.
Second
They
try,
will.
Koala will find him. Coming back to the angle. Hap as well with a couple more to his name. You
Okay.
said as well you were happy to see this matter performing a little bit more as well.
Yes.
Him keeping up with Koala now. And that's 13-14. 2 more rounds for W7M. But it's all 3 for the CT half of Galoris if they want to make this second half of overtime theirs.
Unless they wish to push into second OT, they're definitely going to have to get 3 in a row for sure, yeah.
The nades there late. I don't think they immediately heard it.
Yeah,
Someone
because
had to call
there,
them out,
there
'cause,
was
yeah, it was like a second to delay
there was
before they actually pulled the
also
pins.
a flash. I think there was a flash that forced them off the corner for like a split second, and also obviously denying them the sound. But in any case, 14-13, W7M T side, where they really excelled at in the first half. Can they do it again? They need 2 rounds, as we said. First to 16 wins overtime, or 15-15, and we go to the second one. Let's see for certain. W7M on the verge of actually picking it up. Flash on towards B stairs. Nades flying, a lot of damage potentially dished out. Oh, that hurts. That hurts. Sadzin making the Troy J even sadder. Hap? Will he haphazardly
boost.
challenge this? Oh, he's about to die. He haphazardly
Yeah.
does challenge this. That's not the way to do it, Chief. 5v3, B retake? Yeah, it's not happening. No way they try this even. Surely, right?
Yeah, the utility is not there. This should be... I mean, it should be a save, but it's overtime, so you kind of can't
I was
go
about
for
to
it.
say. I was about to
Yeah.
say. I think you should still go for it, obviously, because it's OT. You got the money, but the fact
Good
is,
awareness.
yeah,
Yeah,
Koala.
it's kind of done at this point.
Yeah.
Unless they get something
look at 4Q.
immediately. Koala, though, hold on. Oh,
Nasty words for
knife
Koala.
out. Hello? Hello? Ninjas?
What?
What? Okay. It is recovered here in the end as well for the T side, but there was a chance. There's a world he just gets that second as well. He checks side.
There was. And if Koala wouldn't have taken that long of a time to checking middle and instead focused on on the site itself, perhaps there would be a reality where they actually successfully retake. In any case, 15-13. Here's the replay of that first shot. It was pretty sick by Sadzin. The fact that he actually gets on that position before the op is able to set up is insane. We have the trades right here being spotted. Then obviously Storm's in delaying for as long as he can. Zed comes at the right time. 15-13, here we go. This is the round that's going to matter now. 2 in a row are required for Galoris, or we go into a finisher for W7M. Map and series point is available to them. Ninjas, good start. Finally taking charge on A-ramp. What is this? What is this wide swing?
Oh. I mean, hey, there was a chance there.
Yeah.
Again, same as last round, is giving them a challenge here. He's giving them the opportunity. On towards A. Storms in, he takes his own.
Oh, he hears the smoke hitting Detroit J and the shot, obviously.
One of the two, a little bit more obvious.
Yep.
Now, looking for 16. W7M, the 2-0 would be here. He's only 4 kills away.
2 mollies available.
Ninjas. Yep, picking up the Molotov. Onto the side. Tornay, you're gone. Fakes it. Smartly done. There you go.
And he's gonna
On the side instead. And, oh, Storms in as well. He can get up top. That's an easy kill. Waiting. One found out of it. Retake happening, though, very quickly for the CT side. And they've got a mad advantage side on the lane. No util remains except one flashbang with the T side. Bomb, though, could not be planted better for the T side either.
really
They
good
gotta get
angle.
toward the side. They gotta get under the fuse. And there's one. Having found it, tap the bomb. Get him out of position. Fuck you. The spray is still there. Not finding the diffuser. One more bullet. You need to find him. Helping the smoke. But he's completed the defuse. Ammunition on every weapon he picks up and shoots. Gone. Galoris still keep us going.
15-14. Galores, they got the entries, but they were still allowing W7M to get onto site and plant the bomb. It comes down to a 1v1 and a defuse in the smoke for them to win the round. That is insanity. And let's see if they can make it happen. W7M, this is the round to do it. If there's ever been a round to win, this would be the one. Series point on the line, and oh, it's a straight B take. They're not going to delay this any longer. Hap is going to find only one. That might not be enough. There's a second there. That's Koala. He is blinded. He is seen as Stormzen delivers from middle. Oh, what is this jump? That is so insane. The molly's too deep, too far, but it's going to be Ninjas that comes out swinging. He doesn't check his left corner. Ninjas! How do you not check that corner? It's down to a 2-3-3. And look at who's waiting in the smoke. There's no chance they check him. Molly into... Oh, boy.
Perfect time.
Oh, man.
And Stormzen still lives. Don't play the Molotov.
Surely that's it. 11
Health,
HP.
Yeah, health is low on everyone, but it's 3 plays holding for Detroit J. He's gone.
GG.
He's down to 4. W7M are going to take the series with a 2-0. Starting off the group, starting off their day and series, their map, their road in the tournament with a
What an
W.
insane game,
Vertigo,
though.
a question mark. So many chances given to both teams. But the way it ends is in overtime with a 16-14.
Big ups to W7M. Vertigo, the fact that they're able to outperform Galores on the T side, giving us great moments like the, like the pulls from Sadzin and Stormzen. 24 kills for Stormzen, 25 for Fokyu. That's insane itself, and I believe they ended up with even more. But Group A gets its first victory. W7M progress forward to the upper bracket finals, where they'll be facing off, one of the 2 teams that are yet to play. Oh, man, but the final thoughts of this is how many opportunities were actually given to
a lot
to Galores. That's the thing. How many opportunities they actually had, and yet it still wasn't enough.
Yeah, the lifelines given, right, starting from the second round of the second half, the pistol, USP, the solo mid M4, right, that's 1 at least, maybe 2 if you want to count them both separately.
Yeah.
Then you have the fact they also almost gave it away, right? The mid push where they dropped the bomb with the CTs, though they gave it right back in the end. Then towards overtime as well, there's a couple more. You have the ace clutch that was necessary as well. There were a lot of things that had to work out the right way. We could have seen this end without overtime, most definitely. We could have seen this continue without overtime into map 3 as well.
I mean,
this is just had a crazy series to start off the day here. And you know what? It delivered. Individually, we had wonderful moments.
It did.
Stormzen, his Vertigo, Koala throughout the series, and then, of course, as well, you had Torne. Just wonderful stuff.
Hats off to the man himself. But with that being said, we finish off our first best of 3. We will be getting ready for our second one. It is going to be Insanity versus Imperial. I'm excited for that as well. Another great team against a team that is perhaps a little less known, but we'll see if the underdog can win as we go to a bit of a break. I believe about 40 minutes break before we come back into the pregame and then get ready for that series. So stay tuned here at the relogged_Ian English channel, of course, for the RES circuit series number 4 of Latam, aka Latin America. So yeah, thank you for tuning in. We'll be seeing you for the second series of the day, and see you real soon.
A very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
And we're back, everybody. Welcome to the RES Latam series number 4. My name's Over, joined by Nexus, and we are getting ready to jump into our second series of the day. And yes, it is going to be one hell of a series. It's going to be one hell of a team facing off a rather unknown team. But Nexus, after the first debacle of the first series, right here, are we expecting the same, perhaps?
Results-wise, maybe. How we get there, I don't think so.
Maybe.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. We got to again now go take a look at perhaps a couple other things before we start to talk more about the game itself. But it's going to be interesting because we had it at first. We had our Group A opener. Now we enter in Group B. We've got a lot of Counter-Strike to head all of you away. Now, exactly what we're going to be looking at next, I'm not sure yet. Maybe the teams, maybe the brackets, maybe the schedule.
More so the group, I believe, to begin with. So we'll go over Group B to begin here to see, of course, which teams are in the Group B, and of course, which we'll be watching is the first upper bracket match: Imperial Esports versus Insanity. That's going to be our go-to right here. A go-to team versus a team that will have to go a little bit insane in order to win, if you ask me.
You're kind of on the right track here. Now, well, right, of course, Imperial, I feel like, doesn't really need much of a introduction. Insanity, the players themselves, not so much as well. There are players that I've definitely known in this team, but as a team, as a unit, they haven't really been together for too long. Is a thing, right? We've seen them in other teams as well throughout the years. We've had Carson, for example. We got to take a look at the rosters as well here. Imperial, Insanity, the teams, then the rosters. Now, which one do we want to start with? That's the question. We are going straight to Imperial. You take this one.
Yes, Imperial, of course, ranked number 16 on the HLTV World Ranking Scale. They are doing very good for themselves, a team that has names that everybody recognizes and names that have been around for a very long time. Together for about 6 months currently with the current roster, we got Vinny, Phelps, Henny, DeKenty, and No Way. This is one hell of a team with Zach as their coach. They've played in Pro League, unfortunately got eliminated 0-3 from their group. I believe it was Group A, I want to say. I believe it was Group A. Got absolutely destroyed as far as I remember. I even casted like 2 games from them against FaZe and against Saw for the Slovenian TV work that we do, and I gotta say it wasn't like they were absolutely horrendous, but they just didn't show up. They had a little bit of stage fright perhaps, and they kind of came up short at the end, but this is still a team that is ranked 16 in the world, and in my eyes this should be a no-brainer where it's gonna go in this series. Of course, the team they'll be facing off, Insanity, as you already mentioned, a few names that we recognize.
Indeed. Now, the entire roster, IDK, Pesadelo, Cassin, Fastin, and SHZ. Now, you look at the names, they've been in a couple of different teams, or, a few of them maybe in the same teams as well at different times. Maybe some of them in the same team at the same time. But currently, right, we have the likes of Pesadelo, who was for a good while, about 3 years, he was in Team 1, for example. Then we had SAZ from MIBR, Oplano, about a year there as well, nearly, and then, Carson, Payne, he was there for a decent while as well. Payne Academy, then Payne, right? The people have been around the block a little bit, and there are a lot of, like, every single one of them, even Fastin and IDK, they've been in a couple of different teams already, and it's been the thing that the stints haven't really lasted too long in some of those, right? The longest one, of course, was the about 3 years we saw, I think, SHZ in Team 1, I want to say.
I believe so, yeah. It should be correct.
That's the wrong player, but nonetheless, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it kind of slipped my mind already here a little bit, but
it happens. There's one more thing I want to bring up, right? Imperial did play the grand finals of the last series 3 of Latam of the RES circuit. They played against MIBR. They did lose 2-1 or 1-2, but they made it to the grand finals. They are effectively the favorite team in this series, in this tournament, and definitely expected to make to the playoffs, possibly again to the grand finals, and maybe this time around win it. So yeah, Insanity, as you said, right? We have a few names that are recognizable. We have a few players that have been around certain teams like Payne. And I gotta say, I really do hope we see the best out of them, because they will need it. I feel like they will definitely need to bring their A game, and whatever tricks they have up their sleeves, definitely this is the time to use them, right? You're going up against Imperial. You're going against a team that is currently touted to be amongst the best teams out of Brazil. So yeah, there is no doubt in my mind it's going to be difficult, but the veto might make things even more interesting.
Seeing it, we are getting rid of Vertigo and Ancient, and with the new gas, the first one, that's interesting. I like it. I like Anubis. Now, are we seeing Dust 2 is the question. We might actually see Dust 2.
Hello, Dust 2, third and final decider. So, yeah, Inferno and Mirage both removed. Obviously, Ancient is an insta-ban for Imperial. Dust 2 hasn't been played by either of these two teams, as it's only recently been reintroduced into the circuit. And yes, Series 4 of Latam is using it, which I'm happy to see, as it is obviously today the first day of starting off the group stage. And I gotta say, whilst I'm happy to see it being chosen, I doubt we get to it. I mean, let's be fair. We got Nuke first. As you said, it's not the worst of choice. I think when it comes to Insanity, this is definitely the map you want to play against Imperial. It's their weakest overall. And then when you look at the second of Anubis, it's that kind of you're playing Anubis against Imperial. Look at Imperial's past series on Anubis, right? Last time they played against Eternal Fire, or the last time they did play, which was about a week ago, maybe 10 days now. They did lose against EF 13-4. Yes, 13-4 is the result.
MIBR.
Exactly. There's quite a few losses there. So there's definitely a precedent to choosing or being happy about Imperial choosing Anubis. But then there's that point of, wait a second, they played a lot of it.
Yeah,
they still picked it. Exactly.
Yeah, that's the same thing as well that goes with Nuke, just the same way, because we don't know anything about this roster of Insanity at this moment, basically.
Yeah.
They haven't played with the new, or since they added these last 3 players to the score. They haven't had a single game since then, so it's complete unknown what they're going to be doing, right? 19 days they've been together since they added Castle Fasting and SHZ. So it leaves a lot of unknowns, right? You could maybe go back and look at the previous iteration of the roster and be like, you know what maps did they maybe like? What was something that did stick out there? But beyond that, you don't really have that idea, maybe. So it's definitely difficult.
It's hard to really say what would be a good map for Insanity, as you said, right? It's a fresh roster. We haven't seen them in officials yet. This is their first real debut match. And honestly, I'm expecting great things. I'm expecting them to be far better than what we would usually what we perceive them to be. As at the end of the day, this is the way to go, right? This is where you can shine and show your quality early on and really give a feeling to the rest of the teams in your group that you might not be that easy of a picking, as perhaps this could work. But with the first map going to Nuke, how to say this? I have my doubts. And with that being said, we are live with map number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the choice here of Insanity. And they better show us an insane performance, or we might be going down, or they might be going down in flames of the 2-0 variety. Let's see where we go with round 1. The pistol is live. Vinny on the dual Berettas on the side of Imperial.
Spamming away the roofs already. Break those windows. Either make Imperial guess a little bit, or just let them know, yeah, it is going to be an A play. Nonetheless, Vinny has the dualies. Decent timing with a smoke as well, and to defend as well needs to do more than just one, because Pesadelo already found himself one, but any rotation already toward the site as well. With the timing, he's going to be able to find a couple kills out of this.
Bomb on B.
Empty. One more foul, and last man stands, IDK. Oh, he's not going to get the bomb.
Nope. Going to plant on wide angle, on the wide corner is not really going to work out, and in any case, doesn't really work. The magic doesn't come through. Insanity, unfortunately, don't even get the bomb down. And the attempt was nice. I like the idea of the execute. Though Vinny played a beautiful position. The anchor on site worked like a charm. He played that corner and effectively kind of just jiggled around the bomb site until he got a better, better positional advantage. And unfortunately, it is 1-0 for Imperial. Insanity will have to go for a full eco here.
Phelps as well in a decent position at the moment. Hard to
this
check.
is-
He's even got a teammate as well who's ready to swing on his contact if he needs that. And we're going to see how well that goes. Couple of kills for Henny. And last man stands.
Oh,
Yeah, there's not much standing to be done here.
yeah. There's more like just bowing out of this round ASAP. No Way closes the final kill, and with that, a good advantage. By the way, No Way was insane in EPL. I just want to point that out. I've seen a few of his highlights. I've seen his games on Anubis, and he was... Whoo-wee. This man is really good. Like, I think No Way is definitely the highlight of Imperial, and I'm expecting today to be no difference.
The numbers maybe don't say the exact same thing, but I'm happy to
You're
hear
willing
it
to
nonetheless.
believe me. Yeah, like obviously the numbers not always reflecting the reality, or at least vice versa. But
Nonetheless, good praise. I'll keep my eyes on the man. Maybe we'll keep a couple more eyes on him as well every now and then. Outside, great timing with the utility as well. They know they haven't ran across, so that definitely causes a couple of issues for the T side, though. Utility overall really good. Phelps fully falling back as well.
lucky to be alive right now. Oh,
Nice
shots. Yeah. Taps away. Finds Henny. Fasts in, waiting for that smoke to dissipate in main, and they're already anticipating some control towards heaven potentially. And that's not entirely wrong. Pesadelo might have an inkling to go towards heaven itself. But the rest of the squad moving down secret apparently, and seems like the plan is to hit B site. Phelps waiting in decon, on short as we call it, single door. No Way is going to be quickly rotating down towards control room and possibly towards double doors. Imperial right now not really sure what's happening. They have no info that will really give them a straight answer. Phelps in a good off angle finds that kill on Shuz. And it's going to be an attempt here to go for this B control. Fasts in, finds No Way. That's the kill they needed. He could have prevented the bomb plant. He could have really made difficult rotations possible, but IDK. Good kill on Vinny. That's going to be Decenti, last player alive, and he doesn't have a choice but to save.
Wonderfully done out of insanity here. So as well, there was a chance Vinny could have gotten a kill, could have stopped the bomb planter. Just comes down to the timing itself. He's dead. IDK does throw it in time and doesn't let him save an M4, and there you have it. The first round for this T side, and immediately putting one at the board definitely makes a good case as well. A lot of unknowns we talked about for Insanity and the map pool, what they want to play, how they're going to play. But first gun round, already a first round at the board definitely does make things a lot more manageable for them as well, mental game as well. And we continue.
Yes, we
City
do.
Side, still money in the bank. Now let's see how much they can get out of this, though.
Vinny on the MP7, by the way. Interesting choice. We don't get to see this
for
weapon.
it.
Yeah, close range to Hut. Oh, are they gonna... There's the break in the smoke, and he finds Pesadelo. I was about to say, were they gonna walk into Garage? They certainly seem to have that indication, but a lot of damage dished out. A single kill to Imperial so far. And already down below, it's Decenti waiting. Once again, an off-angle position. Henny already at control as well, keeping eyes on those double doors. And there should be a
Good
first kill to
off-angle.
Decenti. No, he misses. Fastin, living up to his name. Fast kill.
A little bit too fast this time. The 4v4 continues well with 40 seconds. We saw Decenti played an off-angle first, now it's Henny. But will he be checked, right? You want to check the windows every single time here. That's the... Oh! The way you're used to doing it, and Henny gets the best out of the situation. 2 kills, ducks away. And with 20 seconds left, IDK, hold on. This could attempt a backwards. Hey, but with a knife in his hand, Phelps will make sure not allowing anything else to happen. Imperial, with big thanks to Henny, are going to take round number 3.
Well, that's a pretty big W for Imperial. They keep the majority of their players alive. Henny with a beautiful move down below. The fact that he gets both moving up towards control room and the spray down being that accurate and deadly is pretty crazy. Not to mention the fact that he's able to escape afterwards. Smartly enough, disengages after he realizes he's run out of bullets, and it will force Insanity back into a pistol buy. Oh, Phelps, I don't think he's been seen.
No, they don't see him.
Although IDK seems to have an inkling that perhaps... No, never mind. He doesn't see him. Phelps
No
is like...
inklings here, just a couple of bullets in the head. Next, ooh.
Good
Decent
spray.
spray. I really like the attention as well, because Phelps, with how much he could control, he got and cleared this. They are just focusing 3 plays outside. It's really nice to see. And suddenly Phelps already down B. Didn't even realize he was just in squeaky. How is he now down head or down secret?
Now this man is a speed demon. Pesadello trying to do some economical damage. If he can get another kill, that'd be great. Reloads, actually. Yeah.
They stayed alive for a couple seconds too long there, perhaps. Definitely, as well, trying to live up to his own name of Nightmare. Here, wonderfully done. Imperial, great little gimmick as well to pull out early on in the game, because now that's gotta be in minds or Insanity's label, you know, their minds for a good while, thinking, you know, maybe they're gonna try to do something cheeky again. Just let's wait it out a little bit more. Then you realize, you know what, maybe we're waiting a little bit too much. Time's low, 20 seconds. You'll have to start committing, but currently that's just a theory. We'll see if it ends up being more than that. Here, outside smokes to be lined up. There's the unbreakable smoke as well. Whole lot of util.
Smoke onto main. Insanity trying to persuade Imperial.
Yeah, I was wondering. The second smoke did fail. Top of the roof, unbreakable.
Oh yeah, it actually does. Yeah.
Let's Phelps and Henny have a 2-man setup here to watch to see if there's a swing through the smoke. There goes number 1. Now out toward the A side. Good stuff to force out the first duel onto Vinny.
Good check putt as well. Phelps though and Decenti, they deliver. Casson might be doing well, but it's just not enough. Phelps and Henny clear it up. And Imperial, like I said, you're going up against a team that is not only, you know, if we don't look at their ranking on HLTV, let's say that doesn't matter, right? Okay, it doesn't matter. But let's look at their games, who they played against, where they played, and, you know, how good they did or how good they didn't do. The fact is, they still played one of the most prestigious leagues in the world. Unfortunately, being eliminated 0-3 is not really a good outlook, but they played it. And the experience that these players have, right? That's the biggest thing of all. The experience they bring is just how to say this, unfathomable if you have not played against a team like this before. And yeah, I mean, I love what I'm seeing. Imperial holding their corners, really playing off of one another, the buddy system going to work, and look at this ramp hold. I love it. No way. Yeah. They'll be focusing on No Way instead of Phelps. The cleanup, the gun round just collapses, and perhaps good reason to not choose a map like Nuke against a team like Imperial is because they just know how to play. They know how to play off of one another, and the consistent changes in the setups as well, right? One time they have 2 or 3 players looking outside. We saw it earlier with Phelps and I believe it was Vinny. Now we see Phelps and No Way holding double set up on ramp. The thing is, Imperial is reading their opponent and they are giving them 0 room to find mistakes.
Doing more than enough here on the CT side to, you know, force Insanity into this odd position for them. Right, they're feeling probably a bit more confident about their nuke than what it currently shows in the scoreline. But if they're not being allowed to get anything, right? You see,
yeah,
Shaz is still on 0 and 7, Cassin 1 and 6. Right, the confidence maybe not building up immediately, but they know they can still get these rounds done. They have a decent idea, but Imperial, at the moment, the way they're reading the game on the CT side and the utility usage, it's essentially always good enough or near perfect to counter what they're doing.
Oh, again, this corner. And I doubt they're going to check it. They know it's the gun round. They know that perhaps Phelps might not be that ballsy, but that's in.
Shadow.
Ooh.
Gives it up, and look,
Look at Henny.
11 and 1, and nearly the
this?
immortal here.
This move.
Hesitero. It's gonna be him, or it's gonna be Cassin to go first. There's what? The trade comes through.
I thought he's going to fade away into the smoke into garage, but instead, Cassin at red loses Shuz on main.
Look at the confidence on this man, wanting to go with the swing, but no.
Yeah.
Even if no way gets or doesn't get the kill, the trade comes from garage most likely. And on to IDK, walking into Vinny towards A.
And I think his sentence. I think his current feelings are, I don't know. I just don't know how to do this. Yeah, this is pretty straightforward so far. And I mean, the fact of the matter is, Fastzin was checking that close corner. They even predicted that Phelps would be there, and yet still lost the initial duel as he slow checked, right? Gave away with his shadow his position, and Phelps had enough time to react and get that kill. And you called it, Henny as well, almost the unkillable at 12-2 on this KD currently. Looking real solid, and once more, Molly outside, deep, so you don't allow the T's to cross early. Get your setup going. Smokes are deployed, yes, but Imperial, again, 2 players towards main, Henny in heaven. And now the game of chicken is being played. Oh no.
That should have been heard.
Yeah, they take too long to cross. They lose 2 players in the cross itself, whilst the smokes are still slowly dissipating. And Shuz has the bomb on his back, will be running B. Control room taken by Fastzin. Smoke on to not allow the cross.
Take the shot, Henny, through the smoke, but no connection this time. They're trying to go back up vents here.
Oh boy, well that's not gonna work.
Oh, you say that. You're right. The Senti USB pulled out, saves him. And 8-1.
Pretty straightforward. Imperial looking, well, imperious.
Impervious to any attacks headed their way.
Truly. Henny going crazy. Same for Phelps. Both delivering a massive performance. 10 rounds in. 9 rounds in fact, be played. And they both have 13 kills. Now, that is something you don't get to see very often. Let's see if they can keep this performance up. It's going to be another gun round from Insanity.
Another aggro play.
Oh, wow. Phelps, I love
Gets
this.
the attention and Vinny swings off. That is well done.
So well timed. Henny
And
finds
Henny.
Fastzin. Yeah, I mean, this is
this
what
has
I
just
meant.
crumbled away. It's 30 seconds into the round. We've got a 1v5.
Yep. And
And
this
it wasn't
is,
even Insanity going aggressive.
Nope. It was literally Imperial just taking
that's gonna
those
bait him as
cues.
well.
Yeah, Shuz is gonna check main here.
Though the setup is interesting. They could fall for it, but no. Swung back around, Imperial. A team ace coming out of the boys.
Was it, in fact? I think Henny got 2, didn't he?
You might be right, actually. I might be just yapping here. I
Because
might be
it
a
was
little bit off.
it was 14 when Phelps got this kill. They both got 1, but then I think Henny got 1 more in between outside. I could be wrong. Don't take my word for like as.
Okay, yeah, there we go.
Yeah. There we go. Yeah.
I completely missed that second Henny kill then.
Yeah, I mean, it happened. The thing is, it happened so quickly. I mean, the point is, it was a minute and 20 seconds into the round, or minute and 30 seconds with the round still, basically starting, and it was already Shuz alone. So
It was the
I don't blame you.
trying to be put for Insanity, and then came in Imperial said, "No, it's my turn on the Legos."
Also, again, I cannot stress this enough. I love this from Imperial. The way they play their aggression every single round is a little bit different, and Phelps is really just kind of feeling it, right? He's going off on all sides of the map, and the last round pushing into lobby through Squeaky, then Vinny playing off of that.
All the attention on Phelps and then the re-swing of Vinny. It's just really well done. Shows the
really
sort of
is,
cohesion
yeah.
they have on this. and the confidence in their own abilities as well. Even if, right, Vinny's only 3 kills deep so far. One of those came to pistol round, by the way. Second came that last round. But it doesn't matter. They're still showing confidence, and with a scoreline like this, it really makes it feel like Imperial can do no wrong.
Oh, come on.
Point in case. Missed smoke, not even allowed to throw the Molotov at Henny on a ramp. Now he has help, now he has backup. And I think he even spotted Cassin.
Yes, he did, but no way cares not. Oh, man. We're already on round 12. Okay, I'll do something real fast. I need to double check. This game started. let me just check something real fast. It started exactly. So 7:02.
18 minutes ago.
Yeah, well, yeah, 17 minutes ago. 18 now. Yeah, exactly 18 minutes ago. Man.
Now, the first half itself isn't all bad, but it's the second half. How quickly that ends is the real question.
Well,
how many more minutes is that going to take? Because right now, it doesn't seem like there's much to be had. Phelps, again, aggression outside. There was a chance he would get taken down there.
And you could see how Phelps was also positioned. He was basically kind of hiding himself behind Main as well, or with Main, right? With the angle of Main. And Henny was already watching from blue towards Silo. So, Insanity, even if they had gotten the kill on Phelps, Henny was ready to take that charge. And
I mean, Henny missed the shot still.
That is true. He did miss. Maybe that's
16 and 2 on this shot. Stonks are going down, buddy.
Somebody will say washed.
Ooh, one shot missed here. And eventually taken down. Nice shot for Fosden, at least, to take down at the AWP. But Phelps is still an issue. They don't know where he's going, but he doesn't realize. Oh, never mind. Does check, but IDK still hits the shot. Bomb on his back as well. Definitely puts himself in a real tough position. By no means advantageous at the moment if they were to lose this, but it doesn't seem like the CT side are too keen on trying to flush him out either.
And the fact is, the Senti checked lobby. Oh, excuse me, not lobby. He's checking main. I don't know why I said lobby.
No way he's got lobby. He's all the way in T-spawn now.
Yeah.
And 30 seconds left. The time of the lobby push in the T-spawn is interesting. Because now the play on A happens. Vinny on site, and all 3 headed his way.
He'd only seen
3 kills deep so far. Why not make it 6 in this round? That's wanted to start it off, and time is low. IDK cannot afford to die, but he walks on in, creeps in. And no way, he might just save this round. He might just have it in the palm of his hand. That's one. And pulling off the bomb plan now, in toward the back of the site. IDK.
Smart.
Quick to move away. The timing is there. No way. Here's the brain teaser. Does he realize where he's gone? Anyway, that should give him the confirmation.
Can
also on site, did he more check close? Good idea. Good checks.
Knows that side is clear. Knows where IDK could be. The only one real left position is in Squeaky. Checks it, gets it, wins it. 11-1. I'll say this. Vinny, even though he's only at 4 kills, well, that's because he only saw 4 enemies. Well, 5 if you count the fact that he died against IDK, but still damaged him severely enough with a headshot. This is pretty straightforward. Imperial is not gonna take an L, at least not right now.
Not yet.
Second
Maybe
half.
not this map. Yeah, now the map started 21 minutes ago. Let's see if we're gonna be ending it at minus or before 25 is up.
Speedrun any % world record.
Ooh, that still I think is Mouse Sports 16-0.
Yeah.
Then the little brother Mouse NXT also 16-0 to Gorillas. With,
Yeah.
I think like 2-3 minutes slower than Mouse.
Actually, I think Furia, when they lost 0-13 to Forze in EPL, was the fastest one right now, recently, in MR12.
Yeah, you know, CS2 kind of resets the leaderboard a little bit here.
Yeah. Sets a new stage,
We'll have
outside
to, we'll have to
control.
use a map and check those out, RTA or in-game time, it depends, but here we go.
Vinny closes the doors, turns around, and then Shuz is like, yo, what do I do now? Well, I suppose you just die. Cassin and IDK, Herd in Heaven, Decanti. He's going to be planting safely, so Cassin's really going to have to put himself out there. It doesn't really work. Phelps finds the kill on Cassin. And I think this is pretty much lights out. There's there is very little chance I put on Insanity now to get even a round going. Oh boy.
Yeah, would you say there's no way Insanity win this?
Yes. There is...
A decent chance Imperial take this?
I think it's a pretty straightforward victory here. Imperial... I think they've got a date
in their command of the game.
They might
so far.
they might have a date at like 9, and they're like, you know what? We're on a bit of a time scale here, timetable. We gotta speed things up, boys. That's in. Ooh, good counter flash.
Yeah.
This could work. Hello, hello. Finally, a little bit of magic. Voila. Insanity. I love this from Fastin.
It's
Really
not
well
a whole
played.
lot to be too happy about yet, but it's still around. It works out
still
beautifully.
is.
It wasn't even a struggle. They just crunched them in lobby, or not even lobby trophy. Great stuff out of the CT side to keep things going a little while longer. You know, get a couple of confidence rounds. Now you can kind of laugh about this, I would imagine, already on the Insanity side, being like, boys, we messed up.
We knew this could happen. It happened. Now let's not take it to heart. You know, let's focus on the second map already, which is Anubis, which doesn't make things easier, but hey, maybe. But as you said,
Insanity
confidence
probably will
rounds.
be starting on that T side of Anubis, so...
That's actually a good question. I would assume so.
Yeah, you would assume so.
If I'm Insanity, I'm definitely taking T-side Anubis because I want that momentum on my side.
Here.
But
Nice
after what we've
shots.
just seen from Imperial on the first half of Nuke, perhaps that might not have been the right choice.
I mean,
Hero
one hell of a
AK?
CT side, yeah.
Yeah.
Who knows what they've cooked up on Anubis as well, which...
that's the thing.
It's a different sort of map. The aggression isn't as easy.
Yeah. It demands a
definitely
great
is
deal of
limited.
utility. Yeah.
Oh my god!
Beautiful.
That is
beautiful.
disgusting.
I love
Now,
it.
going a different way here. Disgusting, beautiful. Same thing in this case.
Depends on who you ask. And right now, Phelps, well, he's not going to be feeling like getting that bomb down, most likely. Pesadelo shuts it out. The force bite doesn't succeed. The Hero AK does damage, but not enough. And also to mention, Shuz and Kassin, both at 2 kills. You're going to have to up that number, boys. But a full eco now for, of course, Imperial. Oh my god, they got Zeus. They got Zeus buy-ins.
That is
Zeus
interesting. Oh no, let's not go back to the Z's.
Zeus, Zeuses.
Zeus,
Z's.
Z's.
Zeus.
Zeus geese. Zeus Z's.
Oh my god. The fact that we even I don't know what the word is in English. We would say sklanjati in Slovenian, but for the grammatical correct pronunciation of, you know, multiple Zeus guns or pistols or tasers. I'm wondering if they got some skins for those tasers, actually.
Maybe a couple of Olympian guards on those.
It kind of looks cool, not gonna lie, right? It looks really good, really decent.
It's okay.
It's not like I would ever buy it, though, to be fair, because I just simply don't like the weapon itself.
40 seconds left now. We gotta start to see Imperial make a move. IDK reveals his position to win his jump. And 30 seconds left. Started to walk in. Also with the bomb. And there you go. 1, 2, 3. That's the round. We kind of knew that was going to happen anyways, but last 2. Phelps, and here's Descenti. Descending to give round number 4. The time is here. There we go. You just got to manifest these things. A couple of times it takes a couple of tries, and this time, you know, maybe it took a second or two longer, but Insanity, that's number 4, picked up. Hit a couple of shots, get those individuals on point, that we might start to see a little bit of a, little bit of confidence emerging. Second map, who knows how that goes, if that in, you know, if that Words are hard. Oh my god. In that case, then.
Yep. Well, so is going to be this comeback. It's not going to be easy. 8 rounds in a row to go to overtime. And eventually you'll still have to play against the CT side of Imperial. We go into round 17. Full buy here for the T's. No AWP this time for Henny. Outside control contested. Counter smoke by the CTs, breaking it up. Nice timing, but Phelps catches a glimpse of Pesadello. There's going to be Cassin trying to make sure that the main control stays.
Now
Exactly
down
that.
lower.
Cassin.
That's the timing. Just stuck himself in. That could be the play to make, but this is interesting.
They might
He's taking
decide.
contact. They can only hide on the left side here, and with an A1S, the ammunition is going to be a thing as well.
But they're going to walk into it.
Yeah.
White peak. Good double. He's really putting up the numbers, giving his team a chance. 3 versus 4 now. Phelps naded a little bit as well with a bomb on his back. Cassin expecting Vinny, but he hears the... Oh no, he hears the
timing.
scope. Yeah.
That's real awkward. Back to suddenly 3v2 for the Imperial side. Vinny does get himself taken down. There's a flashbang, a couple of seconds too
But
late.
they know
and
where
SAZ,
Shuz is.
last man is, yeah.
Yeah.
Phelps and Descenti both encroaching upon him, though he does take the duel, the 1 versus 1. It's not going to be enough. Rounded map goes the way of Imperial with a pretty damn solid score. A fantastic first half. And good enough of a finish on the second.
Yeah, a total of 28 minutes played on map 1. With,
Not bad.
let's say, a minute or 2 less if you count the fact that, you know, we had the with all the freeze times, with all the, you know, waiting for the second half to start. There's not really much to break down here. Imperial were simply better. They played a beautiful CT side, as you said, and really that's the only side we can really kind of try and break down a little bit at least. The aggression was on point. We saw Phelps just changing it up every single time. Double ramp, double outside, pushing into lobby twice or 3 times with Vinny. There are a few moments where definitely it could have gone better for Insanity. But at the end of the day, how do you really predict what the hell Phelps is going to do when he's putting up numbers like that?
Yeah, him and Henny, great game out of this first map. And just like that, we're gonna be left theorizing more about map number 2, Anubis. How that's gonna start, how that's gonna go. It's Imperial's map pick. You fear the worst, you hope for the best on Insanity's side, but all we can do is wait and find out. So we're gonna go to a quick break. Be right back with that second map and continue this Counter-Strike for the day, so don't go anywhere.
Respect from 1xBet. 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 Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva.
And we're back here after a short break. We are returning into our potential second map soon. It is going to be Anubis. It is going to be the choice of Imperial. And we've just seen Nuke kind of be taken down quickly. 13-4, if I remember correctly, was the end scoreline. Pretty straightforward. Insanity, unfortunately, coming up short on all accounts. And Nexus, Henny and Phelps just gave us a masterful performance on their CT side.
Yeah, they gave us the masterclass of a nuke, so there wasn't really much that anyone could do to stop them. We kind of mentioned it during it, but
yeah,
the actual aggression they had, everything was so damn well placed that it didn't leave a lot of chances for Insanity. And we talked about this. Hold on, this is crazy, perhaps. Insanity on the CT side of Anubis.
Yeah, seems like they actively chose to start CT.
Yeah, we said, right? Surely they picked T side.
In good faith, I cannot trust in this choice to be a good one.
I honestly thought this could happen.
I mean,
because,
sure.
Yeah, like we see a lot of other maps as well within South America, Latin America, where maps are maybe flipped on their sides when it comes to some favorabilities, like Ancient. Is actually maybe a bit more T-sided in when it comes to South American and Latin American teams. So I was like, maybe because that does extend to other maps as well. So maybe there's a world where Insanity starts CT side, and it's this one apparently. Just interesting to see, nonetheless.
Indeed. I have to say, I really like how Imperial is setting up their take. Possibly towards B. They've got Phelps kind of just waiting his chance on A main. He's not really going to be jiggling a lot, but he will check the first corner. Gets the kill, actually, still. Casson is able to return the favor. 4 versus 4, but the B take is about to begin, and there has to be a call from Insanity and soon to rotate a third player towards B. Mid is no longer of the essence. Here comes the smoke onto backside. The cross. Shuz gets headshotted. Here we go. It begins. The pistol for an Imperial towards the B site.
Now, trying to fight to do what they can. The bomb goes down to the CT side to start to fight with the man advantage they still have. Continuing it, and it's Descenti alone. What if he falls surely too much of the smoke's fade and dissipating? So there goes Descenti as well. Into round number 2. Insanity are going to take the pistol here. Bit of a chaotic round, but we don't care. We don't mind. We like to see it.
It's a good start. As good as any. And, well, to be fair, their CT side was far more stable on Nuke than their T, comparatively. Even though we did get to see, well, how many? 12 rounds of T side, and I think in total... 3, 4, no, so it'd be 4, 5, 6 rounds of CT for Insanity. But
Just gonna do the math here real quick.
Yeah, I gotta calculate real fast. But in any case, Imperial, obviously with the bomb plant, it's an immediate force buy. Galils are out, Scout is out for Henny.
T-side force buys on Anubis, definitely a thing that do not surprise me. And it's already paid off, apparently. They found themselves the first. What is this? Some scout shots connecting somewhere, I think. Actually, no, some M4 shots connecting.
I believe M4s, yeah.
Yeah, missed scout shots.
I believe Pesadelo might have peeked middle. Probably got a headshot on Henny.
Yeah, so it seemed like as well. I think that's the same, think it's the same thing here.
What's the plan now, Imperial? They're gonna go A, that's for sure. Dropping the C4 at main. Smoke up. IDK buys himself an additional 17 seconds. Oh, boost over the smoke. If IDK peeks wide, he is dead.
No, I'm gonna go for it. But like
Look at the mid walk. Look at the mid walk.
Yeah. Only so much time can he actually buy with the smoke, and now that mid's also a point of contact, this kill could actually ease things so much more, but the mid walk is what gets the A side fallen.
It's gotta be safe. Insanity already looking to keep these weapons.
Give this one up real damn quick. Realizing that there's no way to go. No sure way to retake. All they can do is back away.
Yeah. A bit unfortunate of a development. IDK being left alone on A side, being taken in the back by Norway. And that is going to be 1-1. Imperial already tied up. Very quick, very easy, straightforward, no shenanigans. They play to their strengths. And I also like the default we saw from Imperial. It's something that's becoming more and more meta, in a way, with 3 players towards canals, looking to control connector. But here it is. Here's the kill by Norway. And that's what broke the camel's back.
The one kill that changes the round. Or secures it, I suppose.
Because let's say IDK does not get killed by Norway in the back. There's a chance he gets a kill, maybe even 2 with the MP9 at close range. Surely Insanity then obviously rotate in time, but with everything the way it's going, that's not the case. Rebuy for Insanity, a 5-7 for IDK, MP9 for Fastzin, and another default 2-1-2 set up by Insanity. This time the Senti playing that mid control. Nice little boost in towards Pool. Decent damage, but no kills yet.
Looking for this as well. Smoke down, however, does deny the T-side any other sort of early information, though I like this for Insanity as well. They're buying time toward the B-side, they're taking a main control in the meantime, or at least faking it with the utility. Putting a bit of a imaginary clock on this T-side's back, so to say. Though,
Well aware.
hold on. They throw util all the way towards A. That keeps the rotations they were thinking of toward that side of the map, and now with the kill towards Temple, suddenly fast in MP9 up close needs more than 1, but not even that can be achieved. This is still all over the place. They're planting finally. No way. No how for the CTs anymore. Pesadello, 2 more or 3 more to go. Kind of like we said in the previous round as well, no kit, no chance.
Not to mention going up against 3 players, nearly
Yeah,
impossible.
that's one more thing just on top.
Yeah, just to top it off. And the thing is, Phelps can hunt him as well. He's on A side, so he knows that Pesadello is caught somewhere towards mid, towards CT spawn. And at this point, if I'm Imperial, I don't even want to actively hunt him, because the bomb is going to do a lot of damage, and Pesadello, if he's just missing one angle by a split second as we see it here, he will be losing his life, and so he does. Not to mention, at the end of the day, Fastzin's MP9 just not in a position to really do much. No way then obviously holding that cross from CT spawn itself. And we have a full eco coming up for the CTs. Still 0 kills for IDK or Shuz. SHZ. Kind of like Shuz better though, to be fair.
It's not too bad. That's a nice way to say it. Though, I like this as well. A fast play. Magnet of Phelps through the canals already confirms there's nothing much towards this side at all.
They know what they're up
Can
against.
go down the CT though. This is really interesting. Oh my, never mind. Yeah, no way doubling or W holding into
Yeah.
CT spawn nearly.
I'll try to find his highlights from EPL. His spray transfers were just insane. Like seriously, his spray transfers, hats off to the man. As I singled him out already on Nuke, or before the game even started on Nuke, that, you know, I'm expecting great things from him. Well, he is delivering here on Anubis. Beautiful.
Even ready for the third. And there we go. Yeah, 3 on the board for Imperial. A great seaside start after losing the pistol. To continue, I like this fast utility as well towards the mid doors. Nade a double molly. At this as well, Pistello forcing a fight. The Senti will have to give it to him. An entry for the CT side to work with, and that as well is the mid player. So Imperial suddenly have a critical lack of information towards one side of the map.
No way, no molly to check out jail. Usually you'd molly this position once that smoke clears. That was potentially very dangerous for Fastzin. Casting on the op already. Deep molly misses its mark a little bit. If it would have gone a little bit deeper, it makes life even easier. Pop flash through the smoke though. IDK. He's good for one. Casting on the op still there. Good. Another pop flash. Look at the timing. Look at the team play. Working off of one another. And nobody else is even close by to help Vinny take the site, yet the utility flying in is superb and an immaculate performance right now. Vinny, he's got the time. Does he have the position? Counter flash is being thrown. Pesadelo spotted. Does headshot Vinny, but it's not yet over. Oh, the counter flash actually blinds Shuz.
Yeah, that was Vinny's own flashbang he threw.
Yep.
It was bouncing back perfectly, and with that...
No way's already made it into heaven.
They denied Shaz the entry, and with that as well, with the kill they found. Imperial to continue with a clean 4 streak. Almost on fire, one might say.
And again, Insanity. They start off well. They get that mid control. The Senti's dead. They're able to isolate Phelps. You know, they kind of get their ball rolling. They seem to be able to get a few pointers, few advanced setups. But then it's Vinny with a perfect flash support. IDK, if he had gotten the second kill, that probably would have been a round to Insanity. But instead, with a secondary flash flying through main, he's able to shut down Cassen's op. And afterwards, everything just kind of collapses as Imperial take the 4th round. A half buy. Oh no. Spotted just as the smoke blooms. That's mid control lost. And look at the Senti activating immediately. As soon as he realized that the mid is clear, IDK gets shut down. Cassen with the scout, dangerous. But at this point, you can just ignore him. You've already got mid control. You can just swing towards A, and that's exactly what's happening. Imperial lose no time doing so. They know, in this case, the surprise factor of being this quick is enough. The Senti baiting for Norway. Fassin obviously realizing that something's up. Most likely somebody might be baiting those shots. A reaction from the CTs and another save. Honestly, Insanity right now saving has been their go-to pretty much throughout the entirety of the 2 maps. AK spotted.
Yeah. Keep anything alive will definitely be of assistance and of help. And there's even an AK. Yeah, Chaz can basically get that AK. Won't be too difficult to try to get. It's got to be the question of can they keep the other weapons alive. The scout mainly at the moment. It's got to be toyed with a little bit. Denied. Not allowed to save. And they're even a rapid CT spawn, but I don't think they're going to be getting here in time.
No. At this point, they're just avoiding them fully. So it makes sense.
They hear the steps, just run away. Though, on the defense, that's going to be the opposite thing of what they should be doing. They hear the steps, they go fight them.
Eventually... yeah.
A change is needed now.
Yeah, eventually they're going to have to take those fights, no matter how much they dislike it. Because just giving up rounds like this, you know, saving every single time something goes wrong, that doesn't go exactly to plan, is going to come back to haunt you. As we go to round 7. Pesadelo peeks mid. Oh, nade in hand as he tries to throw it. He gets destroyed. I like position from Shuz. Set up in jail. He's still at 0 kills, unfortunately. So he's having a tough time performing for his squad. Fastzin moved.
Nice
forced
double
out of the
Molotov
corner.
idea as well. I would have liked a nade instead of Norway there, maybe.
Yeah.
Right, you imagine he's going to be running away. You Molotov him.
I
Or
could see
Molotov
that,
and
yeah.
the nade to slow him down a little bit. But Phelps, oh, what?
Nobody spots him.
2 on the other side, and they both just disengage the exact same time.
To be fair, that
Knives out for
position...
everyone, all 3.
that position is pretty hard to see immediately. It's like you're just hidden behind the table a little bit. Ooh, am I seeing this right? Phelps is moving through the smoke in A main? Or is it just my eyes deceiving me? No. Phelps is pulling back. Never mind. He's not going to try this.
Deceiving for the moment.
Yeah.
Decent setup as well for Shaz and Fast in here toward the side. Good a crossfire to deal with this.
Yeah.
Depending on the entry, though, because Henny, he goes down, allows Shaz to move around, but Vinny gives him another shot instead.
No. Oh, boy.
And man advantage back to the T-side's hand. Suddenly they claw this one back as well from a decent denial of entry onto Henny. That seems to be all they might have gotten out of this round, the only chance they had. And Vinny confirms essentially now with the 1v3. We mentioned his saves have been the case, have to play for Insanity, and this has got to be yet another one. Yet the op doesn't even go for the kit, man. It's $400, man. Go back.
I think at this point he's got bigger trouble on his mind. I don't think they even need to buy a kit if they intend to not be able to hold down the fort. Because so far we haven't seen more than one attempt at a retake, and even then that fizzled out pretty quickly. Oh boy. It's a tough position to be in. Really, it is. I get it. And Shuz right here, the fact that he peeks wide is crazy to me. Like, why would you peek wide, right? You got two players on site. You have a crossfire setup potentially. Why don't you play on that? Instead of peeking wide, you play on the strengths of your team. And the odds, yeah, I mean, they just keep getting worse. Insanity at 22 to 101 of Imperial. I mean, 1xBet kind of knows what's up here.
Yeah, living Insanity. Yes, again, in a lot of trouble, right? This is very much like Nuke. Imperial, they're getting to be aggressive. They're getting to take map control. The only thing is now they're actually on the T side. And Insanity, they just, well, are forced into a corner. They have to perform here.
I think they need to start playing aggressive into water, aka into canals. Even if that seems like a suicide mission at times, I think you do need to take charge and start taking aggressive moves and stop Imperial from taking so much control so early on and forcing you on the defensive every single time. Love the Senti's position. Pesadelo, surely you don't peek this, right?
Oh.
Yeah, well, even if you don't,
That
the
is
Senti
just
does.
confidence out of the Senti.
Oh,
Captain.
peeking.
He gets his destroyed.
Shuz. Oh, hello.
Running out with S. Nice headshot, but no second kill.
The timing.
Half a second, man. Fasten, though, he makes a little bit of noise, and no way. The timing is everything for him, but it doesn't work out on Henny. He threw the util. They know where he's coming from.
Does he go through the smoke? And a molly? Oh, the molly's just a little bit too shallow. Not like this.
Forced back. And into decent position as well. Oh, no, he's thinking about it.
Definitely
I'm going
aware.
to give him another chance. Yeah, that smoke should be confirming the round.
Yeah, 17 seconds is what's going to be left for Henny to do this.
He's actually very aware as well.
I mean, it kind of makes sense, right? You probably expect somebody to be on pool. He's got the higher ground. He's got a better position, the pillar to hide around, and then the second player kind of wiggling about you. And here goes nothing. Henny, I think he just realizes, oh wait, that was a second smoke. Yeah, I'm kind of done for. Throws away the op. I like that. But IDK's already retrieved one. Didn't reload his Tech 9. Doesn't get the kill on Fasts in. Second round to Insanity. Beautiful entry by the Senti, by the way.
Yeah.
Really. And everything would have changed.
This is odd here for the way No Way decides to completely slow down. Right? I know he's aware of IDK, thinking he might be watching him. But they also had the utility in mid, or outside of A main they were setting up. I feel like they could have just ignored at that point. They had a double entry to work with, and IDK in a lot of trouble, pressure between two different angles. I feel like the utility wasn't needed.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, the outcome is still there. It's a second round for Insanity, and it's something to start building off of now. And that's absolutely what they need. Again, though, similar default as last round. Mid is the focal point. It is the big focus. Descenti, what you got here? This time, there's not going to be an early, easy kill like previously. And they do back away. I like this. Okay, they leave Henny here to watch for this. It does mean the camera is basically going to be completely on guard. They could creep up close to Henny. But Insanity, the question is, how much confidence do they have in these fights? What are they really up to here? Or what are they getting up to? What's their own vibe? That Molotov gives a lot of information. One right back and heading. Now he's got the confidence to go for the swing. Phelps in the meantime opens towards B. Second to be fouled. It's going to be fast and caught between the angles. He's still got one, not the second.
Re-engages. That's not the right call, Chief. It's going to be Shuz close range to the smoke. Rotations are coming, but they're going to be very late to the party. And I think perhaps the decision has already come for Insanity. They just save here. Pesadilla and Shuz pop flash through, get the one in jail, but it's not enough. Pesadilla tries, gets close, 1v2, but it does not happen. The Senti closes the gap as Phelps finds a hat trick, and it was a vital kill in Connector to get rid of Fastzin, as he could have made things a lot more troublesome. But as soon as Insanity win around, they find themselves losing again, and that is not the way to go, especially CT side. You're forced into this very bad position, economically speaking. Half buy again, pistols, MP9s. If it continues like this, we just might be seeing a repeat of the first half of Nuke, where it went 10-2. Or 11-1, actually, not 10-2, 11-1. But in this case, well, it's not going to be 11 still. Not far off.
A main aggression as well, Cassin. Has the
Heard
timing,
he's stepping in the smoke. I like the bait, though. That was a beautiful bait by Fastzin and Cassin. Henny.
Oh, no, this is scary.
Yeah, pulls back to
Another
safety. Oh, through the smoke! Fastzin actually hits the Senti. Hello.
Finally, the aggression. You really wanted to see this. Insanity, they're making it work.
And they're playing off of the idea of Imperial a little bit as well, right? You want to aggress against us? Fine. We'll just, you know, do the same to you and see how you like it.
Right back at you, buddy.
Exactly. No you.
The Uno reverse card.
Oh, don't tell me. Okay, never mind.
Oh,
Oh no.
what?
Oh, come on, Shuz.
Oh, buddy, that is not a good feeling.
That is not it. Exactly. And 45 seconds left. Imperial can do whatever the hell they like. They've got the time. HP might be an issue, but as long as Fastzin is on that MP9...
They're gonna smoke, Molotov, and flashbang. This is more than enough to take any side right now in this 2v2.
Yeah, and they're going to go B.
Yeah, I like the call as well. It's
That's
time
it.
for the timing. That's the bomb.
That's the bomb. And
Couple extra seconds. That buys either the aggression through main,
steps into
or
water.
grouping up in mid instead. That makes a lot of noise. And Cassin, right down he jumps. 15 seconds. Will catch. No way.
Good round. Finally.
Good round indeed. I even like the fact that he jumps over, right? He knows that maybe he's going straight to cave, but immediately, just in case, right? Let me just make the noise and get a safety.
I wonder what Vinny was doing in water there, watching A main instead of canals, because Phelps got killed in the back, so that really took them by surprise, apparently, and Imperial just wasn't paying attention. In any case, round 11, finally money comes to a screeching halt as well. And oh, hello, aggression towards B, love it. Exactly as the doctor ordered, and they might go up to 4 or 5 rounds even if this continues. Vinny gets shut down. There we go. Lifelines being taken by Insanity, and finally the game is starting to shape up a bit better.
Yeah, Imperial now getting so content with all they've been given. They're not ready for the aggression. Good timing to call for the change-ups here. Well, flash, nothing seen in mid. It's the side. Gotta continue here. The 3v5 definitely isn't out of their wheelhouse from what we've seen so far out of them. You have Descenzi, No Way, and Henny all alive and kicking. Pretty damn well so far. Henny,
Pesadilla
more
has to
quiet
deliver.
of a map 2 beginning than a map 1, but how can you really compare? The answer is you can't. No way. Up for the ace now. Against 4 and with 15 HP, though, this is a death sentence to even try.
Unlikely indeed. Fastzin coming from B main. Water covered by Shuz towards bridge. He's about to be spotted. There we go. Round 4. And we go to the last round with no money left for Imperial besides on Phelps, who's got enough to drop 2 AKs. In fact, 1. But this was a beautiful push. I love to see it. Finally, things starting to shape up the way Insanity want them to. And also the fact that after they get those entry kills, they're not overly aggressive. They're not overly, exposing themselves as giving chances back to opponents. Not really the way to go, Chief. Round 12. Galils, AKs, and a Tech 9.
Desenti, but throwing the util against Carson here. There's the Molotov, but it's actually
Smoked.
extinguished by the
Yes.
smoke.
Casson threw a preemptive smoke. Love it. Oh, I love this lineup.
Actually falls a bit short.
But the smoke.
Into the smoke.
Yeah, again. Second molly to be lost due to a smoke position.
In 1 round. That's crazy, actually.
That's pretty cool.
Pretty good. Pretty nice. CT side, let's see what you got here.
Fake
Inside
B.
with the Molotov. No one is there. The CT side. Now the question is, do they think they're going to be close? Yeah, that's the double nades to go for it.
Oh, look at the Senti. Walks the smoke. That lurk smoke is
Timing's kinda
insane.
crazy.
Yeah.
So far, we've
in.
seen Insanity play up close as well quite a few times in anticipation of someone trying to look through. Now they finally do. There's no one playing there. It is got to be a little bit annoying for the B defenders. Oh, Cassie being forced to duel. Sorp nails the Colahian as well, but Vinny with 3 health. He survives until round 2 comes a knock in. Cassin. One of the name, not number 1 of the game at the moment, but we'll see. The comeback is still doable. 5-7 up for grabs in the scoreboard. In a 1v3 is Henny. Bomb on his back.
Fake plant. Trying to draw out attention. Nobody
One
peeking
from
him.
main as well. It's got to be an issue he has to deal with.
They don't give him any space or anything to work with, really. Pushing through camera. They'll get it. 5-7. There we go. Finally. Lifelines for Insanity. Truly holding on at the very end. That's how you do it. That's how you potentially bring it home. I mean, a third map of Dust 2 would be insane to be picked up. Imperial. After what they've shown us on Nuke, we don't expect to see it, but this could be the way back in. It all
7-5
depends.
is not a bad CT half.
No,
or 5-7.
not at all. Not at all. Considering you're playing CT side of Anubis, which is generally speaking harder to play than T side.
Yeah, and you're playing against Imperial.
You're playing against Imperial, who you've just lost a map against on your own pick. Yeah, I think that is definitely positive vibes right now.
Pistol, however, could still go a long way.
Phelps checks B main, sees nobody, and I think this will also be a call for that mid hold and A setup. No way. Yeah,
I
going
really
A.
like this.
Thing
A
is,
massive gamble, but it is such a good one. Phelps has
I know
B
what's
main
going to
control.
happen
The
here.
Senti spots one.
Smoke into Temple,
Yeah.
forcing the Senti to stay there, but they're expecting 2 or 3
He'll
players
spam
at
the
most.
smoke, but-
Instead,
Yeah.
hello, no way with a double. And the Senti, does he go through?
hold on.
No, you don't
Yeah,
go
if he
through
goes
here.
through and he dies, that's a B access immediately given
Yeah,
as well. But
yeah,
no,
yeah.
to one of the side, it's a stack they're walking through, and it's their own demise.
Oh,
that
that's the
awaits them.
C4. Oh,
Drop the ball,
no.
drop the D's. That's the name of the game. It's Imperial with round of 8.
Yeah, I liked how Imperial re-rotated back to A. As soon as they realized B is empty when Phelps checked it, they effectively rotated 4 players on A site. Well, 3 to be exact, with Descenti kind of waiting on middle. And he was just the bait and switch, right? You want them to smoke him out, use the 1 smoke they have, and then they walk into a trap with no way finding 2. Obviously, at the end, Phelps with dual Berettas being the menace itself, but it works like a charm, and Imperial up against the full eco of Insanity now. Decent damage, though. Already no way and Phelps tagged. Vinny on the dual Berettas, and this is what we saw between Galoris and W7M, where the CTs or the Ts keep to their pistol weapons on the second round. It's becoming more and more meta, and I like it. I do. Especially against full ecos, that works like a charm. Against a force buy, not so much.
Yeah, we saw what happens when you do it correctly and incorrectly.
Yeah, I was about to say exactly. Like we saw it in both instances, and
This is the good ending. For
This is the positive ending. Yeah, this is where your choices matter. Okay. 9-5, and well, let's see if Insanity is going to have to go back to a job of a 9-5 variety, or can they make a difference on their gun round? We got the op on Cassin, glass cannon again. I'm not sure I like it, especially if he's going to be standing on that stairway towards canals, where nades usually fly in. Oof, a lot of damage early on. There's the nade.
I've not seen that lineup before, but that is amazing.
I've actually tried to throw that a few times already, and I'm having a hard time bouncing it off that, like not bouncing it on the balcony that's right beneath the window, right on the outside. But yeah, it's technically speaking a very good nade. If you know there's somebody hiding in that corner.
Often there is someone there.
Yeah.
It's annoying to try to get rid of him. You can try to spam it, then he just stops shooting, and then boop, you're swung, you're dead.
Exactly.
I feel like that's a very common occurrence.
Possibly, yes.
But either way,
let's see the
we continue the round with 55 on the clock. We are headed toward the B side of the map. Bomb is still all the way back at A, by the way, at the back of water. All the utility and Molotovs used by the CT side are really good in terms of timing. They come with a couple of smokes as well. T side,
another molly into con.
Molotov in their face.
They're like, you want to smoke us off? No problem.
Yeah, and Phelps as well. He's found one through the smoke.
Oh, and a nade. Doesn't do a lot of damage.
Bullying this T side.
Yeah, they're like, you want to try B?
He also had a flashbang he was ready to throw, but no, they instead a double swing with Phelps here. It's a 1 and 2 bait and switch, and also playing up a 3. It's got to be up on the case. Henning gets himself a free AWP if he wants to. Yeah, no way took that one. So, the round of previously, they had a 5-7 or dual Berettas on Vinny, ecoed those. Here, Henny MP9 gets himself a free op. I'd say this is a really good style for Imperial if I didn't know any better.
I'd say this is this is soon to be Imperial series if we continue like this. Absolutely. Like no way on 19 kills, man. We're only 15 rounds deep. This is the 16th. This is yet barely begun. Oh, I love this. Yes, this is the new meta that we spoke about earlier. The aggression into canals. No way baiting the shots from Con. There's almost no chance they check him there. Or do they? They actually check him. Okay. Might have seen him.
I don't think the nade was actually meant to blow up his smoke there, but it doesn't matter because it still gets him a kill there.
Exactly. Fasts in, realizes, well, he's going to have to be fast on his toes. Yeah. Forced by...
No way. Imperial on to 11. Also, yeah, you talked about No Way. We said at the start of the series. He's kind of cracked at the game and something the best player on the team.
Well, maybe not by numbers, as you mentioned, but definitely in my eyes as a player, he has the highest skill ceiling. Like,
I mean, hey, currently he's showing it.
Absolutely.
20 and 10, and this is more of a challenge than map 1 was as well. Definitely putting up the right foot forward into this series. Still, right, keep in mind, ladies and gents, of course, this is the opening match of the group. No one goes home just yet, but the loser does go to the lower bracket. Winner has an easier job ahead of them, and No Way. I like this. The timing through the smoke is pretty damn good, and here's a free kill waiting by the name of Cassid.
Imagine his face right now. I don't want to be him. Definitely not the way to be.
This is very audacious. Decenti dueling multiple players in mid, and he's got all 3 to shut him down. Well, Vinny gets taken down. He stays there, or he still stays alive with his IDK, and I think those are his exact words.
His thought process right now, what do I do? I don't know. How do I save this? Well, refer to my nickname. He's got the time. That's the one thing he's got going for himself. But no molly, no nade, no flash, no smoke. 100 HP is all that keeps him up. And Henny's already watching CT base. He's about...
No, he jumped.
Yeah.
Tried to get on the ledge, made noise.
Mistakes were made. Gets the Senti. Did he check Henny? Surely he
Six
checked.
bullets.
Yeah, he
That
checks
is
him,
close.
but it is close. And if he hadn't jumped, Henny might be off timing there, right? So potentially could be picked in the back and then the Senti as well. Unfortunately, it does not work out, and that is 12-5. Imperial on the verge of picking up the win here in this series, 2-0. Very straightforward so far, very much in their favor, and really no denial that they are just that much better.
Here now. Decent usual early, and that is going to slow down. And actually, no, it's not going to slow down the main aggression, though Henny still not punished for it. Flashbangs to get him back into position. Desenti as well with one, while IDK, he does take down Phelps.
Oh, he saw him.
Some pressure alleviated, and admitted Desenti. He's going to be dueling, but it's Pesadelo with one of his own, and Vinny.
Oh, you know
reading
it's
the rotation and through B main. There's no way. He realizes, wait a minute. I've lost the sight, and Vinny through the temple. They are going to be planting it safe, but it's not enough. There's no way. Sends them right into the lower bracket. Imperial 2-0 over the series, and with a convincing scoreline as well on both maps.
What a show.
That is one show coming out of them.
And I will say this much. When you see Vinny pick up the AUG, you know you're in trouble. Because, you know, when you look at the highlights of EPL, that was pretty much the only highlights from Imperial that are saved up on HLTV, and that's Vinny's like 4K on an AUG. And you know that when they pick up the AUG, you know that they're not only not worried about the money, but they're also feeling happy. You know, they're like, you know what, let's try this out.
The vibes are good.
The vibes are good, exactly. And Imperial, again, there's not really much to break down besides they played a good T side. They had a few moments where obviously they were pressured into making moves they wouldn't have otherwise. So it was a good attempt from Insanity trying to kind of course correct. But unfortunately, it was a little too late. And Imperial just kind of slammed them down at the end still.
Yeah, now more or less ending the end of the series here. Now, we gotta as well. We wondered if it's got to be the similar sort of scoreline or story we had at map 1. Score, yes. How we got there, it was different. It was convincing from Imperial. They came into this one as the favorite, and they definitely made a good case for themselves as well. Like you said, the runner-up for the last series, only losing to MIBR at the end correctly.
Yeah.
Or if I remember correctly, you said.
I think last time they played against MIBR in Latam Series 3, that is indeed the case.
Yeah.
In the grand finals, they lost 2-1.
Yeah.
But here in Series 4 of Latam, well, they start off in the groups again strong. They are definitely the favorites for it, but there's still two teams they potentially will face off, either Audic or Case Esports, and both of these two, I would say, are better than Insanity. So you never know what's really going to happen. But there we have the Group B bracket current standings. Imperial in the finals of the upper bracket. Insanity already down to the elimination match. And yeah, it's not going to be easy, for sure.
It will not be. But what we do know is that we've got a little bit of a break again.
Yeah.
We get a 2-0 on the board, and that means we've got about 30-ish minutes or so. You can take a look at the schedule here. You'll see it exactly.
Actually, we have like
a little bit more.
an hour and 40
minutes.
An hour and 40, yeah. I was about to say,
more than that.
we finished really quickly here, especially after map 1. Effectively, it's been less than an hour since we started almost. Well, an hour and 20 minutes since we started, and we're already done. So yeah, very quick, very easy for Imperial. And Pain Gaming versus Crew Esports is going to be up next at 10 o'clock Central European time. So at 10 in the evening. And then at 1, Audic versus KC Sports, and that will be it for the opening matches for today at least. But remember, there are 4 groups currently being played, so there's a lot more of opening maps and games to be played in the coming days. But that's it for us for the time being. Until the next one, thank you very much for tuning in. Stay tuned for the second game. That is at 10, so an hour and 30, hour and 40 before we begin. But until then, be good, be well, and be seeing you. Bye-bye.
The world is changing quickly.
one thing remains the same: victories with 1xBet.
a very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Welcome back to the RES season number 4 for the Latam series. I'm T-Time, joined by Michael Yumi Cassidy. We've already kicked off with the first 2 games of the day, but now it's time to continue on and add some more spice. Before that, though, Michael, before we can start cooking, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. Coming into another one of these Latam series where, we're reaching the final stages before we start to figure out which teams actually are going to be able to go to LAN. This is where we have to be able to set aside some of the weaker teams and also look past some of the previous winners that we've had within the Latam series. It's quite a hard set of competition ahead, just because it's getting to sort of critical crunch time for these teams, even if they have won one of the previous series.
Listen, I'll be honest, I was a little bit surprised to see Galoras go down without really being able to take a map off of W7M, but they're looking good. Imperials 2-0, a lot more expected. What can I expect from Insanity when they're even looking like they're copying their logo from Saw? Come on, guys. That being said, though, those aren't the matches that we're focusing on. It's Pain Gaming versus Crew Esports. I'm probably butchering the pronunciation, Michael. Accents on top of letters make me scared. And maybe Pain should be scared of Crew as well, but then we'll be finally rounding things out with Odic and Case. It'll be a good day, Michael, and obviously half of it's already gone, so I'm not going to ask you which match you're looking forward to. But let's take a look at the group that we're going to be focusing in on initially. We're starting things off with Group A, where W7M has already gone forward, but we need to find a date. Matchmaking needs to occur. Who's going down to the lower bracket? Who's going forward and upper? I think we kind of know where we're leaning on this one,
We
Michael.
definitely have clear favorites coming into Group A. W7M and Pain are probably the most likely to make it into that upper round bracket. I mean, W7M, or like you said, already there. But if we were going to find a time where a team that is sort of the lesser, has less of a proven track record, would actually express themselves versus the likes of a Pain Gaming, now would probably be a pretty good time to do it. They've just made a roster move where they're bringing in a very aggressive rifler, young prospect player in Snow into the Pain Gaming circuit, as opposed to the reliable anchor player that actually looked quite good with Pain the last time we saw them in the Latam series. They've got rid of Nizen and Snow is in. And that little adjustment that they're going to have to make to implement and facilitate him properly may actually take a little bit of time that Pain may not have in the group stage.
Well, why don't we take a look at their lineup as well? We can just zoom into it a little bit more. Obviously, Pain versus Crew is our first matchup. But now, when we're talking about the Snow Edition, Michael, I read the headline on HLTV and my heart shattered. Honestly, I thought Nizen was such a good addition to this team. I really thought he was playing out even better than Nassim. And listen, maybe Pain think that Snow's mechanical prowess that's been touted a lot will go further ahead. I personally saw the headline earlier on. I mean, HLTV said that Wildcard from NA were also interested in this guy, so there's obviously been a lot of interest in trying to shop out and see where he'll go. But I'll be honest, man, I really felt like Nizen was such a good fit onto this team, but maybe Big Azera just wants that additional person to go aggressive with him or apart from him.
Yeah, it didn't. I actually agree with you quite heavily that I thought Nizen fit in a certain way. He looked comfortable at the very least, but I think there was probably a lack of sort of the killer instinct. Nizen was left in very solitary positions. He was very passive in that regard. So I do agree. Big Azera is probably looking for an extra piece that can win rounds sort of more independently to a certain degree. And we'll have to see whether Snow can actually get there as well as show what he could do in terms of maybe some of those anchoring positions, because I imagine some of those spots are going to be open and vacant, and Snow is probably going to have to fill those positions. It'll be an adjustment period as Pain kind of figure out how to best implement him, but I think in the long term, I mean, it's a pretty slam dunk move. Snow is a very sort of exceptional player within the South American region.
Well, we're going to have to find out, but in the South American region, let's move over from countries more in towards the Crew side. Crew's obviously an organization that's come through with a little bit of hurrah, mostly because of the investors behind it. But when you focus in on the players themselves that are going to be featured, I was looking through this when we knew that our matchup was going to be here. I was just telling you this before, Michael. I remember Reversive and I remember Riggy, but beyond that, I think a lot of these names on Crew, for me personally, were a little bit unknown, and I'm looking forward to discovering more about them over here.
Yeah, there's definitely more unproven players. I mean, from the Argentinian region, we don't have many of these breakout rosters, in all honesty. I think Isurus, Furious are the most notable. Boca Juniors is maybe another that we could maybe look back at and think there was some potential with some of the players there. Windigo.
Hey, 9Z were Argentinian at heart, okay? They were Argentinian at heart, Michael.
Yeah, that is true. And one of these players even comes from the 9Z Academy in Riggy. So, there is a little bit of sort of pushed forward based on some of the successes that 9Z may have had and, sort of tapering back into the Argentinian region. But this is a brand new squad for as far as I'm aware. March, I think this year is when they first signed with Crew, and we've yet to really see them take too many officials. I think they were under the name PUBG AIM before they were picked up by Crew, which, PUBG is not the game that if you have PUBG aim, it doesn't sound like a great thing.
Also, listen, I also have to ask, are we talking about like PC aim or mobile aim? Because that comes in with like assistance or whatever it is, right? So yeah, maybe the name shouldn't be what we're judging them off of. But that being said, I look over towards the squad. I really like Reversive as an IGL. I think he's made a lot happen with very little in the pieces he's had in the past. But unfortunately, he's also one of the players who, listen, as much as I might rate him as an IGL, he hasn't really been able to float up to the very top. But let's take a look at the veto, Michael. And we're running blind on this one, guys. We'll be very honest with you. There is not much that we know about the Crew esports veto. Vertigo comes out as their ban. Pain stick out towards Ancient. And then, you know what? I'm more interested in seeing whether Dust 2 actually comes out or not more than anything else. I'd love to see Pain being actually picking into it. But no, they rather would ban it out, take that variance away. And Anubis will be the decider.
Yeah, if there was going to be an upset, Dust 2 is kind of an open door, considering it's just so fresh into the map pool. I'm not really surprised with much of what we're seeing in this veto. Once I looked back at that PUBG AIM squad, they did ban Vertigo. They like to pick Mirage as that first round, and because they're a newer team, they're sticking with their comforts. So I don't think there's many surprises, but we get two of these sort of flat terrain maps, Mirage, Anubis, that, depending on whether or not they actually find success on Mirage, that decider could actually be quite interesting. I think it as well could be a great showcase perhaps as to whether or not Snow can be that aggressive guy that we know and love him to be on this Pain roster too.
And listen, when we're talking about Snow, the question is, however, how well is he going to be fitting in, right? Because when we looked over towards Nizen, who's in the Pain Academy side, he'd been in the Pain system for a while. I'm sure that Big Azera got to have his say in how he's sort of been brought up and into the team as well. A lot more so than Snow, who was a hotly contested prospect. So if there's ever going to be any weaknesses popping up in Pain, it does feel like it'll be the newest addition, the freshest cogwheel in this machine that is Pain.
This is just going to be a very uphill battle for Crew throughout the entire series. I don't want to sort of mislead or give the illusion to the viewer that this should be a very competitive or close game. I think there is potential there if we see that discomfort from Pain. But I think what we've seen so far from this roster is that given the heights that they were able to reach at the Copenhagen Major, given the consistency that we've even seen past that for these younger guys that had some tumultuous previous roster experiences, I think it's nice that these guys have that extra layer of confidence. That and Big Uzera is just a tank. And I imagine we're going to see quite a lot of Big Uzera throughout this series too.
Oh yeah, 100%. We're going to see him coming into his own. But one thing that I will say, just to counter the narrative that I'm saying, that hey, maybe there's some room for exploitation for Snow. If you look over towards how Nizen was being set up, there were a lot of flashes being used for him actually on the CT side, especially. There was a lot of playmaking capability that was allotted to him. And frankly, if Snow's coming into the position where he can ask for flashes whenever he wants, or maybe even the teammates are going to throw flashes and tell him to make a play if he's feeling a bit more shy, this seems like a very easy team to slot yourself into given the roles that Nizen was occupying. Now, I'm not saying it's going to be smooth, it's going to be easy breezy, but again, if there is a weakness, I'll be surprised. Put it that way.
Yeah, no, I think as well with Snow, even though he's quite I mean, he's definitely a very talented player. He does still seem a little rough around the edges in certain degrees. He's a 17-year-old rifler that is putting up star-level numbers. There are going to be some moments where you're not fully familiar with what's going on, and that's where I'm kind of hoping Biguzera's nursery, I think is how it's been described previously, is actually kind of put to the test, because there were some positions that you watched him on, you watched Snow on case, and he wouldn't be sure where the next fight was coming from, and he'd bail himself out with his aim. And I think even in just the adjustment period, that should still be a very present factor for Snow. You know, he seems very conscious of all possibilities, even if he's not honed in on that one actual possibility that's happening or coming his way. He is, I mean, he just plays and is very, very fast on his mechanics that he can pick it up very quickly.
Oh, no, there's no doubt about that one. And I'm really excited because this also, for me, takes the story of Biguzera one step further, right? Because we've seen Biguzera now being given these pieces that, frankly, I consider it a little bit broken, a little bit scarred, right? You look over towards NQZ. NQZ had sort of been ruined by his stint in Double O Nation / Legacy. Then he's come back. He's looking a lot better, but we always knew that he had this prospect, that he had this talent. He's just not that star player yet, but also you're always saying, well, you know, he was kind of broken before. You look over towards the fact that a lot of his teammates have left as well. Biguzera has not had the up-and-coming player to work with. And as much as we've been sort of, you know, praising him as an IGL, that's something that's a very key aspect of, you know, middling tier 1.5 IGLs who want to try and break into the, you know, the top 10 to top 15 of Counter-Strike. You need to find a young star. You need to make him into one of the best players in the world. And I do feel like Snow could be one of those guys. And maybe I'm going a little bit too far into the future over here, but I want to see Biguzera do it.
No, I actually fully back you on in this particular case. I mean, just the idea that, you know, even if you've got players like Kawes that came from like academy systems, from Daytona Pound to a Fury Academy, you know, even when he was on those rosters was, I mean, a player above the I think most of the players on those rosters, but it didn't seem like he was going to be able to sort of make that consistency work. And you know, Payne was really the first true test of his ability to be able to transfer what they learned in the academy into the server against higher level opposition as well. So there is definitely a lot to prove. There is a lot of questions to be answered here for this Payne Gaming roster, but they've looked good so far. The implementation of Snow shouldn't go much further either. Payne Gaming versus Crew in our opening matches within Group A. First map, Mirage, and Payne starting CT.
Kawes has been given the pack mule mentality. He's got a kit and all the utility. Meanwhile, Biguzera's got half a head. Not very happy about that one, but still at least his gray matter to do the thinking for him. Biguzera wondering about whether it's worth it going for another peek. There is a flashbang that could be set up from him, courtesy of Kawes, but with the boost being planned out, Kawes has to be careful. Nade going out close by, decent damage. I thought it would be, but Ataraxia has dodged most of it. He's gone inside ladder room, and it does feel like Crew is perfectly set up.
Yeah, they've got a lot of real estate, but they have to be able to link up with it between those Palace players with the bomb as well. Snow holding a tight line for it, has Biguzera alongside him with that low HP. But because of all this extra territory, Biguzera floored immediately from Ticket, and Snow struggling on his shots too. Laser, a nice double entry for Crew, and they take over that A bomb site rather rapidly. This will be a very difficult retake here for Payne.
With a double jungle setup as well, it's not like Lux sort of contested into it. They have to go 3 in through CT. NQZ starts off, but he's missed his chance, and Lenzy's moved away. He won't be taking the contest again. It's a setup for Laser to come in from the side. A quick third kill found, and now he's only got to go for 2 more. Honestly, could even be the full ace to come in, as NQZ's head top is showing. Laser wants it bad. 4 kills already, make it 5. Laser starts off incredibly well.
A complete laser beam. I mean, just doing so much with that Glock. Instant headshots across the board. He would not be deterred. He would not be denied. And even in that 3 versus 5, Payne making it very compelling, very competitive with the fast 3 through spawn. But Laser's position was going to be very difficult to clear out. And even with the kills back there from Payne Gaming, the damage had already been done. They got so much territory without actually having to take too many sort of long-range gunfights where those pistols can, or those USPs rather, can be that much better on those sort of distance fights. So really nicely done from Crew. if you're drawing up a pistol round and you're able to see the positions that crew got themselves into, you know, that's pretty ideal.
Exactly what you want to see. Gotta move fast. The force by the one with 4 players here. Pain are set up for success, but can they actually find it? Kawhi's first peek gives them one. Snow's coming in with another of his own and now traded away, but they can't cross. They don't have smokes to try and separate themselves from the triple stack on stairs. Big Uzera continues tagging away, and Laser's success has been brought to a halt. Riggy's good for 1, makes it a double, and now Bigu needs to step up with the deagle. Smoked off initially, Riggy waits his time, but Lux is going to be the unexpected arrow. Strikes true, and Riggy has to do it all. A 5k from his teammate in the previous, 4 needed. Now crew can't get it past that second round.
Yeah, an immediate force buy from Pain, and you could certainly see why they were comfortable going for this. I mean, once those first sets of deagle shots go off, you could just see how quickly Pain were to collapse with those SMGs, just overwhelming crew.
Shout out to our partners over at 1xBet, by the way. Those odds are the most one-sided I've ever seen at the beginning of a series. 1.03 to 986.
Yeah, at the very beginning. Yeah, that is tough.
Yeah.
I was thinking, I've seen more one-sided odds, but you're right. It's usually when it's like a 10-3 lead already.
Yeah. Kawhi is blinded up, but Lux is there to cover him off. Kawhi feels comfortable in it. You've got a nice little crossfire going in, and sure, Kawhi dies eventually, but you know what? 1 death, that's A-okay.
And an immediate punch in the gut for crew. Win pistol with Laser's ace. And move straight into 2 rounds of sadness. 1 to the force buy, and your force hardly finds much damage at all. There's definitely there will be an air of confidence to Pain, even with the addition of Snow. You know, when you're first adding a player, if they're a little more unproven, you can maybe even give them a little bit more of a grace period. But they know they've signed one of the bigger prospects in the region. I'd say actually maybe even the biggest prospect within the Brazilian region.
Listen, man, I will have you know that Lukauzi exists. And I don't care how old he is.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
he's always a prospect to me.
Is he as much of a prospect? You know, more of a known quantity.
I have my favorites, okay?
Yeah.
Speaking of favorites, because Zara's favorites are running away from a 5 stack of Glocks. I don't blame him for it at all.
Kind of a weird position for Lux. Yeah, very easily could get overrun and does.
You know what?
In fact, Lenzi killing
reverse head.
Yeah, just because he was in the way, but they can't make use of Lux's fallen AK. They can't get much ground on the B-bomb side at all, in fact.
He doesn't even get money because it's also minus 300.
Yeah. Can't deny them cash.
Well,
at least he got the kill.
Insane shot. You know what? I didn't look like he should have gotten that one, to be honest. Well, NQZ get an aggro. Something I've always wanted to see a little bit more from him. Of course, NQZ, like I said before, does feel like he's one of the lost talents of the South American region. And you know what? That's a great way to start things off. Make it a quick double. Why not? Feels like crew lost the round before it even started.
Yeah, an attempt to take mid was made. But good movement from NQZ. Got to that position much faster than crew were anticipating. They did not have a contingency in place. Riggy, nice double kill once again. You know, even in a broken round when they were against the force buy, his play-in from Connector made the round certainly more competitive. But down to 19 HP in open hand, this is where the round will likely fizzle up. This is a very likely 1 minute save. Look at the discipline. Everyone holding a spot, a long-ranged, off-angle.
While I am with you on that, they did also just lose 2 players. So that's a bit of a reminder like, hey, yo, maybe chill out for a while.
That's true.
Wow, make it 3. Riggy. Now actually there's a world where he could win this. Snow on the other side of Market will have traversed over, and look, if he makes a single step, that's going to be it. But no, he's got his gun out, he's walking, he's crossing all the boxes, and they do recover the op as well. A lot of damage, but at the end of the day, it was a gun round from Crew, even if it didn't feel like it.
Yeah, I thought he would go for the save, but given the fact that, you know, he had an extra 30 seconds to play with, if he didn't see anybody inside those B apartments, he didn't get a kill early, then would have likely held on to this AWP. A nice quick rotation from Snow, ready to jump at the chance. Back down to pistols, our Crew, and they've got some utility on toe as well, but they are majorly grouped up inside of Palace. They're hoping so that they can sort of overwhelm this bomb site just using these 2 smokes, and it's all about whether Snow gets blind, and he is seeing clear as day. NQZ does get floored though. Let's see a nice double entry. Once again, Crew are finding these multi-kills on individual players, but they get enough room to get a bomb plant in off of this force.
And Lux can't rotate. Hunsy's completely cut him off with the AWP. He's got a great angle for it, and he will need to go for the flick because he's expecting a jungle drop instead. But as Lux holds down the line, Lancey's got no reason to re-peek, but with the flashbang, he thought he was safe. The flash, however, doesn't fully widen him out, and Kawe spots out reverse him as well. Good for the one now. Trying to make this a completely isolated duel. Riggy will be left to make the meat of these potatoes, but Lux is now taken down reversive, and Riggy playing out for the late round just needs to get 1 kill. He needs to find the player on the defuse, and as Kawe is sticking it, the knife is out, and he can't find him mid-air finally. Getting the stab, but it's too late. Pain will still complete their 5th in a row.
Yeah, 5 straight, and listen, Crew have a lot of money, especially with Riggy getting that kill on the knife, but just those positions were going to be so difficult to play in from. You know, the fact that he went for a faster execute means that there is going to be a utility available for the Pain Gaming side, and it's just so unfortunate there for Riggy. Went straight past that bomb plant, and as he turned around, finally got the stabs in. It just simply wasn't meant to be. Well, now in with a bit more pressure on this A bomb site once again. NQZ trying to challenge round those smokes before they bloom, but in fact, even darting, trying to find an angle past that smoke. Snow under balcony though, first kill in, and has support from Lux as well up top. Laser does overwhelm into a 3-on-3 where they still have this late activation, this lurk in from Riggy, and Lux doesn't seem aware at all.
The only problem is, will Ricky be too late? If he loses another teammate on the bomb side, then it's going to be basically a 1-for-1. Is that worth it for them? Laser spots out the toe. Lux has been damaged up, and now Riggy should know what the play is for him. But in the meanwhile, Big Azara pushes upstairs, and now Riggy needs 2, not just to content with 1. Big on the other side, taken down. Is Riggy aware of Lux being here? No, he's not. They hadn't registered that it was a 2-man call, but now with 35 seconds, Ataraxia will be going all the way back over to the B side. The problem again, Lux's position, he's in connector. He's not moved to try and get information. It's going to be a fast rotate, but when will he commit to it? Lux will decide to wait for the full bomb plant, and that's when Ataraxia will have space to play.
Yeah.
Lux has a kit and a smoke, though.
This was a great decision from Ataraxia. He could have definitely slow rolled on that A bomb site and hoped to mind game Lux, but just darts himself over to that B site. And like you said, he has so much room to reposition.
There's still a world where he misses this one out. Lux will have moved past the initial sideline of the AWP. No, he doesn't quite go behind the cash register. I thought he might be holding out for it, but why would he? With Ataraxia having the op, Crew finally pick up their second after that first round ace. And look, they've got a bright side to look at. That's Spain's money.
Yeah, this was a very hectic start to the round, but once it sort of slowed down in the mid round, once Riggy heard those steps retreating from the connector, I thought that would be his prompt to go. More players had to be given up there. Pain weren't considering that fact until far too late. Even with the additional round, the odds have not improved from our partners.
Yeah.
Even with the money situation as well from Pain. And the thing, you know, the more they push on Lux, the more likely it is they find the bomb. That's dropped top side of the sort of B steps.
Well, listen, Lux doesn't actually go all the way through. Underpass is what he contests, and Lenzi was waiting first. So now the play comes down to Big Azera's shoulders. The problem is he's got 2 flashes. He'd really rather those be on NQZ or Snow if he wants to make a play down middle.
Well, Lenzi's asked for backup. They decide to full re-clear those B apartments, given the forward pressure. Could see an argument for Pain to have retreated from this spot, but they're now actually moving in to reinforce it as well. NQZ here with his AWP, and they'll have a fast activation from Cowways on short as well.
It's a scout, but if he hits headshots, it won't matter. NQZ, gotta be careful not to peek too far behind the smoke. They will at least get the initial damage, but NQZ re-challenges. Spots out the bomb as well, and Cowways is just clearing out short, making sure there's no one there. Molotov gets the better of him, but so much damage dealt before he dies. NQZ might have done enough, but it comes down to Big Azera now to make a play. He's made noise, and Laser will punish as a result. So Snow and Cowways now in an awkward position where there's really not much to save either, but what else can you even do in a 2v5 here?
Yeah, I knew they were on low money, so I was like, how on earth does NQZ have an AWP? And he really wished he did have one. Maybe it could have made the difference. But really well handled here from Crew, even with the fact they vacated those B apartments. You know, Lenzi going back to re-clear that in from the underpass, catching that aggression from Lux. You know, that's a difference in pathing that maybe could have changed the round for Pain or Crew respectively. But they're keeping their wits about them. They know they're leaving vulnerabilities and that they have to be able to pick those up in the mid round. Pain are willing to take some of those risks. They're willing to take some of those challenges, especially when they're on low cash. Sometimes when you go into these sort of underdog versus favorite matchups, sometimes the underdog just doesn't expect that the team that is expected to win this series is going to take some of those more gamble heavy calls or those greater risks. But Crew seemed very aware.
Now listen, Michael, since we've got a... Well, no, we don't. Never mind. Damn it, I came prepared for a tech timeout, man.
You're gonna have to wait for another time. Our
God,
admins are
and
on
with
top
how
of it.
great the production and admin team here is at the RES Series number 4 Latam, we're probably not going to have another one. Damn it, guys.
Unlucky.
What, production? You mail me my check? Yeah, thanks, guys. I appreciate it. Well, Laser, I should be careful. He's going to be checking this corner. Snow and NQZ around it, and Laser has pulled the trigger a little bit too quick. Premature he might be, but you know what? He's still getting the job done. No bottle pulled out, and Snow takes advantage. AK recovered, and they're getting the heebie-jeebies, and they're getting the creepies back to B.
Yeah, I love the call to cancel, but Pain recognized that very quickly as well. They threw all these smokes, but there's no actual push behind it. They're sending it towards the other bomb site. Pain are going to be able to meet them with a stack.
Oh, Reversive has no
dear.
idea, and he's made noise over here as well. He's going to walk right into the double pistol setup again. This is a disaster waiting to happen. Reversive can't get it done. There's an op on the other side as well. You got to be careful. Ataraxia's Tech 9 overwhelms finally. An advantage found. Crew will accrue the 3v2.
This just gets very awkward. They don't know what's compromised. Last thing they knew, Snow was inside of Palace with an AK, and they're going to want to avoid that as best as possible, but he's now playing in from deep jungle. You know, they have this lurk in Lenzi that's trying to creep his way out onto this A bomb site and find out where this hidden player is, but timing, it worked out for Snow. But missing out on his shot, missing out on his chance, that should be their round completely fizzled up. Cowways couldn't find the window. But a lovely shot. And both these players are so low HP. He doesn't need to hit headshots. He doesn't need to be as clean. 6 seconds, and they need to get this plant in. Ataraxia should know that Cowiz is creeping closer and closer, but that ult, it misses, and an AK recovered, but Ataraxia runs him down with the tech instead. He might have missed on the ult, but he's not missing on those pistols. That was a full save round from Pain, but Ataraxia needed to hit that.
All you oppers out there, if anyone ever tells you not to buy the Tech 9, show them that round. Because, man, that's the only reason why they won. That extra $500 you spent right there, and the fact that Kawa misses that last shot. God. Things get a little bit wild.
And considering the other shots he'd hit in that same play, it did seem as though he was just going to win it. You know, found the one high HP player in the whole round. That 1 versus 3 was so doable. It felt like it was right between his fingers, but don't always strike on lightning. It does seem that we have another tech issue that arose. So, oh no, yeah. Well, you wanted the timeout.
Right. Okay, thank you. This is where production's doing me a solid. Now, is this even a tech issue? Because they're all buying up. We're gonna hold this one.
How long is this spiel that you want to go on?
Look, all I'm saying is I'm setting myself up for failure, all right?
Now I've got like unhealthy levels of expectation now.
No, yeah. I just might have a bad take I want to discuss and get out in the world. That's all.
You're a game developer that's given me 7 teaser trailers and no actual gameplay. I still don't know what I'm looking at.
Listen, all you need to do is donate to my 14th Kickstarter campaign, and maybe you'll get it in the end. Okay. Look, all I'm going to say is, Michael, maybe I've just seen the wrong matches, right? You sometimes see the wrong matches. Everyone's been hyping up Snow to me that, hey, this guy's really great. He's going to be the next Brazilian prospect. And to everyone who's listening, please remember, I did say Donk was going to be like a one-off, and he's going to be done in a year. So I don't have the best track record for this. But I've seen Snow, and I'm like, he's aight. He's not looking like he's going to blow the Brazilian scene open or anything. It doesn't feel like he's going to be what takes Pain to tier 1 for me right now. Honestly, that's one of the reasons why I'm so disappointed that we didn't get to see Nizen for longer. But yeah, it's not a Quesarado in here. That's all I'm saying.
No, I mean, Snow is a very solid anchor player, but I do think I see the best out of Snow in these crazy, ridiculous, chaotic environments when his bomb site is under siege. You know, that's where I've seen the most highlights out of Snow in his sort of development period. I see where you're coming from, you know, but at the same time, if he can manifest it in the chaos, so long as he's able to go into a team that does seem to have a structure similar to kind of what Pain will be presenting to the table, then, you know, that's more effort, that's more development that, you know, instead of him being thrust into a weird 1 versus 3 on a bomb site, he'll now have teammates fighting for him as well, flashes that are going to set him up.
Yeah.
You know, in the same way that we saw that with Nizen. Yeah, Snow will slot in quite nicely.
So I'm with you on that one. But here's always my problem with players like that. See, what I've learned, and I do learn from my mistakes with Donk, right? What I've learned is, if I see a player who can get in an M4A1S within 1 magazine, he gets like 3 consecutive 5-bullet spray downs, that's when I'm like, aight, this guy's got the mechanics, right? He's nuts. He's really nuts. You know, or you can be like Quesarado and just have that really crazy first bullet accuracy that he's got and everything, right? Mm-hmm. Snow's coming in, you know, he's got in this chaotic situation. He makes good decisions. That's the thing. But I'm not seeing like a average sub 6 bullet spray down and everything going on over here. You know, he's got good decision making in chaotic situations. I'm 100% with you. But is he going to be the player of the future? Well, we're going to have to wait to find out.
Yeah, we don't live in the future currently, so...
Damn.
The future is indeed not right now. Soon, but not right now.
And other things game developers say.
Yeah, a little trademark next to that soon. Well, a very vacant middle control section from Crew. I mean, they only threw one player out, but they had these 3 smokes that actually do feign some aggression. Payne not actually respecting or pushing in for that. Lency, nice little duck. NQZ thought he cleared out that bottom side of the ramp, but gets his head cleared straight off, so Snow may be the one put under pressure once again. That smoke will buy him some time. They're still so spread here on the Crew side, but the play is that they're going to try and finish towards this top site, or towards A, or at least it should be. Ataraxia is tapering back with the bomb, though.
Reverse has taken a bit too long, and because Zero was 100% going to have to go for information at some point. It couldn't be through connectors. He had to be careful about window consistently, but Reverse wanted to be with them. Ricky, however, still on a late lurk, so the rest of his teammates need to come in with the entries. Snow and Bugu, they've got themselves a good crossfire, but Lency with the molly sailing through will catch them out, and now Ricky knows about one. Will he expect the second? Bigazera shortly this time will be checked, but Ricky somehow doesn't get it, and Lux has a double. How many times are we going to see one player go by unchecked back to connector? But before that, Ataraxia's got to pull out another round out of his hat. Now Zedbigo's scaling up close, but with the AWP needs to take a first fast peek. Lux was never moving, always stationary, always silent. Sets Bigu up for success, and you know what, takes it himself.
Yeah, I mean, I have to commend Crew from learning from some of their mistakes. You know, Riggy with some of his late activations sometimes missed his timing. You know, Reversive should have been the guy to a certain degree that found that opener through the connector and actually doubly sold the fact that there would be no further late lurk. Maybe that's why Riggy gets that first kill, but you know, just then again, dropping their guard towards that top side of connector, they didn't have smokes up to deny a sight line from jungle as well, and like transit to the bomb site. Crew tried to play it slow. They tried to get into Payne's head a bit, and they are learning some lessons along the way, but still not enough. Ataraxia 1v2 is too much to handle. Big Uzera this time taking the round into his own hands. They played passive before, but they are now peaking angle after angle, and Crew are hitting the deck.
Ataraxia really needed to get that shot, but he was hoping to find a pick maybe back towards the top stairs or something like it. Instead, wasn't really ready for NQZ. Has his head taken off. And look, Riggy, you've run this path a number of times. Unfortunately, success has been a little bit more limited. In a 2 versus 5, I don't think that's likely to change.
Oh, Big Goose, Zara.
Okay.
You cheeky boy.
How annoying is that? Oh, shit.
I just heard a step inside the connector, and he spammed me through smoke, guys. Didn't even see him. Wasn't looking that direction when he went for the jump spot. So yeah, this round fizzles up very quickly. They don't even take a lick of damage on any of the players that decide to take fights. I have to say, I appreciate that Ataraxia is feeling confident, but that crouch peek into the angle, bobbing your head up, is a very, very hard shot. Like, kind of deceptively so. Because in theory, all you're doing is putting your crosshair in the right spot, crouching into it, and just revealing it. But, you know, there's a larger scope, or
such a wide plane.
Yes, exactly. And the big problem that you have is that there's a number of different positions that he could actually be on, so you actually have to find out whether or not he's going to be in your crosshair, react to it, and then shoot. Whereas NQZ's job is a lot simpler when he's already double zoomed on the sort of the deeper angle, but then your entire torso sticks up. Still a nice shot from NQZ.
There's been a few heartbreaker rounds out for Crew. That was not one of them. Honestly, Payne just kind of took it to them.
In a way, getting destroyed is just as heartbreaking, surely.
I mean, I wouldn't know. I don't even get to play, man. Honestly, I just talk. Kawes, quick jump back out to short, and he's feeling himself. And listen, NQZ's feeling himself too. Random shot through the smoke. Reversive is gone, and so is Riggy. No late round shenanigans from either one of the R's.
one of the only time we've seen a concerted effort to actually take over middle control. Big Uzera fully flashed up, but so was NQZ, but I don't think they realized that he was close in that corner. I thought Lency got a sightline, would have seen just a glimmer, but they thought Big Uzera was it. They seem to drop their guard in con once they find that first. The Kawa is picking up very quickly, and Snow will swing off of him as well. An 8-4 half from Pain, a very successful showing on the CT effort.
That comes after Crew wins a pistol round as well. Of course, they don't get the conversion over there, but with the ace from Laser, yeah, that's what you're expecting towards. But no, Pain looking very good, I have to say. I'm wondering about on the CT side of Crew whether they're going to be getting aggressive or something like it as well, because it did feel like it's not like Crew were being out-aimed at really any given point. It did feel like they were more just, missing out on small things, maybe not picking up a few cues here and there and whatnot, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I think if they were allowed to the safety of the first 30 seconds of a round, they actually had some very good macro throughout that entire T-side half, but they lost some pivotal moments. Let's see if the pistols, another one of those moments, like slips on by. Lency, nice opening kill, but Snow has taken room alongside the rest of the squad, and they've been able to force these players back, but NQZ's mid-aggression, his late lurk, won't be activated. Snow's deep position in jungle, though, will. And there still is a man advantage here for Crew, but they don't have a kit, they don't have a smoke, they don't have anything to make their job any easier, so they just have to barrel in, and Big Uzera already popping heads and finding more than just one. It's a trifecta from the in-game leader, and Riggy left alone. He knows about both these positions, but like I said, no kit, and now a crossfire built between these two players that remain. This round is all gone and dusted. Big Uzera's 4K is what seals it.
Snow stole his ace. Admittedly, he got the kill first, but yeah, Snow stole his ace, man.
How dare he? You're the new guy on the. How dare you? I'm big. I am Pain.
Don't you know that I'm gonna get an ace in a 3v5? No, dude, but I've got to say, dude, Big Uzera is unreal. He is genuinely unreal. We used to talk about fragging IGLs as, hey, it's a novelty, and when we say they're fragging, they'll probably average like 17 kills in a game, back when it was MR15. We are very much entering into this era where a lot of these tier 2 teams do just have, or tier 1.5 really have, like incredibly high-skilled individuals in the IGL spot that are able to build up a game around themselves as well as give that structure because of how good coaching has gotten. It does feel like Big Uzera is one of the players at the forefront of it.
Yeah, it is actually wild to see how well they've been able to facilitate not only just him being able to frag. I mean, they do in-game leaders that frag well are usually calling around themselves to a certain degree. Big Uzera, I mean, yeah, what's not to love? Good mechanics, takes risks, and also the brains. Can't have it all.
Great with kids.
Huh.
I mean, in a Counter-Strike team.
Yeah, yeah.
It does have to deal
like
with
a
a lot
father
of like
figure.
17, 18-year-old players, yeah. Well, father has gone down. Riggy's made this a slightly upset family. The question is, how Pain going to be able to come through and get revenge?
Yeah, Reversive should also be like a father figure to this Crew squad. For 1.6 to go. Oldest player on the roster, in-game leader. But this was quite a heavy game to come into.
Yeah.
All the success that Pain have had as of late, and Crew, well, they only just got started. Good counter kill from Kawes after losing Big Uzera earlier on. Clambering right into this A play. I'm sure there are M4s aplenty here for Crew, but they can't deny this plant. And once again, they're going to be missing out on that kit, so time will be very imperative, but Lux may just deny everything right here and now. The flashes, they didn't always fully blind up those players, but they certainly kept them deterred. And only two that remain, they save. Crew can't clap quite right back. They came in with a pretty solid buy, all things considered.
And listen, if you want to be considering all the things and you're into betting and you want to consider all the things, well, you can find out a lot of interesting stats and whatnot from our partners over at 1xBet. They've got an application. Scroll down in Twitch to download it, or you can just go to your Play Store or iOS app and pick it all up for yourself. So yeah, don't be left behind, and help those who help us put up these amazing tournaments.
Yeah, you had questions about whether Crew would be aggressive on their CT side. I don't know that they're going to get much of a chance, unfortunately.
They're going to be aggressively reevaluating, maybe.
Should we have picked Mirage?
As in, this is very much a definition of pick your poison, though, up against Pain, so you do what you can with what you have. And right now, they don't have much, Michael. They have Lency getting aggressive, finding them first with a Big Azero feeling a little bit hard done by. Utility in his hands. Kawi spots out the feet of Lency, so he knows he's still around. But Lency is going into difficult territory.
Oh
wow,
my goodness.
Riggy's been flamed on. Like a version of the Human Torch, but without the flame resistance. It's a really bad superpower, actually.
Just on fire, and he's not even the one that activates it, funnily enough. I mean, this was a really nice contingency plan here from Pain. A double Molotov, one from Palace, the other from Ramp. I mean, just funneling these players to continue to fight. And Crew wanted to stop Freeze and make use of that smoke. Just not giving that safety. Still have Snow lurking inside of the Palace, inside of A, but he's now tapering back as his teammates have fully cleared out this B bomb site. A shame. A nice idea. Lency's opening was very swift. They got a smoke down. They could have played off of that. But with them sticking around, and then Lency even, prying for more above that smoke is a bit of a gamble. It is a bit of a risk. One that Pain considered.
And I get it. You feel kind of desperate in that situation. Yeah, 100%.
It's also, he's the only one with a rifle, so, again, that pressure to continue sort of tightening the noose in a round where you have the advantage after sort of catching them off guard.
Terrorists win.
Yeah, it's kind of a little silly. Full spam kill from Snow, and then, that 50-50 duel that Big Uzera had. Quick, scan the QR code right now before he's gone.
Pull out the phone! 12-4. AWP out for Ataraxia. He's only had the best of times in this game so far outside of the one Tech 9 round win that he was able to deliver to his team, but really who has had the best of times in the Crew side so far. Alex holds down mid for what they're expecting to be is a likely push up, and they're right. Riggy, the man to be going aggressive. A flashbang to try and enable him so as well, but a counter flash will not matter. He still gets it done. Riggy good for the one kill. Molly forces him back into Cowboys' crosshair. Cowboys has had a sharp pair of hands so far, and that will not change. Because there, however, exploratory move forward, misses out. The Bigu cross, Lency hasn't quite noticed it. And as Big Azera will be going back out, he should have had the advantage, but Lency still gets the better of him.
Good util, still forcing him off the angle and allowing enough space for the plant. Lency continuing to press forward and actually taking a lot of room back. Snow playing through the smoke though and emerging right into two. So down to a one-on-one. Still the high ground held here from NQZ, and a Molotov that forces Laser back, and NQZ has him dead to rights. 13-4 on Crew's map pick in the series. This Mirage only saw it one way.
Listen, we saw some good stuff coming up from Crew, Michael. You mentioned on the T side, there was some decent macro as well at certain points, but it did feel like, even the small glimmers of hope that they were able to get, because Riggy is coming in with these, flanks through underpass. They didn't necessarily always register all of the players that were there. You can clearly tell this is slightly newer project, and you are going up against probably the best team in South America right now.
Yeah, and they've not made some, dramatic difference or some dramatic change into the way that they're playing or the player that they've picked up and some of the spots he's able to play. So, yeah, it's going to be a very difficult matchup. I thought there was, if we were playing devil's advocate coming into this game, that was the angle where, yeah, maybe there could be some excuses laid out for Pain in that integrating a new player, a star player, some of that is touted as a prospect. You maybe want to give him a lot of resources, make him comfortable quick, but they've stuck true to what has been successful for the Pain core so far, and just slotted Snow right in from Case. So yeah, I think nothing really to scoff at coming into this game. Very high expectations for Pain if they actually find a clean result here against Crew as well.
Well, listen, we're going to have to wait to find out for that one. Nuke's coming up next. Stay tuned. We're going to be back after a short break. It's going to be some good stuff. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
respect. From 1xBet 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 respect. Respect. From 1xBet respect. From 1xBet respect. From 1xBet respect.
Welcome back to the RES Latam Series number 4. I'm T-Time, he's Michael Yumi Cassidy, and we're heading into Map 2 between Payne and Crew. Map 1 was a difficult time, let's put it that way. I'll be nice. It was a difficult time for Crew. Map 2, it's Nuke, it's Payne's pick. Does it get any better?
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I think, unfortunately for this series coming in, there weren't a lot of different ways that this could go. With the removal of Overpass, I think the Argentinian scene has actually lost a map that they are pretty adept on and pretty well versed on throughout the many iterations that map went through. So, Mirage, yeah, sure, they didn't go too well. They had some good macro ideas. I felt like they got themselves into very good positions very frequently. Just, small mistimings on whether or not somebody should be making a play at a certain period. That felt like what let Crew down. But, yeah, you come into a nuke where Payne are very comfortable on this map. And I mean, they will take risks towards outside when they're on CT. They are comfortable making independent crosses and serving as these late activations on the B bomb site when they're on T sides. This is a team that will be very difficult to combat when you're so fresh. And Nuke is one of those maps where you have to have your own sort of internal playbook when you come into this map, even though the overarching plays that are made are pretty consistent. It's about what you're comfortable doing in those scenarios. Because we see teams like take outside and then wrap garage to heaven, and that's just a part of their playbook. But that's not something that every team will be comfortable doing.
And at the same time, I don't want to make this blanket wetter than it already is, but there's also the large issue that we're having on Mirage T side, which is that they couldn't really keep track of the Payne players at times. So you saw multiple times where twice is actually where Riggy once was going out. Lux had already gotten a kill towards the A site. He's shown that he's there. Lux is still alive. They get a kill to Big Uzaran connector, and then Lux kills them because they don't check the angle. Same thing happens with the other way around later on as well, right? There's if you're having that issue in Mirage, you're definitely going to have that issue in Nuke. Like, I'm sorry to say this, Nuke is just a much more complicated map when it comes down to, keeping track of rotations, when it comes to trying to get a good read on things. And maybe that also puts them more on guard. Maybe that puts them more on edge. And as a result, that becomes more of a focus, to have a conversation about it after Mirage. But regardless of all of that, it's still going to be such an uphill battle. We're going to need to see the best from Riggy. We're going to need some really good calling from Reversive. Ataraxia needs to be getting, op kills and not just Tech 9 kills when he has the op for himself. Yeah, there needs to be a real upgrade in the caliber of play coming out from Crew if they want a chance here.
It's also, for them, Mirage felt like the best opportunity because Payne were biting on pretty much every initial site hit. They were double rotating, they were playing together. That's very on meta for several teams within the circuit, that if you're going to make rotations, you make them very quickly, but you do so together, and that way you still have like a numbers advantage to a certain degree when you're either fighting back on the site or when you go back in for those retakes. It just felt as though Crew were a little bit off-brand, a little bit off-meta, maybe didn't read how Payne were going to play it. I can only hope that they anticipated that this nuke was going to be picked and that they do foresee some of the plays that Payne are going to make, and they actively work to counteract them. That's something that I think underdog teams need to angle towards, is that you need to shut down some of your opponent's greater weapons when they go into their own map pick, and I can only hope Crew have that in the locker as well. A very disappointing first map, I think, for Crew when we exited Mirage, but now we enter the battleground of Nuke, our second in the series. It's still the opening round of Group A, so Crew can always bounce back later on, but they're hoping that they can at least force it to a map 3. We start with Crew CT.
They have had a lot of success on the best rounds with their individual aims. Riggy good for only the one, unfortunately. Snow and Lex, Luther? No, Lux, come on. T-Time, get it together. They are able to fight back.
Didn't realize you were suffering from a little bit of dyslexia.
God, I hate you. Reversive. Still making plenty of noise, trying to hope that they will not notice the double push up from ramp, but the double push up from ramp better start accelerating, and soon Big Azera is starting to expect it. He's making plenty of noise, will potentially be backstabbed into, but he notices it on a casual swing backwards as well. They are now aware of the sandwich, both pieces of bread moving in. Lasers found the meat, and NQZ turns out he's still alive. You gotta kill the animal before you serve it up in a sandwich. Come on, guys.
Well, they might have seen the nameplate. They might have seen that it was Big Azera, and then once they dealt with him, once again, sort of not expecting that Pain would just be so honed in on that position. But, I mean, you see how comfortable Big Azera is just taking all of that room. It's just bouncing around, and crew missed their timing. They heard him jumping around, but that's also a very hard shot to hit when they're just bunny hopping and totally blissfully unaware. It's hard enough when they're not looking at you. Doubly hard when they're also not in a traditional verticality. 13.4 to 1.01. This is actually a pretty good call from crew, all odds considered. Our partners may have had them very one-sided, but crew have got themselves into a man advantage. They created that stack towards hell, and Snow descends the vent. Not everyone's made the journey, though, and crew find out the hard way.
That's like a scene out of John Wick. He's taking an elevator down while he's shooting away at his assailants. Well, Reversive hasn't had his dog killed. He's had 3 of his brethren taken down instead. I don't think John Wick would have been quite as upset, to be honest, but let's see whether he still got that gun. Food. Never mind. Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
He may have resigned Kawes to death just because of the bomb and it being nuke, but oh, it's planted back sight, so we can actually, yeah, no, never mind, he's safe. He's actually safe. 4
It's also
HP.
planted, like the furthest backside it could be.
Oh,
you lied!
Yeah, I lied through my teeth.
Michael Limey Cassidy.
I really did think he would be fine, but
yeah, honestly, I was thinking, well, like, wow, Michael really knows this, right? I don't think he's correct about this, but you know, I don't play enough Nuke. I'm not gonna call this out.
yeah, the thing is, I played quite a lot of Nuke.
Well, listen, I don't care how much Nuke you play. I care how much betting the boys over towards, well, our audience does. And if you are doing that betting, go over towards, 1xBet, our partners, and use the code 1xRES Latam, and you can get 130%, up to 130% up as your bonus to your purchase. If you're confused about the code, just scroll down. You can get that one in Twitch chat as well. But in the meanwhile, Ricky's getting 1 in the head, and Ataraxia, long-range spray down from NQZ.
Well, alrighty then. This is the first gun round here from crew, and they've been absolutely decimated. Very forward, aggressive peak from Big Azera. Didn't need smokes. Didn't require them to make that journey. When you can just frag through. Yeah, that sucks.
So, Lancy, what do you have for lunch? Well, it doesn't matter. You're dead.
Here goes bacon, aubergine, and lettuce. BAL, like, so that he could be Balenci sandwich. I don't know. I was gonna make a Balenciaga comment, but I'm not really trying
this one.
It requires some workshopping.
Sharp angle from Kawes. Well, listen, not the strongest starts from crew, but if you can win a magical eco round, well, you've got your godmother, your fairy godmother to thank for that one. Michael, we're not having the best day right now. Well, doesn't matter. Reversive isn't either.
Well, you can't speak, and my material is awful, so I don't know how bad a day I'm really having, because my material is always awful. That's the secret.
Well, solid drops or not, I don't really know how much it'll impact the outcome of this round when Laser's got a Molotov underneath him. He's come through, he's used all this movement deck, he's done everything just to be mollied out by some nerd. Damn it.
Yeah, they don't drop their guard. They use all of their Molotovs because they know it's going to be a low buy, and you know it does funnel crew to continue fighting forward. There might be a moment where they decide that the response should be to taper back instead, but they wanted to close that gap with those pistols. Hope to overwhelm or catch them off. Doesn't happen. Once again, Pain very successful in converting these rounds against pistols. Okay, Riggy has armor. He's safe. And this time I tell the truth.
Yeah. Really going out on a limb with that one.
Yeah.
Listen, 4-0 though, Pain. This is where they're hoping to accelerate through and just dominate with one more round. You almost guarantee yourself 6 over there. I want to see a play from Ataraxia. He's 0-4 so far, and that's forgivable, right? But the problem is that with an AWP, when you are 0-4, you're only really going to get this once on CT side nuke to try and change the tides. This is that round. I think he realizes it too.
I mean, you're definitely hoping this is where everything starts. If not now, then when? Leaning wall, laser under pressure over at ramp. Once again, Molotov will be very disruptive, forcing him further back and conceding that territory over towards Pain. But they've made the journey down towards the lower side, or at least Big Uzera has. They still leave NQZ lurking around that red container. This is a pivotal fight. Big Uzera gets away with even just a 1 here. That could be a completely different story, but Big Uzera isn't just good for 1. It's the whole double. That was supposed to be a lined up trade, but they pick apart any sort of defense on that lower site.
That's also the problem with trying to go for the double peak over there. It does feel a bit telegraphed for Big Azera, the fact that someone is just trying to, you know, swing out like that. Yeah, he's probably going to expect a second one there in a 5v5. Man disadvantage, man advantage. Maybe someone goes out for an information play like it, but no. You can see what crew are trying to do as well, though. They don't want to use a flashbang for nothing. They don't want to just try and give up the fact that they've taken that position in. They were hoping to clear that one out without having to use that util, set themselves up in like good trading positions. Maybe one player playing anti-flash or something like it, but nothing works out for them.
Uh-oh. Riggy looks like a dead man walking. Oh. Oh. NQZ didn't hunt. That actually that surprises me greatly. But
well, he's an opera. He's got the gene in him.
Because in theory, you know, they've got a lot of cash on Pain. They could have definitely thrown a few guns over. But that's that opener we're looking at. And like you were sort of saying, it is telegraphed to a certain extent, because a player that's stutter stepping, constantly jiggling, you know, kind of slow creeping angle to angle is very infrequently alone. You know, if they're really wanting to take that territory back, they'll maybe commit to a crouch swing, something a little bit more assertive. But when they're stuttering and they're stepping like that, usually it means that they're sort of lining themselves up in a position where it's a lot easier for the teammate to trade. So I felt rather intuitive for Big Uzera. To be honest, a little break in the action could be quite beneficial for crew. They've not been getting the best showing so far. But I think the real worry that they have is that, you know, they'll want to commit somebody to actually stop them journeying towards those secret steps. You know, even meet them at the red container or have somebody starts towards secret. They'll want that as an option. But Pain also have some very devastating fast A execs on this map that, you know, if you start someone towards secret, you're just this one extra player down on either having a quick rotate from main or, you know, maybe not having a player in from heaven. You're having to make consolations.
At the same time, Pain have had 4 deaths in 5 rounds. It does feel like they're likely to just continue relying on defaults. You know, I also think, you know, with this being Snow's debut, you do kind of want to hide as much as you can. I know that that's a bit of a moot point because of certain changes to how scrim demos are treated, unfortunately, but still. You know what? If you can stick to a default all the way through, why not?
I can't tell whether Ataraxia saw. He should have, but he didn't seem to really react to it. Doesn't feel comfortable still holding onto that angle, however. So simply retreats. You can see Pain are expecting some sort of a reaction, something different, something a little bit more aggressive from Crew to counteract all that free territory that Pain have been able to work off of, you know, in tandem with some of the kills that they get when they go for that territory control. But now they deploy those smokes. Reversive inside of door, waiting for this smoke to fade, but Snow's on the other end of it. Lency does join Reversive in his venture.
Laser finds a very crucial kill, but the problem is Snow has repositioned. Lancy's trying to move right back into the spray. He gets the better of him. Meanwhile, Bigu's nade finds Ataraxia, takes him down, so his streak of gore form continues. Lux will not be found out. Lux will be good for 2, and Riggy has responded, but he's still trapped between 2 T-side players. They know they need to get the bomb plus, so... And with the Molotov to dissuade Riggy from pushing, he has to now go back over to Heaven. NQZ planning immediately out for main and mini. Riggy's not got a kit, so he needs to make a play, and the smoke down underneath on the site might work against him, even if it didn't quite go where intended. Nade right at his face and re-smoked up as well. It seems like there's no way for him to enter this bomb site unless NQZ gives up an unnecessary duel, something he has no intention of doing.
Nah, the round is done. Riggy wanted to tap out as soon as the smoke even started bouncing inside of Heaven, but then they realized that smoke missed, and he got hit by a nade, like direct impact, and then smoked off freshly after the fact. Getting his hands on his AWP will be a small victory, I suppose, but you could just see how prepared Pain were for that reaction. You know, even Snow tapering off of his angle, he fully anticipated that a second player would be right behind Reversive. He got this kill. He was looking for that secondary man. Right now, it just feels as though Pain came in very well prepared, understood how Crew were going to play. There's very limited demos to work off of, but you can sometimes just get a quick glimpse into their philosophy. And Crew, when they're making these aggro moves, they are playing as 2. You know, they're not working off of independence. They understand that they need to guarantee trades, but they're not finding them.
Laser had found an early kill in the previous round, but now nothing of the sort. Ataraxia breaks first blood for himself, while Riggy gives an advantage, a rare one, to Crew. Meanwhile, though, Snow's been making noise. And suddenly Lency, feet are quivering, lips are trembling, and body is dying.
That's a frustrating way to lose the round. Frustrating way to lose back a kill. These Molotovs have been impeccable from Pain throughout. From Mirage to Nuke. Snow inside these vents waiting for the drop of Reversive. But still waiting for progress out from Secret. They should make some presence. They should throw some noise that direction, but they set up a flash for Snow to swing. That is perfect. Reveals both the remaining positions from the CTs. Now they can just simply play the post plant. There's not a lot of time left. Sure, they have kits, but they know they have too far to venture. They took far too long setting up. Pain 7-0 start here on this T side. They are trouncing them at each and every chance.
Yeah, no, this is very much an outclass if I've ever seen one. Right, this starts off as a 3 versus 4 because of Riggy, right? But because they know his rotation is going to be so far away, the rotation had to come down through vents. They have this completely registered in. The first priority is to try and trace that man down. That's why Snow makes so much noise. That's why he's so willing to go in aggressively. That's why they're, flushing everyone out that way. They haven't heard the door open. They know he's not come out through glass. They immediately equalize and the round's done there and then.
Oh, Big Uzera trying to slide in through main. Riggy very privy to that idea, though. A waterfall smoke. He wasn't going to take his eyes off of it. Lenzi forced out by the Molotov, but there's the trades back from Snow. They've still found it into a man advantage. Crew defending this top site, but Coway's answering right back, and Riggy traded back once more. Laser could be absolutely anywhere, but NQZ's Molotov towards those heavens, it should reveal it. He hears the noise, he hears him outside, but Laser on top of the site, and he just drops, clotheslines NQZ from the top rope. Crew, a much-needed clutch, and delivered by Laser.
Coway's looked like he was going to get that second one onto Mini as well. He's been sharp so far, but Crew finally get a ray of hope going their way. I hate to break it to you, the odds from our partners at 1xBet have not moved despite that, but still. God, dude, they're having such a rough time, but maybe this is where you can still try and fight for 3, maybe 4 rounds in the first half, make this a respectable scoreline. The win does seem like it's sort of left their fingers, but that still can be grasped again.
I feel like Painter just getting so much value out of Molotovs in this game. It just, once again, finds damage, all in that chaos. Again, same smokes as outside, but NQZ finds an opener towards heaven with the AWP. Good set of counter kills, though, from Crew. Not quite out with a whimper just now.
Oh, Snow Scream forward is actually found out. Lenzi gets a better of him right at the last moment. So, Bane are going to be dealing with a very heavy disadvantage. Now, there's one crucial duel here that could still turn things around. That's Biguzera versus Riggy. If Riggy gets taken down, NQZ can actually move past into ramp, but Biguzera is the one with the bomb, and NQZ is still looking for a frag, hunting for it, in fact. But he's not going to find it. Ramp room is completely empty and time is ticking down low. Biguzera will be unexpected, but Laser is probing. He might have been giving some false information, but now notices him and drops the bomb. That should be Crew's second round.
Yeah, the timing is great there from Laser. Thought there was a possibility that he could have missed that timing. They could have just started to slowly descend down ramp, and had they found that kill onto Riggy, yeah, the round is very much open for business, but that is not to be. I don't know if Riggy sees NQZ behind this box, but yeah, not totally aware. And won't probe much further. This time, the kills line up here for Crew. You can definitely tell Painter taking a couple more fights, a couple more challenges. You know, we've seen them play passive. You've seen them open up and create opportunities based off the util or their macro understanding. This time it was NQZ fight outside, you know, Lux try and take some space towards Hell. That's where Crew were able to clamber back a couple of those frags. Oh, yeah. Very uncomfortable there for NQZ. Took an aggressive peek, and sure, he landed the tag, but just gets bombarded.
I thought he'd take more damage, to be honest, but hey. Still left with enough to take a bullet. Biguzera, however, is delivering some bullets of his own. He was a little bit more aggressive before, was giving up advantages. This time, it decides against it. Conways, however, will still be the trade. Laser's been a damn good hand so far. Biguzera could be caught out. Reversive catches his head looking elsewhere. Good angle to be holding down. So again, Crew looking like they have found their bearings, but still, the round is not won yet. The smoke's going to be dissipating soon, and Lenzi could be caught out should Lux want to try and make a play. That's exactly what he does. And he's found that first kill. Ataraxia going to be crucial, but with a flashbang going over, Ataraxia worried about it blinding him, will miss the shot. Reversive, a full double kill with the Molotov, and as Snow will think about going for the bomb plan, instead takes the duel. Will not matter, Ataraxia still shuts them down. What a molly coming through.
Yeah, some good value out of the Molotov there from Reversive. Not only the Molotov, but the follow-up spam as well. They couldn't retreat down vent. They were getting peppered through that smoke. Took so much damage. Like you said, he got 2 full kills, finished off by the Molotov, but he certainly helped them along into a fiery inferno. I mean, really nicely handled. And this could be a solid bounce back from Crew. They were getting pummeled, completely dismissed in some of those rounds prior, but now money has run thin here on Pain. It's the difference between clearing this half with an 8th round or not, and Ataraxia and that blow in the smoke does catch Biguzera on his solo journey.
Beautiful. Biguzera has been found out a couple of times now, but regardless. For Crew, this is honestly the point where they could still try and fight for 5 if you win this one out. Bane's had such good money all throughout that you're still going to be in a decent place for at least a good 4 spy, but won't have all the bells and whistles. And it doesn't look like they've got the real estate to try and actually make a play reversive on outside. It's gotten so much information that unless NQZ is able to find him, which he might, reversive is being pretty worried about this angle, but NQZ scopes in, makes it look easy, now goes right back to lining up Molotovs. With 35 seconds left, Lenzi's realizing it's going to be an A play coming in, but he's blind and on fire. Quick kill found, and they drop down the vents. Ataraxia looking for the frag on the NQZ. He knew he'd be nearby, but he just can't get it in time, and the final death of Laser will steal their dreams of 5. Hell, might even steal their dreams of 4. Crew not in a good place for their money.
Hey, this is exactly why, you know, you had to be fearful of just how many challenges Pain were going to take, because, you know, after they lose Biguzera, they play that slower style, they play that slower round out, and it's also one of the problems that Crew will experience and have experienced throughout this entire game. If you let Pain develop into a late round scenario, they will probably win. That's just the circumstance. Crew have to take matters into their own hands.
Interesting. Laser goes in, good frags, good damage, and Riggy's right behind him. Oh, first time I've actually seen the jump up wings on a kill feed as well. Looks quite nice.
Yeah, it used to show up on nades, but they did fix that in the recent patch. Like you were killed by a flying nade? That doesn't make much sense. Oh god, that's awkward though. Laser had a grenade pulled and thought that smoke was going to be enough to save him. Riggy retreating. But from 2 on 5 to now 4, there's still some deep territory inside of lobby. But it's not an angle that's actually being looked out for at all. Okay, well that's free, and Lenzi also hits the deck. Reversive has to trade, and he'll hunt him down. That's the bomb dropped outside of lobby. Sure, NQZ probes towards the lower side, but he does not expect Riggy to already just be sitting there once they knew that that bomb was inside of lobby. A nice recovery, all things considered, from Crew, but certainly a few bumps along the way. It was still a very good effort from Pain throughout that half. They were in full control.
I mean, given the fact that Crew got 4 kills in the first 5 rounds, ending up on 4 rounds is pretty damn good. Maybe it could have been slightly better, marginally so, but doesn't really matter. They have to deal with what they have, and what they have is just 4 rounds now as you head into this T side. They need this pistol.
Let's see if Laser has another ace in him.
2 in a series would be something. Biguzera hasn't had his 1 yet, but aggression for him so far has not necessarily netted him the best results. I think he's a bit indifferent to that. But look at the aggression from Kawa is going all the way in. Laser's found the first. Is he on his way, Michael? I know it's just a 1 kill, but still. Does feel like it might be necessary. Kawa is good for another one. Lenzi comes through. There's still 3 more players to actually contend with. The dualies might be the weapons for the job, but this is a job no one wants. 0 applicants on LinkedIn. And QZ still trying to probe around like an unpaid intern in the job market of today.
Okay. Well,
It's a rough one.
He just keeps jiggling. He's ready to greet them. He knows that they're still hanging around. Lux as well, finding one from door, and they still hear these steps. NQZ is still just serving as this the ears of Pain Gaming. Oh, okay. That's unreasonable. And another kill. Even a knife as well, Laser! He was already low, he was already tagged, he couldn't quite find the vent, and neither did Lux, but Riggy's alone down towards that lower site. Oh dear. That's disappointing. And Riggy will be even more disappointed to find out there are already 2 on that lower site, ready to greet him with open arms.
Surely it doesn't get worse from here. Oh look, it's like the impossible bowling shot.
Hey guys, let's slow down. We have a man advantage. 4 on 3. Don't worry about it. Oh, we're getting shot through smoke. Oh, he found perfect timing to kill us on door, and he's knifed us. Yeah, Lux is honestly just destroyed their hopes of winning that pistol right then and there.
Oh, Bigazera. Well, freebies have been found, and of course, if you guys are into freebies, well, you know what? You could actually go out and place a correct score bet, and you get a free bet if you lose over with our friends at 1xBet. Check the link out in the description below, or maybe there's going to be Twitch chat links as well, or if not, just go over to 1xBet yourself. You know what? It's just that easy. It's the esports era event, of course, in case you guys need to know the event as well. Pain are heading into their Latam era, I have to say. Looking damn good doing it.
Well, how many good things can I say about Big Azera? Is this another one? How on earth does he get away with that and the dink through the smoke as well? There's just not even in the fights that shouldn't be possible. Big Azera do seem to have, or Big Azera and Pain just seem to have quite a lot of advantageous timings and luck on their side, but maybe Laser can find headshots aplenty to clamber back in this round. They're just all so low HP. A single HE could find all 3 kills if it was well placed, but an MP9 will certainly do. Hey, good luck getting a bomb plant. Ataraxia is trying his hardest to escape, but lo and behold.
Yeah.
Oh, look, that's awkward. Yeah, that's very awkward. Lux thought he got there in time, but Ataraxia actually will get a plant in, so that's nice. That's extra money for the crew side, but he was never winning that round, not on the low health that he actually was. They just... I don't know how Big Azera gets away with that. Reversive, top silo, headshot angle, MP9 wins. He doesn't take a single point of damage, and he gets like 90 plus through a smoke.
He's an annoying bastard to play against, that's for sure.
Yeah, just kept so much pressure applied. Crew couldn't even get the round started.
That pressure's not going anywhere, Michael. 4 to 11, crew. You can't deal with the pressure. It is still coming your way. Locks right into Squeaky. Picks up the first. Oh my god, there's fire everywhere.
That just seems spiteful. Pain were hitting them with many a good Molotov on their T side. So they just threw all of their Molotovs at Lux in particular. Didn't know where to run. And still didn't die either. You know, for all those Molotovs, no one actually funneled forward. They didn't stick in pairs to make sure that that was a guaranteed frag.
Do the Molotovs come in your right hand even if you're on left hand? Interesting.
Yes, it's only incendiaries that seem to do it. It's kind of odd. I think it's to do with the lighter, you know, but even then you just assume that it would just switch as well, but
Okay.
Not too sure. Looking at dualies earlier on left hand was annoying though. I hated how that looked.
Nothing's going right for Lenzi. It's insignificant, but yeah.
Just that kind of day.
Pain's coming with a vengeance into series number 4, though, that's for sure. They want to try and secure out their attendance at the LAN later on this year. And of course, if you guys aren't familiar with the circuit, the RLG points are what you're getting, the relog points, if you're coming out towards playoffs and beyond. And then the teams with the most relog points towards the end of the online circuit will be qualifying through to the actual overall LAN that's going to be happening in October, I believe, in Belgrade.
Yeah. Current rankings are Fluxo and MIBR in first and second place, and those two would be the ones that go forward to Belgrade if that was to be maintained, but yeah, it'll be...
But we'll have to wait to see.
Yeah.
Still, Pain have at least one more round that they need to find and play over here. NQZ, rare miss coming out from him onto a swinging Riggy. But Riggy doesn't want to try and re-challenge that. He knows lightning doesn't miss twice.
Well, a slow developing round here from Crew. And they're trying to crawl out towards ramp, and they are successful, but they take a lot of damage across 2 players just for the 1 kill on Snow. Laser does cheat past that AWP scope, and Lency finds his frag, but a little bit of umming and ahhing over towards that ramp position. Kawa is trapped in at that CT vent, but Big Uzera there to bail a friend out. Only Riggy and Reversive, the 2 Rs of Crew that remain. And they're separated, but Riggy in a great position to punish Big Uzera's rotate. That secures enough space for Reversive to plant. This 2-on-2, very feasible for Crew.
Gonna have to see NQZ getting involved early on as well. The grenade is going to be very important. He could actually completely pluck out Reversive if he pops that nade out in his face. 5-7 is what he prioritizes instead, but he'll be losing the long-range battle. Reversive takes point after Riggy's already taken contact. Leaves Cowies alone. 1-on-2. Plenty of money to buy up in the next round. No reason not to go for this beyond the clock, and the clock is ticking. Don't get me wrong.
He's going to try and ninja.
Crew are considering whether they try and move back over, and that's what Cowies is hoping for, going for the ninja, but Riggy is stuck around. He knows. He's not taking any risks here.
Now that would have been a very sad way to lose the series. But they don't. A 2-on-3, and they find a nice solution, even though they were very heavily separated. I'm not surprised. 1xBet, our partners over there, have not changed, by the way. They've been consistent. But a nice solution that Crew found, even if it was amidst some chaos and a little bit of back and forth. It definitely wasn't how they anticipated to start the round, but still able to close, find something. They just need a lot more like it, and maybe if they can find consistent kills onto Big Uzera, that could be a way in. He's not top fragging by any means on the Pain side, but he's just a nuisance.
Oh, Shadow is very visible there. Lency will trade for Snow. Maintains advantage. NQZ doesn't really seem like he's in a position that's likely to get a lot of action. Ataraxia's got no reason to try and contest this. We'll be moving right back outside, and NQZ, well, in fact, will actually put away his weapon. Cow is in another clutch. He might have realized and picked up on the fact that they might not be in the lower area of the map, with Ataraxia being so late to actually try and get a sightline into Secret.
They are still taking their time, though. Not just hounding straight into a site. They want to make sure that everything is clear. They make some steps, a Molotov down. That could be Cowies' chance to strike. Yeah, catches Ataraxia, and all Lency trailing out from Hut. It certainly gets dicey. If Reversive hadn't come off of that plant, the round was open for the taking there for Cowies.
Yo, Cowies has been so sharp this series. He's such an impressive player when you really just get down to some of the mechanical moments that he's able to get when he's hitting his form. It's one of the problems over in Pain that you know, we haven't seen the best from a few of these players like the Cows and NQZ when they go to the international stage, but that's also what makes them so exciting, because they didn't falter despite it, and you can see the room to grow for when they're making those lands again.
Yeah, I think, you know, if I had to make a comparison with an EU player, I would say Kawes and Tessis are quite similar in a lot of ways, in that, you know, they're often the sort of the mid-round recovery players. A lot of good decisions made, you know, some nice sharp mechanics as well. But, you know, sometimes, they'll have a minor flaws in their game. They're still improving. But that's what makes these young prospects so exciting to watch.
Well, smooth bomb plan. I'm expecting it to be a smooth finish as well. CTs at this point don't really have a kit either, so you're not really going to see any ninja shenanigans being attempted. Lux takes a quick peek out, meets his death, and turns out that's being met by a lot of people on their side. Pain is not feeling particularly comfortable challenging back in to try and pick up weapons. Oh!
That's a lovely shot. Come on.
Might be another one. Never mind. Laser turns a beam on. Oh.
Oh, oh my god. Well, that's costly. But
meanwhile, Snow is in CT spawn. Like, listen, I know I have to buy the AWP in the next round. I'm keeping my armor on me.
You ain't buying AWPs. It's not an AWP.
He did buy an AWP. He dropped it to NQZ.
Oh, boo. How dare you be the money man just for somebody else. Buy your own AWPs. I was like, I know he bought it all. I saw it. What do you mean? Yeah, no, I just missed it.
No, it's all
we
good.
jumped into replays and I missed it for a moment.
Well,
it's a cute idea.
Oh, they missed the flashbang. Stone still does move off the angle, but what could have been an opportunity to fully run him down will be a miss. And meanwhile, very triangulated setup on outside has been forced into play as a result of the two-man population of the lower town. NQZ. Double scope in now. I feel like there would have been a world where he hits that. Continues rejiggling off the angle. Ricky was playing with fire and he decides that, you know what, I'm going to back off before it gets thrown right at me. The problem is Biguzera. He's trying to creep out, and with the initial confirmation of a player on outside being there, Biguzera really wants to make a play and give them the advantage. It's 35 seconds though, so his death could be the undoing of the round, and he knows it as well. Riggy will just force him away, and NQZ's quick scope doesn't hit. Kawes has to hold down the line. He's been playing back towards CT event more often than not, but Laser expects him regardless, loses. The duel and reversive is there to trade. Biguzera playing with his food, but he can't swallow it down.
That miss from NQZ is costly. Even though Kawes was unexpected on that bomb site, they were getting wrapped in from heaven as well. They needed to fight forward. There were 3 players in a door. And NQZ found that first shot. It just creates so much more zone chaos there for crew. They'll likely accelerate. You know, you could probably get Biguzera up those vents. You know, there are more opportunities available there for Pain, but just unable to thin down that herd. Crew once again able to sort of spread out and actually doubled their presence rather successfully. You know, the fact that Riggy got spotted towards that red container and did taper back. Sure, he still occupied that later on when Crew were sort of building up to that topside hit. It just meant that Pain had to acknowledge it. They had to address it, especially when they had someone towards those secret steps. So a nice, patient, drawn-out round there from Crew. But slowly but surely, they are closing in on that gap. 12-4. We've now had 4 rounds straight, so they're halfway there. But are these prayers to be lived on?
using Ataraxia as the hard scoped entry on the AWP is very difficult with Snow's angle. The wallbang will not be enough, and because Harris found the damage as well, where Crew was feeling like there was some hope behind it. They've lost a huge advantage early on, one that doesn't feel recoverable, especially with that nade, because Zara finishes off the round there, and then Crew will need a miracle if they want to continue fighting up against the Pain wall.
Yeah, it is what they've been met with through this series. The Pain wall. And they just get delivered death. They have made it swift. They have made it quick. That first map, Crew would certainly have taken some lessons away, but here on Nuke as well, sure, there was a little bit of fight towards the end, but it took a little bit too long to find a bit of engagement. Pain, as you would expect, 2-0 over Crew. Sure, this is a new Argentinian project, but Pain, after the addition of Snow, they looked comfortable. They looked fine. It didn't look as though they had many of these teething issues that you maybe could have expected with a new star player coming in. But I mean, you got what you wanted. NQZ had a nice pop off. Big Uzera was still Big Uzera, and other pieces for Pain showed up when they needed to as well.
I think the most reassuring thing you could say about Pain in general is Big Uzera is still Big Uzera. That's the crazy thing. But no, for sure, they don't look like they've really missed a beat. But also at the same time, maybe they'll be challenged a little bit more up against W7M. That's where they'll be going up next in the upper bracket. Lower bracket, of course, will be where you'll have a chance to watch Crew again. They are not out of the tournament just quite yet. It'll be between them and Galores. Galores had a good little run in the previous group stage as well for series number 3. So keep an eye out for that one. That'll be good. And we've still got one series left for the day. It's Audic versus Case Esports soon after this, so make sure you're still coming into this one. But Michael, before we do send it over to that, do you have any parting words for this series in particular?
Yeah, I actually think the calling in general from Crew looked pretty solid. I think their understanding of how they want their rounds to build and how they're going to convert them later looked quite promising. It's just they're missing some of the extra killer instinct or the extra space taking that you almost need to make those rounds more successful, because if you take too long, your opponent's going to figure it out, and Pain did very frequently, I think, throughout the 2 maps we saw.
Oh no, I'm fully with you. And the weird thing is that this isn't a team where I feel like they're constrained by their aim. It feels like they're constrained by their individual footwork, if that sort of makes sense, right? Of these individual timings on when to like maybe take a peek, maybe when to push in, when to expect a peek coming out on the other side. It's a well-called macro team. There is a lot to look at on the micro individual level, but listen, it's definitely a prospect to keep an eye out for. Crew will be interesting, especially in that lower bracket. Before we go there, though, we've got to go over towards Group B, and we can't do that without taking a bit of a longer break. We're going to be back in, well, it's going to be a while, guys, but make sure you're coming back in and tuning in for Audic versus Case. That's going to be a good one. See you guys in just a bit.
The world is changing quickly.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same: victories with 1xBet.
very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Welcome back to the RES Latam Series number 4. I'm T-Time, joined by Michael Yumi Cassidy. We're heading into the final series of the day. But Michael, before we talk about finality and the end of the day, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. You ask for sort of vibe checks with me very frequently, and I feel like I don't actually ever tell you I'm doing poorly, because then that's just opening up a whole can of worms. But we've opened up quite a few cans in these opening rounds at the very least, birthing our way back into the RES Latam series. It's been quite exciting to see some of the players that we had some high hopes for, maybe having a few teething issues, a few underperformances per se, but I don't think there were any surprises about the way the results actually came through in today's games.
Well, listen, it's been 2-0 all along, but I don't think that's what we're going to see over here. Audic versus Case is likely to be a slightly more contentious series coming in. These two teams do, they do take it the distance sometimes here and there, but of course we've already seen something in Group B earlier on. Imperial taking out Insanity, no surprises there, and we're about to find out who's going to be joining Insanity down in the lower bracket and who's going to date with Imperial coming up very soon after. But in order to do that, we have to find out between Audic and Case who actually takes the cake. And look, we're putting it in the oven. The question is, who's actually got the firepower to, blaze it all up? I don't know what you do with cakes, man. I'm not a baker.
Yeah, baking is like chemistry, so I don't talk to me about that either. Yeah, Audic and Case, I think between these two rosters, obviously we got to see Pain earlier on with the addition of Snow, obviously coming from this Case roster where it felt like he was a pretty integral component. We've got a lot of very solid passive players, a lot of good decision-making players. I think Riccioli is definitely a player that can have these sort of pop-off moments, but they've had to make some adjustments, obviously with the addition of Nizen, who never really showed that same chaotic forte that Snow seems to bring to the table. Seem more like a reliable pair of hands. So now I'm actually looking at players like Riccioli or RCF or Urbano to really step up, I think, and be a heavy fragger with this new addition and this new loan acquisition that they have from Pain.
I actually think that Nizen bringing in that stability into this team as a more stable player who doesn't want to get into super chaotic situations might be better for Case, because it didn't feel like RCF was ever able to really get a handle on the round. And, I didn't feel like I was comfortable blaming the Opera in a situation where Case felt like they wanted things to go chaotic, but also at the same time, now I feel like I can really put him to the test. Case can sort of move on with this as well and see what they want to do with this. But let's move on to the Audic roster. No changes there, but interestingly enough, Michael, they have actually fully revamped their coaching staff. They've brought in a new analyst. They've brought in a new coach. They've let go of Deco, who was assigned as their assistant coach for a little bit of time as well. That didn't really work out for them. That being said, though, I don't know how much rejigging coaching staffs is going to do unless Lineco can come in and turn Turtle back to big man T again. It does feel a little bit like this project has hit a wall.
Yeah, perhaps. I think they have enough talent on it to make it work. Like, I've seen great stuff from Nighty. I think Turtle has great potential. I think Ponter as well is another really solid rifler. So it is just all about how it all gels together, and that's maybe why they've not made any actual changes to the roster itself, and that they're trying to get a philosophy change. So I actually don't hate the direction, but it kind of remains to be seen whether or not they're actually going to be able to break past that wall or not.
Well, Mighty and Mightios are definitely some strong hands to do it with, but if the coaching staff can come through, activate a few of those final players, it'll be interesting. Now, Woody, of course, a player who we do generally refer to as a slightly weaker opera in IGL, of course, well, weaker opera, not weaker IGL, but this is where I'm also very curious to see whether or not RCF can actually come in and make this a good matchup. I think the contrast between RCF and Woody is going to be really interesting. I've not been impressed with RCF so far, even if he does sometimes hit some, decent numbers against some worse off teams. This, however, could be his chance to make this an incredibly interesting series and be a really impactful player across it.
Yeah, I do think this is where there should be the biggest difference. So it's nice that you sort of point that out, and it should probably be our focal point for this matchup, because I don't think Woody is a particularly weak AWPer. You don't get a lot out of him, is unfortunately the case with Woody. He's a very passive player, never hunts for openers, never doesn't really does anything with the AWP. I think is the main issue that I have with it. When he's in the right spots, he will typically hit those shots. And for me, I actually agree. His in-game leading is fine. So yeah, I think this is where I want more diversity in the matchup. I don't want RCF to just be the one dictating the flow of combat when it comes to those AWP head-to-heads.
Well, why don't we take a look at the map pool and see if there's going to be any diversity there? We haven't seen a Dust 2 in the earlier series. I'd love to see it. Listen, I'm a big Dust 2 fan, Michael.
Yeah, I mean, I'd certainly like to see it, but I struggle to see an angle for any team that's coming in to really want it themselves, unfortunately.
What?
And it's not going to see play. Inferno, Nuke, and Ancient are going to be our 3 maps. Not any real surprises, case like picking Inferno or Nuke in their opening rounds, but it's kind of a surprise to a certain degree. Actually, I say it's a surprise. It kind of this did feel as though there was only one direction this veto could have gone for Audic, because Case naturally banned Anubis, and that's the only other map that Audic are really first picking in series.
I'm actually a little bit surprised of here that Case do end up trying to ban out Dust 2, and I'm surprised that they haven't started to angle more towards it, but their Ancient's been fine, and frankly, Audix might have been the one who would want to diversify their map pool more. I was actually really hoping for an Audic Dust 2 pick, Michael, and I know that that's a really risky pick to go for, especially when, you know, Case is such a firepower-heavy squad themselves as well. I just feel like Audix map pool is something where they've really been struggling, and they've really suffered in that regards, especially when, you know, they want to pick into an Anubis, and especially when Nuke would likely be the decider regardless, considering that, you know, that's a map that Case are very, very happy to play. But yeah, again, my bias has also come into that request, but this does seem like the veto favors Case.
Yeah, I think as well, if we're talking about, you know, RCF versus Woody as for an AWPing comparison, you know, you've not exactly picked very AWP heavy maps where that advantage could effectively be leveraged. You know, Woody is in-game leading alongside its AWPing responsibilities. He is taking longer to get engaged very typically. So yeah, they've kind of painted themselves into a bit of a corner, I think, unfortunately. But that's just where I'm kind of hoping to see some good work from players like Nysen, actually. You know, we talked about this extra stability could be a nice boon for this Case roster. These are all maps where having a very solid anchor player is going to win you games, actually. So I'm actually going to be maybe putting a microscope on him, because I haven't been able to catch them in the limited officials that he's been actually played. I think they played 2 ESL Challenger Leagues and best of ones against Audic, funnily enough. So, you know, there is at least some track record. There'll be some internal history maybe, but I want to get my own eyes on it, basically. I want to see how he fits in and whether he's getting that same support that he actually had when he was on Pain. You know, we saw lots of flashes getting set up. We saw him being facilitated to succeed in his anchor positions.
I think more than anything else, what this team is going to prove is who was actually speaking on the Pain side when we saw him succeed, which is that will Nysen still be getting those flashes? Because if he is, I actually think that's probably him asking for those flashes. He's asking for those resources to be given to him. And any young player who has the wherewithal to do that, I'm in love already. So let's see how this one goes. Inferno should be a good little testing ground as well. And that's obviously where he found a lot of success with Pain. Audic will be hoping to make sure that success does not continue in this new lineup. Double smoke out for Audic, but don't know if they'll get the chance to use it. This is going to be a very fast play right out towards Arches. They want to wrap into the A site.
Yeah, and the rotate is just going to be too late. Turtle, nice shots from distance. Nysen closing that gap, though, and getting space into the bomb site proper. And with him being dispersed of within the back of the bomb site, within pit, there is a kit dropped in the middle of the site for Audic. So this retake can still happen, but Case have that man advantage and some very solid after plans.
Retake smoke comes out to try and block off RCF, and that's where he just starts plinking away with the P250. He's so annoying to deal with. Ponter's already down to a single point of HP. Riccioli and Nysen have got the great little crossfire. Mattios is just looking for money, and he'll find some. Good for him, but that's not much consolation.
Yeah, really nicely handled. A quick wrap call from spawn from Case. They just barreled up mid. Odic didn't go for what is a fairly common pistol start where, you know, you have 3 players almost facing in through mid, because so frequently we see teams actually divert away. It's kind of like a cat and mouse game where at certain points it's incredibly meta to just run up towards banana, but so many teams do start 3B as well. So it can be a rock, paper, scissors type of engagement, but quick call from spawn. They get that space, and they make sure that the round doesn't fall out of their hands either. No investment here from Odic in that second round. Didn't really get much of a look in on their CT pistol. And nice to see them probing with the SMG.
Potter's the kind of player who can sometimes just go absolutely insane, but it feels like he needs to be front running. I don't really often see him coming back into a game where, you know, the first 3-4 rounds he hasn't really been able to get his hands dirty.
Yeah, he'll definitely be a player to keep an eye out on, just because I think there has to be another star that kind of emerges from the ashes of the one that was plucked out of their roster. Just don't know who it'll be.
Yeah.
Now, Inferno has undergone quite a few changes since the last we would have watched it. Hell, maybe even the viewers at home as well. You know, middle has kind of opened up. The map feels far more breathable. Some of the terrain that was blocking you from lining up smokes to mid and, you know, aggressing towards that A bomb site in particular has been alleviated. So
You got that 100% cotton coming in, yeah. And that polyester sweat. RCF, though, getting a little sweaty back out to A. Woody's the one taking him and Nizen down. Might not want to stop there. He's asked for company. Company's down, but Flashbang is good. It's great, but Urbano better. Comes through. The MAC-10's going to continue to keep the pressure up, and Riccioli behind it. Is also nearby. Got to go for the reload. Of course you do. You're picking up an M4A1. What else do you expect?
This is going to be a bit of a tough post plant to hold, I think, here for Case. There's a smoke and a Molotov available, but they use it rather early. They throw it into the middle of the site, especially with a player sort of creeping up through short. That could have done a lot to help alleviate some of the strain. Urbano just holds such a tight line to stop Riccioli from being pushed from the side. And just as they try to swing out and clear out the player just underneath that cold zero box, it's just simply too much. Ponter cannot get a look in, doesn't have a kit, and I don't even know why he's still stuck around to try and find damage. He's taken an extra bullet. Could have gone down to the bomb perhaps, but the Case side, once again, they crack through, even though this was a very solid hold from Woody. Dealt with the apps pressure rather well, got that flash right on cue, even though he was low HP. He did a lot with very little.
Yeah, it's uncharacteristic to see 90 in that position, not being able to collect on that frag, but it's a difficult angle to fight in from Library. It felt like 90 was going to give him that, you know, last little bit that he needed, the last little bit of force to shut the round down.
Yeah. Woody was simply asking for help.
Oh. Nice decapitation from Ponder, make it a double. Of course, he's the only one with an M4 over here, but Case doesn't have the full information of that. Even if they do, they could be walking into an A-side stack, and it's 3 versus 5. It's sure deaths, but they're just hoping to slow the round down. The problem is that there are plenty of utility pieces, and hell, I mean, I think the CT might even recover those from the T-side bodies, so doesn't really help you.
Yeah, they did not invest around this rifle, so what little they bring in or have been able to deploy has been recovered off these Case carcasses. So whether or not these vultures find a full feast or get ripped out of the air quite quickly still remains to be seen. Case regrouping towards the bottom side of B. And Odic do have these 2 rifles in place, but this is still the less personneled bomb site.
They try and risk a flashbang. They're going right into the double peak and they fire it down. Those were both the rifles recovered from earlier on the Galil and the M4 that Ponter obviously took forward from the previous round. And again, it's a situation where it seemed like they'd found a victory. They might have left into a loss. Volley out from RCF should be the end of this round. Forces Turtle right into his crosshair, and Matios' deagle is going to be pretty damn near ineffective.
Wow. Yeah, that's a real shame for Audic. Ponter made a good play at the start, you know, tried to be aggressive, took initiative into his own hands with that saved M4. And once they got those kills, actually created a lot of breathing room, a lot of chances for them to reset and change the way that they were set up. Follow-up kill on the exit here from Matios, but he only gets away with that extra one. You know, that's one of those positions, unfortunately, when you get those 2 opening kills on a rifle, your hero rifle in this regard, you're kind of, I think in hindsight, they would have wanted somebody to have pushed through the T apartments, you know, gathered some sort of information on one of these lesser valued players and sort of paint the picture a little more clearly for Audic, because they ran information starved, and once Case regrouped and reset, I mean, once you don't find those kills over at B, there's no fast flank opportunities. You couldn't have lent an extra player over towards that B bomb site before the hit actually happened.
Of course, but also at the same time, they did just get, you know, skill gapped over there.
Yeah, I mean, they needed to get at least one kill from the 2-man setup, for sure.
The setup was good. They weren't playing anti-flies. They were both just coming in and unfortunately just can't finish off the job.
But, you know, you just imagine a scenario.
A consistent theme.
Yeah, I mean, of course. You know, there are times where you can push the boundaries and you can take some risks, and there are times where you should be sitting back. I think that was a bit more of a 50-50. That was I mean, we see a risk from Turtle peeking into what is an AWP posted into the apartments, which is a typical line.
Oh. Urbano's had a pretty good game so far. Early days, though, so has to make sure that he can maintain that hot hand in the future rounds. Ricky Yoli, nicely done. Knight, he thought he had a timing. And again, he continues to be untouched. Woody, though, the double kill master comes alive again. Riccioli's been left in a 1 versus 3. At this point, damage itself is valuable. Bomb planted does allow him to at least try and fight in for 1. They're pushing through the smoke. Could have been 2, but Matios gets the better of him now. Audic can finally break into a round of their own.
These holds from Woody are looking good. I have to say that right off the rip. I mean, he got a 3K in a round that they lost. Now, again, just being able to leverage that AWP into a double when his teammates had been dropped so early on. You know, Turtle gets picked by the AWP. 90's timing doesn't work out. Woody had to come up with a multi-frag, and he succeeded. But you have to think that was a hell of a chance for Riccioli as well in that 1 versus 3. Had he been a little sharper, a little cleaner in that first frag, the whole round was theirs for the taking. Anyway, Audic do strike first, and I do think we have a technical timeout.
Yeah, got a disconnection.
Immediately. Turtle slamming the desk, perhaps, after getting AWP'd in abs from second mid. From the bridge, no less. Like,
you know, I have a firm belief that desks for professional Counter-Strike players should be padded, except for the areas where you're putting your mouse and your keyboard, so that you don't injure your hand.
That sounds worse in every regard.
You're hitting a padded desk. What do you mean? What's bad about
yes,
that?
But you probably shouldn't be hitting your desk anyway. We'll be completely honest.
Okay, listen, we're not living in an ideal world, all right?
I'm just saying, you know, for the functions of a desk to have, I don't know, weird cushions on it, that just sounds...
No, except for the areas that you're putting your keyboard and mouse on.
No, I understand that. I understand that. But you understand, people put other things aside from a keyboard and mouse on their desk.
you're a pro player. Have a pro desk.
I see.
That's your pro play zone.
The anger management pro player desk.
Boost up. Right back to the barrels. Urbano wants to come through with a big frag, and he might have that opportunity. Mattios taken down. Oh, RCF barely dodges that. Rather, not RCF. Ponter barely dodges out that nade. Ponter even comes up with a double of his own. A surprising amount of action coming through from Ponter and Woody, I must say.
Yeah, Case jumped the gun a little too early there. They had a Molotov lined up to clear out those sandbags. Had they waited for that, you know, Ponter's angle is effectively eliminated. They just run around that corner haphazardly, no flash, and it's, I mean, that's free pickings for Ponter. Really nice clean work on that rifle. And I was lent over towards the A bomb site because as they hunt for information, they don't want to just simply sit. It's Woody with the AWP. They know what's up. The flag may activate before Woody even fires a shot.
Especially on RCF, who's just holding down on that utility. Smoke's going to be taken out of his hand pretty soon. They deploy that util, trying to turn around and get the frags. It's only Yev's left, and he's got nothing to offer. Not even a single kill.
This was a perfect call. I mean, beautifully done. Ponter getting that double kill, immediately evacuating and swapping places with Woody so that they can make an initiative play and actually hunt for information. I love everything about that from Audic. It's very proactive, it's very intentional, and it shows quite a lot of conviction and as well some trust in Woody to actually be able to lock down his spot. Case just did that so much faster, or rather, Audic did that so much faster than Case were anticipating.
Of course, if you want to be fast, you got to be break out your phone, scan that QR code, and get the partner app from our partners over at 1xBet. Make sure you're never going to miss a match over there. Riccioli, though, doesn't want to miss a shot. He's moved through the smoke, and he's got Mattios next to him, behind him. In fact, not next to him. Could have been a swanky shanky, but decides to keep it classy with the MP9.
Hey, let's not get greedy now. You're already making money. Well, that was the only real weapon of adversity for Audic. So finding themselves into an immediate upgrade is always going to be a nice little grace. There's not a whole lot of bark to this fight. No flashes.
It's a good timing to catch over here. Potentially, Michael. 90 is going to be taken down low, and now it's all down to Turtle. He's missing his first few. 90's the one to pick up the trouble, but instead they've lost their rifles. The T's have yet to scale, but they do recover position against Woody. Woody turns the scope off. Molotov will go out early on before the bomb was even going to be planted or threatened to be planted. RCF can now get the bomb down and under. Nizin doesn't really dare make the cross back out to Turtles. AK, RCF instead can pick up the frag. Nizin doesn't need the AK. Only Ponter left a 1v2. It's all been lost. 90 did so much, but now Ponter has to be the one to finish it off, and Nizin nearby will be playing first contact. Head taken right out. RCF, though, still involved on top of the box. Takes it out with a triple. Beautifully done between them.
How have they lost that? You know, I was ready to dismiss what you were going for here, because I didn't think they were going to get timinged. You know, they had two players dedicated to watching the apartments, and they just get run over. Oh, I mean, these shots from Nizin are absurd as well.
Yeah.
But that was pistols without armor.
That's also 90 getting 3 kills, 2 of which are on 2 HP, by the way.
Yeah.
Right? Turtle does nothing there.
That is so rough. They just had a beautiful call the round prior. And now against unarmored T's. Running at you from apps without a flash, no molly, nothing that makes you uncomfortable in your spots. To pistols, they lose. Now leave a mark.
Oh no. Oh, RCF right through into the no-scope. And Woody might have responded, but listen, Styles on the side of RCF, numbers on the side of Audic, 90, the one to secure that second.
Yeah, they wanted to come in with some pace here on the side of Case. And they get met. An Odic that wanted to play face-to-face. Still 3 players over on this A-bomb side as well. After that initial probing, that initial aggression, still undeterred. 90's angle very strong, very difficult to deal with as they emerge out of the apartments. But 90 turning all sorts of directions, but they had their view models turned the wrong places as well. Couldn't quite see him. Woody's there to pick up the slack. It's 90's Molotov that found one from the grave. Nice in 1 versus 3. Had that nade sent it a little further around that corner. Maybe Punter could have been a dead man walking, but 1 versus 3, they're waiting the util out.
He had some 6 shots before. We'll need them right now if he wants to try and make a play of this. Ponter moving in through the smoke, trying to find him before the bomb is planted. Nice, and it's good for the 1, and it'll all finish off right there and then. Again, you see these issues they're having with dealing with the players coming out from maps in a situation like it. 90 starts off strong, gets the second frag as well, but yeah, that bomb plant comes in. Case will be able to get another buy out of it because of it, if they want to force up over here, that is.
It is a bit of a gamble. It's maybe more of a risk than I think they should take, because of the residual cash they have. They should have a much better buy in the following round. I don't want them to buy here. They shouldn't buy here. Nice thought about it though.
Tempting.
Yeah, he did think about it. It's like, I've got 4,400. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
It's like RCF's got 56. I've got 44. I buy an AK, he buys an op. We both get a kill each, and you guys all get guns.
If that round was closer, I could see the argument more. You know, had it come down to a 1v1 or, you know,
yeah,
something, but
too
it
much
down to a
utility
1v2, it's not
CTs
too
right
far
now.
away. It did come down to a 1v2, so it wasn't too far away, and they do buy.
Yeah.
So
Actually, they're Brazil, but you know, it's okay.
do buy. Can't believe I walked right into that one.
Well, let's wait to find out whether Case and their tax-free decisions are going to come true. 90 can't find the fast nade in hand and taken down. No! Woody nearby. Turtle's giving him back up as well. This bracket's defense is really proving a tough shell to crack. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, what can you do when you try for an aggressive play again and you just get immediately trounced? Odic are making some good reads, some good decisions, and they're not getting caught off by the additional pace that Case are trying to throw at them in these instances.
There's going to be a very awkward rest of the half now for the Case economy. Gotta say, I have been very pleasantly surprised with Woody. Overall, been getting a little bit more active, getting a little bit more involved. I'm sure I'm reading a little bit much into it, but I do wonder about whether there's anything coming in to a situation like this where, you know, you've got a new coaching staff, you've got all of this stuff. Maybe they're focusing a little bit more early round planning. That's always been one of the things that I felt like if I was just randomly put into a coach of Woody's team, I'd always focus maybe a bit more on early round planning so that he doesn't have to think about things as much there on the CT side. Make sure that he can really, just focus in on getting a peak or two, making something happen with his AWP. Being able to change up that, stereotypical style that has now stuck to him like a bad tag. Oh god, yeah. Riccioli is also the only one over here with an AK. They really need a bomb plant.
Yeah, I mean, this is some of the repercussions of the buying decisions. They would have had a much more, I guess, a cleaner buy coming into this round, perhaps. And maybe we wouldn't rely so much on Riccioli trying to make a play work. But I do agree, you know, with the sort of assessment on Woody at the moment. He's coming in with a little bit of bark, a little bit of bite, and I like it. Decisions have looked pretty good. You know, some of the end rounds have not looked clean for Odic, but I don't know how much you can give that to just Woody himself. Marios' angle is very far forward for what is pistols round the corner. This is not a great pause.
Oh. Molotov as well that they're going to have to come through. Marios has got these freebies. Doesn't actually collect on as many as I thought he would, but Ponder's behind him. He's okay. Okay, that's all about the AK. Riccioli wants to try and chase down Woody. Turtles behind him, giving him backup from a new position. Pit's not been successful for him so far. A flashbang avoided. Turtle repeats over. Riccioli takes him down, but around the corner, the swinging Tech 9s. A bomb can be planted. The economy secured, but the round's still in contention. 90 trying to accelerate. Riccioli picks up the op, and that was his first mistake. Case will not be able to seal around, but at least they seal a plot.
Yeah, 90 took a big risk there. Ponter making steps, running up from short, and was really banking on the fact that Riccioli would have his head turned for that. That Hero AK did quite a lot of damage here for Case, though. I mean, between the fact that Marios is sort of getting that first kill and they get that Molotov down, the initial plan was to send it over towards B, but I have to say, hats off to Woody once again. You know, even though he struggled after his first kill, the fact he was able to get away with that second frag on the P2K made a world of a difference. That extra man that could have had an ult could have posted up. Now you couldn't have taken that distance. The round is completely different. 5-5, and now 90 taking a bit of a risk. They wanted to try and go for plays like this before, but Case also went aggressive when they went for these smokes.
Interesting though, 90's gonna be on a complete island very soon. A flashbang forward. He's moved into Urbano, who had his gun away. Now Woody even picks up another kill in the meanwhile. This is getting really weird.
Ooh, and that certainly is weird. Woody getting caught on an awkward timing. Riccioli trying his best to keep these players busy towards the bottom side of B, but now relocating, rendezvousing. Riccioli and Yeps now side by side, but they get spammed. Yeps getting chipped down to 40 HP as well, and he knows that Marios is inside of spawn. He had to do something to try and get rid of one of these troublesome players, but Ponter right on the money with his spam. Odic find themselves into a 6th, and that was uncomfortable. Case didn't know quite what to do.
It's very strange because Urbano wasn't actually fully blinded by that flashbang. He knows it's been flashed through. He was earlier on aware of the idea that they might want to push forward through the smoke, and he still pulls a util piece out in response to that flash. It's very strange to see, but yeah. Definitely felt like the comms are going slightly haywire over there, and now they've had a few miracle rounds so far on the Case side. Urbano starts off strong, but they're losing out a man immediately after, and it's not Riccioli. He's already on 1 HP, so you've practically lost out too. There's no flashbang available for RCF to try and enable Riccioli to make a play either. Marios can just aggress forward, take his head off, and Woody's still holding down the slimmest angle.
They're going to walk it through the apartments as well. So this should be a sitter, but aiming high, and they duck underneath the bullet. Woody's still on top of that balcony. They're now causing a retreat. Case being down that extra man. It's too much to try and chase Woody down.
They do have flashes available on Yeps, and they know where Woody has liked to play from in the late round, but instead of trying to isolate that duel, they want to circle around apartments. Ponter lies in wait, and they lie in their graves at this point. 35 seconds, time's running out, smokes are down, but they're wrapping back to B. Only one player there. That might seem like the right decision, but not with the smoke in front of them.
Yeah. they just need to jump through this and hope that they can find this kill onto Marios without losing members. But Yeps gets traded. There is RCF to answer right back, but it's a 1 versus 2 once again, and Turtle will be very fast on his rotate.
He has stopped running, though. Worried about being taken down, but it'll still be a 1v1. RCS taking the first. Woody on the other side. AWP ready and waiting. He does not miss. Woody has every single read in this game so far.
He played an exceptional half. I mean, he keeps shooting them. He's throwing mollies on bodies. Woody's feeling happy. He's feeling confident, and he made some great calls. So, I mean, hats off to him. Sure, he's not alone on his journey. He had other teammates performing on that CT effort, but felt like Woody was in the right place at the right time. He delivered on multi-kills when asked, and you couldn't have wanted more, really. Especially when so many times we come into series where we look at Audic, sometimes Woody goes a little absent, you know, in the fragging department. He's not as impactful. He's not able to find that space, but he carved out his own territory on that CT journey. In case or worse for wear for it.
Oh.
Show someone from CSGO the last 10 seconds and you freak them out. Left-hand view model, seeing people's legs while they're running across apartments.
Riccioli doesn't actually know how much presence there was in second mid, and now he actually is about to find out. Man behind him, Turtle trying to trace him down, but Riccioli is fighting right back. Woody bypasses him completely, but he's got the bomb, and it's a solo duel. He's taking Yeps, has found him and taken him down. Riccioli might be sandwiched in, but he's more than happy with what he's done so far. Gives his team possession of the bomb and a big old man advantage.
That was a complete disconnect. They didn't know what they wanted to do. Two players chase, one goes forward with the bomb, and Nizen just hitting clean shots as they come out of Boiler. That was all over the shop for Audic. Between the fast kills from Riccioli, but then them being unable to trade, they just looked annoyed that Riccioli got away, and so they just stopped working together. You know, they didn't stay as a pack. They heavily separated. Some very nice shots from Case, though, on that pistol.
Yeah.
Clean USP work.
Nothing quite like it.
Well, no investment from Audic, no bomb plant. Very few kills. Hard to justify.
Well,
A case of respecting the prospect.
Hard to justify even the Deagle and the P250, it feels like sometimes.
Yeah.
Those are the kind of purchases that can really mess up that first round economy, or the first gun round economy if you're not finding any kills. Setup is good to at least get a kill or two, you'd expect, but with the Deagle missing its chance out towards mid, it's not an easy shot, but it's one they had to hit. RCF and Nizen come through and clean things up. Nizen shows them how it's done. Nice and satisfying. Hey, that's pretty much as good as it gets against the pistols. And look, I hate to pick on a scab for too long, but you will notice 90 and Turtle do only have a smoke each. That's because of the additional purchases that they went into the previous round with. So we're gonna wait to see if that becomes a factor or not. You've got two flashes basically across the team from the beginning, so won't be any easy duels given over to them. Has to be some sick calling to try and maximize the use that you're going to get out of it. And if you want to try and go for brackets control, well, it feels like both might be necessary to deploy. He's sent back out towards the B side. Urbano, flashbang deployed, forces him off of the angle, and he moves back over. Nade into Boiler, but the 4-man reinforcement out towards A doesn't feel like it's the right call at all. They're going to be very late to rotate. They'll have to go through mid, and Turtles catching them, cutting them off. Good for one while they've already lost their singular defender. Back over to the B bomb set, and what looked like a very good start to things for Case ends up being not a single kill found. Yes, moves out, doesn't need any flashes of hair. They just take them all down. Case not going out of this one without a fight, and RCF's op is honed in. Turtle finds out the hard way. Damage would be great for 90. A bomb plant would be nearly impossible, and thus even better. But he moves out of the smoke, tries to make a play, hoping that he catches Yeps with a gun that's not quite fully out yet, but he wasn't even the one deploying the smoke, so it's A-okay.
Yeah, all right. Seems fine. Enough there for Case. Again, I like a lot of like the ways that they're trying to build these game plans. Both them and Odic have kind of exchanged sort of the cerebral game, but maybe you could put your own cerebrum up to the task. Go and join our partners over at 1xBet and join the esports era, where if you place the correct score bet, even if you lose, you can still get a free bet. Check the link in the description, or scan that QR code, or use that mobile app. There's many different ways you can hang out with our partners.
It's just that chill. Riccioli is not feeling particularly chill out in apartments. He's already lost one of his roommates. Now he's got rent to pay. Gotta make that bread for it. Trying to get aggressive, trying to go out, you know, be a bit of a hustler himself. Turtles moved away, so there's a world where 90 would have been caught as well, but Riccioli keeps being one step late to this tango, but maybe he can be the reason why his team is all on the dance floor at B.
Oh, he heard the steps as well, so he gets all the confirmation he needs. He can make this flank happen. He can get in so fast from behind. They checked in moments ago, and they're running through smokes as well to try and fight forward. A breakthrough, but they don't actually find the kill, and Turtle turning and killing 90, but finds Yeps as well. RCF looked like he had a sitter of a frag on that AWP, but because it wasn't a finished job, his life is now done, and the round with it as well. I thought Riccioli was going to find that timing, but the B effort actually didn't do enough to slow down so that this flank could happen.
I mean, Riccioli felt like he was going to find 3 different timings over there, right? First on our Turtle, then on our 90, then onto the flank, but you're right. He just didn't get that extra bit of stopping power that you needed to make this round work. Riccioli, despite missing out on the kills, felt like he'd done enough for his team to be completely ready, but you got to win the duels.
This round could have taken many different turns, but Odic striking into this B bomb site fast enough, and yeah, sure, Turtle gets a TK, but he also found the space needed to close out. Last time out cold here by Case.
Might be their last a real chance at contesting as well if you want to buy in with the M4s.
Yeah, it's not comfortable. It's really not.
I'm really surprised at that. Oh god, they're going for a full buy over here.
I mean, they get 1900 next. I mean, they can get another buy as well, but that'll be at when Audic are at 11 if they seed these next 2 rounds. So
you're also not going to have an op in that one.
Yeah.
This is tough. Well, Riccioli will be able to drop an off in that one at the very least, but again, it does feel like you're just setting yourself up for a loss if that's what you're going to be thinking going into this one. Turtle aggressively outwards, and they are setting up for a cute little double boost up into brackets and stacking back into A, so they're really going for the good old, oh god, please let them come to our site and not kill all 4 of us play. And that's not the best of starts to things. Some info found out, but the T still want to contest. He'll be spawning out the boost as well. RCF is gone, and within the same spray down Marios decides that he will take no prisoners. Urbano will be good for a double or rather triple of his own, but it will not matter. Yeps only has a P250. He won't have any recoverable rifles. He has 90 coming in and chasing after him. This is disaster.
90's on bad timing, though. He's not going to clear those archers. He's not going to clear behind before it's too late, but they'll put 2 and 2 together. If he wasn't through spawn, then he'll assume that he came through banana and that one of these weapons could be recovered. It's still being watched out for by Woody. A hard angle to clear, but Yeps trying to recover a kit. Finds his way into it. But only a flash. A smoke available to his left as well. Yeah, this is certainly doable, but... Oh, I was wondering why he was waiting, and then that quick pixel skip told everything. That's a Counter-Strike crash.
God, also, look at this from Adios. He spots out the leg of RCF, decides to full wide swing into that because he knows that it's not going to be enough time to get his boiler teammate to not take the peek out to the arch side. So, you know what, he fights in. Sees the second guy, fully spray transfers that. Yeah, Marius has got it going on.
Yeah, I mean, the second kill is a lot easier by the fact that he's playing anti-flash and Audic just dry swing out. They don't use a flash to facilitate those duels. So his job is made a little bit easier, but it was still a clean spray transfer. It didn't give much chance for his teammate to, the anti-flash teammate to sort of react back. Had to basically be an instant headshot after looking at a wall for 15 seconds. That's pretty sad to one have lost in that manner, but then also to have the crash on top.
Yeah.
It's not great. And this is, at the moment, this is the unfortunate truth that we have in Counter-Strike 2, is that we do actually have these crashes occurring at sort of every level of play. It's happened from LAN events to online officials. It's just happening at the moment. And
listen, I maintain that VP would have beaten Navi if they were there instead of G2. That's all I'm going to say.
I mean, I'm a big VP believer, but I don't know even if
yeah, honestly, I'm kind of... I said I maintain, but that's the first time I've said that.
Didn't like how it sounded, actually, after I said it.
Yeah. I no longer maintain.
You might need to go in for maintenance.
Case don't really have the time or the miles to try and take this gig out towards maintenance. They've got a USB trying to frag out Nizin. Actually, they had his kill stolen away by Riccioli coming in with a swift little headshot. But despite the 5-man stack that Audic are running into, it should still be easiest of days. And chunkiest of nades.
Nice nice extra attention to detail. You know, double flashes, just making sure that they threw those behind them as they were journeying into the bomb site, considering this was just 4 players progressing off of short. You know, you didn't have a cheeky angle that could be thrown out of the apartments. You didn't have these sort of flashes that could be a little bit harder to dodge. They just threw some very bare bones, basic util. They knew they were against USPs, so they don't overthink it. Now, this is the last real chance here for Case. I hope they have a point to this. They picked this map.
RCF's had a good game so far, but I'm curious about how exactly he wants to play this one out from rotate this time over. He's only got a grenade, nothing else as far as retake utility is concerned for the B bomb site. So the fact that they've left it this vacant might lean back in towards another stack option for them. Drop down for Riccioli is hoping that that'll be giving a little bit more space to Nizen as well, who's already on the boost up. But that same stack is rotating back to the B side, and that does feel like the right place for it to be. 3 members getting ready for a play to be made, perhaps, but is there a flashbang for them to do so? Back over towards B? No, doesn't look like it. Yeps is the one with one, but he'll have to give that ferry back out to Urbano. I don't know if they're quite willing to make a play like it.
This is going to be a fake goal.
Bomb hasn't actually started to navigate away, but they won't spot out anyone initially. RCF now starts to peek forward, and he's walked right into a spam. You're right. It is an A-side commitment. That's the plan. Nizen now trying to smoke them off. That smoke's got some good time on it. The flash had some good air time on it, but unfortunately, all it does is reveals Riccioli's position. They're happy to try and slow things down, but RCF needs to find a frag over here. He's got the sightlines onto the apps players, can't find the kill. Instead, it's all Riccioli and Nizen to come in. Mario shuts him down, but the time is ticking down low. They'll be able to get the bomb plan right at the nick of it. Urbano falls on that rotate, and Yeps once again made completely ineffective.
This round was 1 kill from Case away from just a 1 round. Audic took so long to actually progress it to the bomb site. 20 seconds. They're still waiting for a smoke that's sort of bloomed to the front side of the site. They almost timed themselves out. Nobody wanted to be the first one to venture out and into the bomb site, and it almost cost them. But some really big kills being hit by Marios there, you know, finally breaching into that bomb site and getting enough safety and understanding that that site was clear. The longer they waited, the more chances they gave Case to have made that rotate and for there to be more players on that site than what it started with. Things got very, very awkward towards the end there, but Audic, they land on their 2 feet. You know, they stick the landing. But this could have turned a number of different ways. You know, 1 more kill on that site, and I think it's a done deal.
Yeah.
That was the best looking buy that Case were going to have. It almost needed to start then and there. Not only did it deny Audic striking distance to close this map, but they just come in with poor weaponry, opting for more utility. But look at that. They want to flash and fight straight forward, but they fight right into the hands of Ponter and Marios.
Yeps is now waiting for his smoke to dissipate. But with Woody on the other side, that seems like a certainty regardless of it. Needs to be a big multi-kill. He's not been called upon as much so far. Smoke's out in front of him as well. Just trying to duck out of dodge and see if he can find an opening anywhere. Nizen has been found though, and that means once again Yeps is going to be completely unnecessary. Completely ineffective. Chor will pick up a kill on his way out, but it's his way out of the game. One on 3, Turtle takes up arches from Library. You've got the main entrance also being washed, and 13 for Audic. They take away Case's map pick. Looking very good doing it, Michael.
Yeah, I think there were certain moments where it almost I almost wanted to believe that Audic had found a solution. You know, I think they had some nice reads. I thought Woody had some great output. That CT effort from Audic looked great, but you know, just them being able to transition that effectiveness into that T side as well. I thought Case would look better on their CT side than they actually did. You know, they got caught off guard trying to go for some of these cheesy setups, trying to go for more heavy stack calls, but those were bigger risks than I think Audic were ever really taking on their CT effort, and we didn't see as many of the sort of tangible results that came with it, unfortunately.
Well, listen, Audic might have won out on the opponent's map pick, but new coming up next is a map that Case themselves quite like to pick as well. Could they be trading map picks? Let's find out after a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after just a bit.
Respect from 1xBet. 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 Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva.
Welcome back to the RAS Latam Series number 4. I'm T-Town with Michael Yumi Cassidy. We're heading into the second map between Case and Audic. Case losing out on their own map pick of Inferno, but now we go into neutral territory. As far as I'm concerned, both teams like to pick it.
Yeah, that they do. I think, unfortunately, from what we saw in that first game, Woody just seems really dialed in at the moment for Audic, which I think is a bad sign for a Case that, you know, these two squads have exchanged blows recently, and when it comes, I don't think they've actually been able to. Actually, no, they played Nuke the last time they encountered each other, and Case did actually end up losing to Audic. And I can certainly see why. Like, if this is the version of Woody we get, where he is not only hitting his shots, he's putting himself in good positions, he's also calling or seemingly putting his other players in the right spots as well. This is going to be a very hard Audic to beat. And you know, I think we touched upon it. You brought it up, the fact that some of the coaching staff has changed. You know, they've got different analysts in, different coaches in. Don't know how much of that's the influence. I mean, it's probably the most tangible thing we could link to why this looks so good for Audic. But Case just seemed a little dispersed, a little lost in moments, especially when they were met with some of these aggressive calls that Audic went for. They felt uncomfortable in the ways that they were going to react.
And look, especially when you consider what the expectations for Nuke are going into this, where we're expecting that you're going to need a lot of really good CT side rotations to come out from Audic. We're going to have a lot of, you know, Marius and Nighty being in the right positions, being able to rotate in on time to try and get some duels involved before the bomb is going down. That's exactly what we're getting on Inferno, right? And that's not something that I actually really feel like is easy to get on Inferno either. I'm also not sure about how much these guys are calling for Woody maybe maybe inside the game, there's probably a little bit of that going on as well. Obviously, in online CS, there's always a little bit more involvement from the coach coming in that realm, right? So if this is the direction we're going to continue to see them going, then all I'm curious about is the maintenance of individual skill. Because despite that being a pretty it looked to me like a bit of a one-sided affair, I'll be honest, because they did lose some rounds that they probably shouldn't have lost either. But despite all of that, I didn't feel like I'm getting the best from 90. I didn't feel like I'm necessarily getting the best from Turtle. I didn't feel like, any one of these players outside of Woody was truly popping off, and that makes it even more impressive, the fact that they're doing and getting this result despite, an absence of a one-man stopping power that it does feel like, someone like 90 or Marius needs to be sometimes for them to find success on their CT side.
Yeah, I think Punter was definitely firing back in a few instances, but I think even in the rounds we got multi-kills out from when we actually got multi-kills out from several of these ODIC members, it wasn't always just those multi-kills that actually propelled them to win the round. It felt as though they made good adjustments alongside. So yeah, I think that's the real uphill battle for Case coming into this matchup. They didn't get the same activation as they would have wanted out of players like Yeps, or RCF had a pretty solid showing on that AWP, but sometimes they were put in weird economic situations where he couldn't afford it and was somewhat hampered by his options. So I want them to make better choices so that RCF can actually have that difference, can actually show what he has on that AWP, because he's impressed when he's had it, but those rounds are far and few between. Jumping to the second of the map, this is the pick of ODIC, and so they start T side. 90 probing towards outside already, and actually doing a decent job of keeping them busy. Doesn't find the kill. It's Riccioli that actually strikes first and quickly evacuates out from ramp.
90's all the way in onto the A side, so he's going to be able to get the perfect flank timing. Good for one. Nice in taken out. Not expecting this at all. Even turns around for the frag. Or not the frag, but the tag onto RCS. So great information, good damage, and a fantastic kill. But it's all leading back into the A site where Urbano was trying to hold down the line. Urbano had a pretty good start to the previous game as well. Cooled off a little bit towards the end of things. And now Marios, well, he needs to start warming up here. Riccioli's playing around in the vents, gives out some sound. And Marius now is just hoping to find a kill wherever it'll be delivered to him.
Well, they're actually doubled underneath that vent. So Yeps is playing very safe.
This is interesting. Marius is actually trying to go for the fastest pathway back out towards heaven that he can and see if he can find a kill over here. If he finds a frag on the Yeps, the round is very much open. Yeps taken down, 20 seconds, and now he's expecting the rotation from Riccioli as well. The earlier aforementioned vent split, the bomb can be planted, and he'll ensure it. Molotov used up early on, the bomb will be planted, so it's not like you can use the Molotov for a late round situation. He's not going to be expecting the rotate back out from heaven, but with Riccioli's position revealed, RCF gives him time to turn. But it won't be time to get the frag regardless. Riccioli shuts him down, but a lot of extra damage and the bomb plant coming through from Adios.
Yeah, pieced that together quite well, actually. It didn't even seem likely that he was going to be able to get a plant in, considering they were a double vent, and how do you try to commit to an A-side plant? Yeps was inside of heaven, so he did a great job of isolating and finding those extra kills. This did look as though Case should have been in position to lose this round, in all honesty, with the amount of space that 90 was able to get from his venture outside. If not for the fact they found, I think, Punter trying to wrap through hell to heaven, and they sort of lose out on that initial duel inside of Hut. Things could have very quickly turned around, but nicely done from Case. They did also play shoulder to shoulder to try and eliminate some of the possibilities of those fights going astray, but bomb plant in with a second round by ODIC with that AK already striking first, but that's about all they get. Yeps and RCF respond very quickly after the fact.
Oh.
Damn.
Very nicely done.
90's had some very shaky Kirby-esque aim, I have to say.
Nice has not really been looking like the hottest prospect that we've seen. Woody, in the meanwhile, taken out. Riccioli has got his main man playing distraction for him. 90, in the meanwhile, has gone and furrowed himself into the vents area. Now, the bomb hasn't actually made its way back. They've decided that the A side is where they want to commit to. Riccioli's rotation back to heaven might be a problem, but Yep's nearby, and the Hut is not expecting this timing, but no, the advantage to Yep's, the right eye peek to persevere. 90 spotted a foot, but Yep's had a lot more than just that on his mind. It's getting weird though, and Riccioli doesn't really want to accelerate over here to try and prevent the bomb from being planted, so the money will be guaranteed. But Ponter wants more than just that. He's moved out to the front of the bomb site. Pathing's looking good, but Riccioli did not wait. Goes out, shuts him down, and the second round guaranteed for Case.
I do think 90 had a good read on what was going on, but I think he got overcalled because of his low HP and there was an SMG around the corner. He didn't want to continue fighting on that top side, and I'm surprised they split up when that's the call for them to link back up on the top site, because it just left Ponter in a weird spot where trading was going to be very difficult. You know, they were very much reliant on 90 getting a follow-up frag, but once again, you know, Case, I think making some good reactions after the initial barrage of fights. You know, players taking some ownership, you know, Riccioli converging with his teammates in the lobby crunch. It's feeling pretty well managed so far. Just need to not lose a life so quickly at the start of a round and, you know, find a clean man advantage that would go a long way for him. And that might be the start. Well, it's not clean. It's, in fact, it's very messy. It might be terribly messy. And they've made an awful mess. But Urbano is on janitorial duties. He has cleaned that right up.
Like, can I hire this guy? Can I afford this guy? Wow.
That's another miracle triple from Urbano.
A man with a mop and a mission. Bonner really wants to break first blood over here, maybe even second blood. That would be ideal. Bomb plant once again a freebie. Case has allowed the Oryx side to get a bomb plant in every single round so far. It feels like one of these should be inevitable, but Ponter trying to accelerate. Urbano spotted out, but Ponter is going to be taken out by Riccioli. Case has been really good with these little bait and switch one-on-one setups that they've been going for consistently. I've really enjoyed that from them so far on the CT side.
Yeah, I think that it has its merits. It also has its weaknesses in the same way that, you know, Ponter gets a chance effectively to find that first kill. And had he done so quickly, you know, probably could have turned to Riccioli. It's another sort of straight 1v1. I mean, the rounds can get very awkward. I wouldn't say any of these rounds feel terribly replicatable from Case, but they're the ones that are bridging the gap. They're the ones that are actually finding their way into success, and it's off of some good rotations, some good sort of interplay between those teammates. It is still a bit messy. It is still a bit scrappy. But with a nice 3-0 start, now Oryx still trying to press those limits. They know that they've been a hair's length away at certain moments. Once again, RCF though, striking first on the AWP. 90 cannot get to his top main position like he's done in many a round prior.
Eyes in. Pass him a right in a mini. Not forced to use that smoke too early on. He's not had a great start to nuke initially, but even if he has died in every single round, it feels like trades have been guaranteed for him. And with Oryx frequently losing the first man, really that's all you need. Even if it's not ideal. Nizen now just crossfire set up between him and Urbano just to see if you can try and find Woody out from his spot up top on Mini. But the T's don't really have anywhere to go. It's all covered off. You need to just take a duel and win it outright. There's not enough utility to try and force someone out either. These force buys that Odyk keep getting baited into because of the bomb plants do not seem to be favoring them particularly well. Turtle taken down, just looking for a duel. And they're not going to find anything easily. Drop down into the vents and cross over to Secret. The B bomb set is their destination. Riccioli already here to contend with any intentions they have of staying alive after the bomb plant. Madios will have to take this duel. He peeks out initially. Headshot found. Riccioli no longer wants to contest.
They are expecting a late lurk. I don't think they know that Woody was able to cross towards Secret so cleanly, and they were maybe expecting that that player would be low inside of lobby. Woody's still holding in towards these control room windows. Has to do a lot to alleviate the strain. Marios Molotov out of the back of the bomb site, and Woody doesn't find his kill, doesn't even find his first, and will get hunted down, will get hounded down, and Ponter can simply ends up empty-handed, once again swinging out from decon, but it is a very, very close defuse, but just barely. Case pull through, and this is the most alive we've seen from Case in all of these retakes, in all of these post plants. Now their money's building. Now they can feel good about how things have developed.
That almost, from Woody, it almost felt like he was trying to fire into the place where he thought they were going to progress through, but because the CT just stood and fought with Marios on the site, Woody misses out on a chance to get a free kill there. There were 3 players not looking at him, completely off guard, and yeah.
It's as well, you know, Ponter's in a 1 versus 4 and the bomb is planted right for decon, so
yeah.
Why is he swinging?
True.
I think that's a reasonable question to ask.
There's been a few good questions to ask so far, no doubt about it. Nighty's gone again. This first pick keeps going the way of Case, and this time Urbano's not happy with just the 1 response. It's good, it's nice, but it's cute. It's all it is. Marios is the one who really starts to pack a punch. Now, you've got to be concerned about Turtle, and they are. Response comes in from Riccioli. He's trying to clear out outside, but he can't really go all the way through. Marios now makes noise. They've populated the B bomb site, and Turtle looks to block off rotates from ramp.
Yeah, they're worried that Turtle will have taken so much space already, so no rotate really feels safe. It's on their heels based on that Marios information, the steps that he made descending those secret position. And now Riccioli, I mean, right behind him, but finally put to rest. That's Riccioli's first death. Nizen with the quick trade, but Woody's still punching in those digits, while Turtle still, like you said earlier, locking off those rotations.
Problem is, those rotations are going to take so long to come in that Turtle's no longer aware of it. Yeps should have this one for free. Turtle checks it, but the gun barrel baits out Yeps' shots, and Turtle can win the duel as a result. Between him and Woody now, these 2 members standing side by side for so long, but will it matter?
It's not planned for Turtle.
It isn't. But Nizen hasn't really quite clocked into it either. Inside the smoke, he is completely lost, and now Turtle can slow him down and take him down as well.
God, that planting spot was weird. I didn't quite realize where it was, and I wasn't the only one, clearly. You know, getting lost in the sauce, in the smoke.
Yeah, I just decided to believe you, man. I was like, I'm pretty sure it is, but you know what?
I mean, there was a smoke down as well, so
yeah.
it was still going to be difficult, but yeah, they're just getting terribly lost. Nizen tried. But man, all these rounds are so contentious. Bar round 4. Well, we've come down to 1v2, 1v2.
I mean, round 4 as well was, you know, very 0.01 second defuse, basically. So
yes, yeah. But we've had, what, 1 survivor, 2 survivors?
Yep.
Every round except round 4.
Yeah, and that's the, you know, that's honestly the one where it felt like Audic was in the best position to win it.
Yeah, yeah, and that was a 3v5, so.
Now, listen. I love this from Case. They're ecoing up over here. They want to buy into their next one. Just be comfortable about it. Do I like the fact that RCS put $1,000 in? Not really, but whatever. It's okay. We'll forgive that.
Sometimes when you have extra cash, all you want to do is splash.
Oh. Maybe don't condemn that, you know? Yeah, running after him regardless. Turtle will look to collect, but he's running out of bullets as well. The Glock to try and fight close range.
Yeah, he was in a fight or flight position, unfortunately, and his response to fight wasn't met with all the bullets in the world, unfortunately for him. Nighty could still deny that AK, or he could just simply be a delivery for another RCF. AK out of his hands, still 2 more CTs around the corner, and Nighty guarding it well.
No, Woody, it won't be at the same place where the guy just hugged him to death, you know? Well...
Yeah,
now's the
all
chance
that
for Onyx
instability.
to actually fight for an equalization. This is the gun round, which could make all that momentum Case thought they were getting from these close round wins that they're feeling good about. This Group D that they might have to play up against in the playoffs. Case can't look to the future like that. They have to look to the here and now, and that's exactly what Nizen has done. Comes through early pick. They continue the trend of starting off rounds 5v4.
Yeah, it's been usually quickly clamored back. They haven't been able to hold on to those advantages for long, but this is the longest period that the Onyx are going to actually make a dart and a dash straight down to that lower side. They get a Molotov down to the vents. Ponter denying that rotation via his utility, but Riccioli's already inserted himself into dark. This is a troublesome position for them to clear out, and especially with the low HP that sits on 90, may not be willing to take that risk. Ponter, timing perfect, and I don't know if he spotted the second player, but he found his one kill, but it's Riccioli that reveals himself only a moment after that plant goes down. Man advantage still held for Case.
Feels like they always have it. But now with the bomb plot in and no one actually willing to contend, this is a good spot to be playing in from. Ponter will be playing for the late game. CT's all coming in from ramp. The smoke out means the 90 wants to push through it, and soon. Flashes are good. CTs keep scaling. Riccioli's on the defuse. 90 needs to push forward. They're not ready for it. The defuse is being stuck, and it's the wrong weapon to try and deny. 90 goes down after the bomb's defused as well. There is no consolation, none at all.
Did we call a timeout after a round like that? I don't know. Somebody had to take the fight, and you're right. You know, Ponter had to be the one to swing. It's just simply not the right gun for it, unfortunately. And the problem that he had is that he didn't want to just stop in place. There were 3 CTs honed in on Decon. It was a miracle he got away in the first place. But had he found that kill, it could have been a world of a difference. There have been a lot of near misses for Case, but they continue to plug away at it. Only 2 survivors from that last round, but how many close shaves can you actually survive? RCF, once again, just breaking through. Catching a break on the smoke outside on the cross. Another chance for it, but Riccioli is there to greet them, and they no longer have to fight for ramp, but the flash is perfect from RCF. I thought they were going to fall away. I thought they were going to sit pretty, play the sights, but I like the call to flash. Riccioli's had a hell of a game. I mean, it was 6-0 for most of this, you know, surviving all of the 1v2s and weird round scenarios. And once again, proving to be a thorn in their side. A double, and could have found himself into a triple as well, tagging Turtle. But no chance to plant. 35 seconds, they double swing him out from Decon, and he's still looking to see if there's a third player where that came from, but Nizen is the one that denies him. 6-2.
I hate to be someone to pick on Woody for this, I really do, but it does feel like the prioritization of the op on the T side over here is just really... It's a big resource to try and bite into, and it's weird to see when you're not trying to use it for outside picks or lobby control, because the op is traditionally considered a very good post-plan weapons in a lot of maps. I think Nuke's probably the worst place to have an op in a post-plant, because it always feels like the CTs have got smokes to try and rescale onto a bomb side. It always feels like, you know, you've got a little bit of utility left on the CT side, so the op is just pretty ineffective.
Yeah, it's a different type of AWPing. You know, there are certain players that make it work really well. I think, you know, you're looking at like a Brokey, a Monacy, you know, players that are very adept at sort of like a shotgun AWPing kind of build. But that's never really been Woody's style.
Oh, well,
that's more like it.
That's exactly what you want to see. He is going to continue forward. And Yeps around the corner, could have been another casualty. Instead, he moves back in through the smoke, finds solace in side mini, but Riccioli doesn't quite have the same shelter. Taken down, Yeps continues to fight in, and Woody finds a second.
Oh, Turtle's timing is just going to be perfect here. Oh, so long as he actually looks at Garage. Oh, please look. Okay,
oh my
well,
God,
he spotted both, so he has all the info. That's a free kill for Woody, and they knew where Urbano was as well, and he's probably thinking, how on earth did they expect me to swing from Garage to?
Wow, these guys must have really good intuition. As
so
tragic,
that is more like it.
Yeah, as tragic as some of these rounds might have been for Audic, you're still going to see them most likely get at least 4, maybe 5. And on the T side, you take those.
Yeah, it's probably enough. You know, you're not going through the same thing that KSAR where, you know, you're having to rejig and re-understand how everyone's going to interact with one another. You know, there's a brand new player in the roster.
Yeah.
Replacing the chaotic anchor star of Snow. Nizen is a safer pair of hands, but you also have to be able to understand what he wants to do and whether or not other people need to take up responsibilities in mid to late round moments. I don't think Nizen's look bad in those types of moments either, but it doesn't seem like that's his comfort. And yeah, it does look like Audic were always just a hairs away from actually being able to convert on rounds, and now have had a convincing round themselves against full weaponry. It is a force buy here from Case. And with this could be a consolation that, you know, Audic could get themselves up to 5-6 very quickly, should they be able to dispatch of this.
Well, that's the freest kill I've ever seen. RCF, though, doesn't realize he had to tip the delivery man 90, and Turtle come right back and punish him. 90, however, doesn't quite go a step far enough, and it will have to be Ponder to trade. Audic, this time, end up being the ones on top of the early exchange.
It really is all on Nizen. Molotov is going to force him away. Very well placed. It's actually Yeps that's called to question. Once they realize that tag was heard, they run back to ramp, and Yeps finds every single kill on the MP9. Just laps them up.
My guy was sick of Inferno, where he had to rotate and rotate and rotate. Just come to my damn site, guys. And when they finally do, he shows them exactly why it's not a good idea. Beautiful stuff with the MP9. I cannot believe he got that. I really can't.
That's some Rune Tun Chun on that SMG too.
Yeah.
Gave them a ration of 10 bullets each.
Out goes Bonner, Foster play, that's the plan at least, but Yeps and Nizen will interrupt that plan there, and then RCF rotates through Urbano nearby as well, so even if Nizen is taken down, Woody is he's not in a good spot in life or in the game. That's what it feels like over there. Caught in between the open, no friends with him, nothing going on for him, and you know what, time to just shoot forward to the next round.
It does feel as though Audic have redistributed roles to a certain degree, because Punter was frequently left as this last alive player, and I don't think he was really feeling it as much, but you see him on that entry, he doesn't look comfortable. He doesn't prioritize his angles, he's darting, he's not... You know, when you go in as an entry, especially on an SMG, sure, you can play it in the way that sort of probes for information, you're just jumping around and constantly searching for clues, or you can take the flight path that he did, and you just have to hone in on 2-3 fights. You know there's going to be a smoke down main. You know that top side hut is going to be vulnerable. That did not look comfortable for him at all, but I imagine they re-navigated based on the fact that he had an SMG, but also he hasn't been able to convert in those late round moments. And it's just not looked pretty for Audic. They have been close. They put themselves in potentially winning positions, albeit, you know, maybe like a 30-70 split, but they've come out worse for wear. The odds not falling in their favor. A fourth would go a long way moving into the second half. So it's a nice util throw. It's a good catch from Yeps as well. Got one delivered from the heavens by Nizen. They may be praying to the heavens here on Odik that they can get that fourth round, because otherwise pistol is all too important.
Yeah, I was definitely kind of counting some eggs before they hatched. Nizen downs out Turtle, and 90 is going to be soon to follow. This is looking like it's a bit of a disaster. Ponter maybe can be disaster prevention of a hit. AWP recovered for Woody as well. Bomb can't be planted easily. You do still have Yeps to deal with nearby. Also Riccioli available. Bomb being planted. Urbano taken down. Marios could even try and cut off Nizen. He knew he was on the upper site earlier on. They haven't heard a loud rotate out. At least Woody, great angle to hold, and Ponter still has the deagle. Good damage found, but he's even given space to reload. Riccioli cannot pressure. And that leaves it all down to Nizen. Odik. A round where it felt like they had no hope whatsoever is now suddenly shaping out nicely for them. Nades are good, keeps down Ponter low, but he doesn't actually have a smoke to try and get the defuse out either. Nizen knows time is running out. It is going to be game over for this round. Odik still get the bare minimum.
Yeah, I mean, that's an absolute steal for them. They came in with weak weapons, they recover good ones along the way, and are just able to read how those rotates are going to pan out there from Case. Still had lurkers available, they got the key kills they needed to, even though they start off 3-on-5. In all fairness, if you know, karma is cyclical, or, you know, what goes around comes around, however you want to phrase it, it did feel like it was about time Odik got away with something, but I don't know that it's going to be enough. They've just looked a bit discombobulated here on Nuke, which is odd, because I you know, they pick it into the series. It's been a reliable pick for them in the past as well.
If karma's what they're banking on, they've got a lot of it, in all fairness, right? Those first 4 or 5 rounds that they lost, they did feel like there's a lot of karma that could have gone their way after it.
Yeah.
All right, this could have very easily been like a, you know, 5-7 in favor of Odik.
I'm not going to pretend like I believe in the fates, but you know, maybe there is. You'd like to believe that everything is repaid.
Right, Odik might want to have like some, I don't know, some post-plan setups repaid or something, some trading.
Yeah, I mean, there's work to do.
Look, at the end of the day, though, the work has to be done over here on the server right now. The practice board is going to be left behind. Can't be referring back to it. Timing is great. Urbano moves in. Mattios trying to fight back, but only good for one. And yeah, Case starting off very strong on their pistol round. Seems like almost a gimme. Ponter's trying to put up a show and put up a fight, but Yeps can't really plant the bomb. He's trying to get aggressive slightly as well. Is that a smoke that he's chucked out? Okay, he's just trying to fake it out as a flashbang, still fighting in. Yeps trying to actually hide behind the smoke that his opponent used. 90's taken down, and now Ponter has to deal with a Nizen who's feeling a little bit feisty.
Yeah, that looked like a round that should have just been closed much faster. Riccioli did whiff on a Ponter deploying smoke stationary, which is a little curious. And a pretty impeccable game at the start, but nice shots from Nizen. Stopping them right in their tracks. Case keeping that man advantage, holding on to it for dear life, as they did many a time on that CT effort. No force spot from Odik. No surprise. Mattios jumping for Yoi and survival. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought they might have got caught out by that for a moment, but very aware of the possibility of that position.
It's a well-rehearsed outside anti-eco, that's for sure.
Yeah, I like the pathing. Not so much a fan of that, but hey, they will take what they can get. Just try not to lose too much. Marius has his hands on a Galil, and RCF doesn't even need to make this journey. He didn't even need to make the transition into the bomb site.
Adius is going to have to go for it over here. He knows that they've effectively got one gun round to try and make this game work.
Oh, please go for it.
Please. So, alright, so 2,400 coming in the next round, right? So you can drop Woody and AWP if you're saving the Galil here, I guess. But even then, you're on a Galil and Kevlar. Woody can drop some util over to you, and then he doesn't have that util, right? It's just a whole thing. You don't have a kit, man. You don't have a kit, Matios. We don't talk
I'm at a
about
complete
it.
loss.
Yeah.
I'm genuinely at a complete loss. One, why he didn't go for it. Two, why he wanted to just kill them after the clock. He would have had as much of a fighting chance of doing that by going for it. That stumped me. That looked like he was looking for stats, and I hate even considering that.
Well, I have to move the conversation on towards this gun round. It's all out of camp, really. It really is. Even if you save over here, it feels like it's not going to be enough. Woody can't find that initial kill on the crossover either. It's a dry cross from the T side. It should be heavily punished, and it is a kill in almost a second, but they still do come through with two underneath. Turtle, off angle, weird fight to go for, spots out a shoe. But is that going to be enough? Nizin is also low. 90 is set up for what could be an easy double, but he doesn't want to contend.
Oh no. A gap in the defense. They crawl right under Woody, but he's still there to greet them as they emerge out from secret. He knows that Riccioli's behind him, and so that loss of Ponter, at least Woody pays it forward. A 4K from the in-game leader on that AUG. That long-distance venture, that cross outside without smokes, it does go punished.
You're going to need a lot more of that if Audic wants to try and make this a comeback over here. Woody, good to see that he's at least going to be able to get things off to a good start on the CT side, but yeah, this is still, you could see some of the threads start to unravel in that tapestry.
Yeah, might have sold Ponter a little bit for those 4 kills, but he got him done.
Right down the river. Force buy from Case, actually.
I don't know what that second smoke is supposed to do. It doesn't really do a whole lot.
Well,
it's even naded open by 90, so it did a whole lot of nothing.
Turtle not actually getting maybe as much as you'd hope he does, but with the CTs keeping 3 alive, it's not the end of the world, and you can just go forward to the next round. Maybe, maybe just treat that one as an okay. Let's just get some money now, pick up the AWP for Woody, see what we want to do with things. 10-7 would be a good place to be.
Yeah, had Urbano got that kill outside, it actually would have been a completely different round. We're running 1-3-1 on extremities.
Now, if you want to run over towards our partners to help us and them and the tournament series and yourselves out, you can actually download the 1xBet app by scanning the QR code or just finding it on iOS and Play Store. And while you're at it, the 1xRes, 1xRES Latam promo code will give you a bonus first deposit bonus of up to 130%. So yeah, we've got it covered on all fronts, guys. Got you covered on all fronts.
Well, this is a little awkward. Nice just making a bunch of steps on that marshmallow, and he's trying to keep them busy, but they've still got a double ramp setup. Woody gets absolutely nothing on that org. That was a very disappointing turn of affairs. Now a org recovered for Case, but they do have 2 players on the lower side. Audic are ready to greet them, and so that org posts up. Turtle shuts one out. It doesn't look like this round should develop into further chaos. Yeah, 90 still holding his spot. Should know that that's both players confirmed. One definitely had that org and shot at ramp, so yeah, I think got further confirmation. And this time Audic keep 4 alive.
And Woody can purchase into an AWP over here. Here's the magic about Mark 12, Michael. You can have a comeback happen very, very quickly. The pressure is always on either side of the coin. And Case, you know what? Might start to sweat over here, Michael. You lose this one especially, it's going to be pouring out.
Yeah, I mean, all that confidence of winning every retake possible will dry up rather quickly now that you're on the other end of the stick.
A's are going to be blown open. Molly's out as well just to try and prevent for a little while longer. Mattios has another nade of his own, but again, these Molotovs continue to be missed. They keep molding out too shallow. Nice nade pop, actually. They catch out one, and they know another man has gone through right back to red container. 90 should have heard it. Might not have registered it, though.
Might not want to take that risk as well. Man advantage and crawling behind them towards secret is something that can often be watched out for, but they have Punter inserted into that lower bomb site. They have the possibility of Woody reacting from ramp as well on that AWP. Punter's position is very strong to address them coming out of decon. First one should be free.
He's hoping so, that's for sure. Oh, nice adjustment on the pathing, but Bonder's even better on the crosshair. Can continue to try and play around with Urbano. Woody has been taken down, but that's an op that can be recovered later on by Punter. He just needs to deal with the one last man who is lurking back out the lobby. Yeps. Soon to be found out. Plenty of noise being made. Mattios double peeking out, and Punter will finish things off with a beautiful 4K. Op recovered as well on top of it all.
Yeah, the strongest part about Punter's position is usually when that player is swinging decon looking at ramp. And so that's why that first kill is usually free. But with the path and the flight path they took, they were clearing for this exact angle, but Punter was just that much sharper, so quick to react. Like you said, it was a good adjustment on the pathing, but even better adjustment from Punter to hit the instant headshot as well.
This is a pretty deep investment from Case coming out as well.
Yeah, they did have some questionable buying decisions on Inferno.
I think they'll be on a full loss bonus regardless, though, so it should be okay. I think they're on full loss bonus.
I believe they are.
Yeah, okay. I'm always second guessing myself in those situations.
Mm-hmm.
Woody's about to say Woody's taking no chances, but 90's taking no shots. Woody misses out on an opportunity to equalize as well. This is suddenly becoming disastrous. Woody fade away P2K, but Turtle's doing nothing in the meanwhile. Woody now needs to try and deal with Urbano. What's going on? Woody put away the P2K, fighting back with the AWP. Turtle needs the frag, and he does collect. What is happening in this round? Audic find a semblance of sanity, finally.
That was... I don't know what to make of that round at all. I mean, some nice shots, some quick turns, some missed shots, and just weird timings. It was all over the shop. Still came down to a 1-on-2. One of those players was deathly low as well on the Audic side, so they had to close it right then before the plant. And that wasn't comfortable for anyone. But Audic prevail, as they've continued to do on the CT side, 5 straight. There's that RCF AWP. Striking and serving up business. 90 trying to challenge topside credit.
Yeah.
In a full gun round.
Kind of strange.
Definitely a risk. One that will not be rewarded. Turtle, though, this one could be fruitful.
Thing is that the Molotov was just used back out towards ramp as well, so it's not like there could have been a flash to try and threaten a push or something like it. So Turtle's timing was a little bit expected for the T side. Mattios, so good for the one. Woody can now try and cover him off on the other side. Nade actually popped open the smoke, but Woody's not looking to exploit it. RCF is on the other side, but Ponter, who'd given up vent earlier on, rather ramp earlier on, will really be regretting that decision. The bomb is still outside. And should Case misstep, Woody could start to bring things back, reel this round back into control, because really right now it has gone very haphazardly all over the shop.
Oh, he's getting a bit impatient, a little antsy, and timing's probably not going to work out here for Woody. Yeah, barrel spotted. They know where he is. They spam him. They bring him down to 25 HP, and they'll finish him right off.
10 seconds.
Yeah, but it's a free bomb site.
Yeah.
Mattios is on the lower side of the map, and they don't hesitate. They don't have time to hesitate, and so they punch that in and realize that Mattios ain't home.
Yeah, I think Woody had seen the clock and is just expecting that, hey, if this is going to be an upper side hit, he's made the call that, okay, I've got a sight line out on Squeaky. I can try and take them out. Mattios, you go down under.
Yeah. Well, Mattios was already playing from control. You know, he was expecting them to maybe crawl through ramp or something of the sort, but I understand the logic. I definitely I see the reasoning. It's just simply, you know, from our perspective with what we know, with how they froze outside, he could have just destroyed the round right then and there. Had that bomb dropped once, that would have been it.
And the problem is that the previous round and all the chaos that we might have been memeing about a little bit, but, you know, having a little bit of a giggle and chuckle about, that's troublesome. You have really poor money here now. And all these pushes that went awry, that's what you're going to be going back towards and thinking, God, maybe we just play that standard.
Yeah, it's also miscommunication from the ramp player to Turtle's flank. You know, a Molotov down when Turtle has effectively met zero aggression in towards ramp, and you want him to fully clear it. Blocking it off, it actually encourages Tease to turn around.
Not to mention Ponter backs off over there and then opens himself up to having to be forced into a retake of ramp. It's never good.
Yeah, just a whole slew of problems.
Those problems can all be forgotten if Audic can just clean this round up and bring themselves back into the game. They're not out of it, no doubt about it. But this needs to be a slightly cleaner round. They need to be coming out over here a little bit more spick and span, and Turtle has to be the one picking it up from hot. Nice repositioning, but it won't give him the kill. It's 90 and Woody instead to collect on the site, and already a big advantage. This is exactly what the doctor ordered. 90! Take that damn lab coat off, man. You're killing people.
So many times, I mean, so many late round finishes from Case. We saw how well it worked for them in that previous round. Now they try to change that pace. They try to go for a topside execution, and they get thrown through the meat grinder. That first kill from Turtle is what sort of stymies the pace. You know, Case can't actually progress out from hut like they had initially planned as smoothly, and in an effort to hound him down, their aim is just all over the place for the following defenders on that top side. Turtle drew all the attention. So it's really well managed. But without that first frag, it does make a massive difference. He wasn't caught by any flashes. There was a Molotov down towards topside hut. Didn't have places to retreat to. You just see how awkward that was for Yeps to hound him down. I like that the observer caught it from his perspective. because the aim adjustment, it's like a complete 180 swing on the y-axis. It's just
Very
odd.
awkward.
Yeah.
Pressure on for either side, but all the more so for Case. Remember, Audic took their map pick away. They are desperately hoping that the excellent start they had to this map of Nuke over here is going to be transitioned back to a 1-1, and you can try and fight for the third map, but all those dreams could be broken apart here and now.
Yeah, can't start thinking about Ancient. Job's not done. 90 in front of the door, and could be the knight in shining armor right now for Audic. Just breaks them as soon as they make it through. Yeah, that's the bomb. Dropped in a very compromising position. It made it down the vent. It bounced in through those vents, and 90 don't care about no bomb. He's finding heads instead. That door is closed. There is no entrance to A, and there is no bomb with it.
RCF has to consider the save at the very least, but the problem is the money's going to be in such a difficult position, and he knows they're not going to allow him to actually back off. Turtle will not have it. But you're right, Michael. 90, a man who seemed to be making a couple of mistakes in Inferno, and definitely a few in the start of Nuke as well, has really brought it all together in that one round. He's had his moments, sure, but this was where he steps up. This is where Audic finally equalized.
I mean, especially because that first kill's on the bomb carrier, and it's put in the worst spot possible. He dives door, it bounces into the vent.
Audic might not have the read in this case, could catch them by surprise.
But there's a Molotov thrown by T's all over the map. They should read that there's an investment of some capacity at the very least. But they may expect Tech 9s.
Full buy does seem somewhat foolhardy. Ponter. A quick spam out and he backs off, but there is a big gap left in for the T's to actually at least take over the ramp area. Now, that's responded by some pushing CTs, but that's being washed out for as well. Actually, CTs haven't pushed. They're boosting up into Heavens to try and rotate back out over. CT rotations for down to the lower side have to be in through secret, so it'll be a little bit late. It'll be a little bit slow, and Marius has been found out. So has Ponter. Case on this 4 spy have found a big advantage. Now 4-on-2, CTs had to consider moving back and saving, and that's exactly what Woody does, but is it too little too late now? A smoke down, he's trying to show that he's backed off. It's a 5-7 close range, but it'll be a longer range duel for them. They're not looking to find the op at all. The T's will not hunt. They will allow him to save.
I mean, they'll have money for a buy, but saving this AWP does have a lot of value here for Audic, that's for sure. Case just pushing Ponter back off of very minimal pressure, very minimal presence. They didn't throw flashes at him, they didn't throw smokes. It felt like he was battling phantoms, but he actually did read that Case were going to come through that ramp smoke pretty correctly. It just didn't, there wasn't adjustments made. Case got so much free territory, so much free space towards that lower side, and the adjustments simply weren't there for Audic in time to do much of anything about it. See Ponter at the back of that bomb site just getting completely destroyed, and the vent rotate was just locked off. They lost so much territory and key positions as well if they wanted to reassert themselves on that lower side. They just needed to make that adaptation faster. It didn't feel like it was well rehearsed. Because Case even makes steps on ramp.
Yeah.
You know, Ponter's repositioning towards that lower side, and there's a step made by, I think, Riccioli crawling out towards that ramp side.
And it does feel like Ponter has been quick to actually let go of ramp. You know, we saw Nizen exploit that in an earlier round as well, where Ponter moved back, then he tried to retake into ramp, right? That might be the mistake that Case were trying to pinpoint and focus down on as well. Like you said, CTs were always going to have money to be able to buy up in that round. So it won't be a free cross to the finish line, but Urbano is making it look like it might as well be.
And there's no way they can pick up the slack outside. Not easily. Turtle not giving it a bit of a gander. Smokes are down to allow a cross. But there needs to be an adjustment. They've Molotov those secret steps, but there still could have been a potential timing for them to make that cross, and they'll hazard that journey now.
Especially considering the overlap in the Molotovs as well. The CT is definitely not optimizing that, and that's the last piece of offensive utility that they really have. Ponder's going to smoke, but look at where he's playing in from. What are you going to smoke?
but also have they not relayed this? I mean, Woody pushed for information towards lobby. The Hell player had to have been the one that rotates down ramp, and he gets caught. They stopped, they froze over towards red, and they all line up, they all space correctly. And a little bit of overlap towards the end, but they find themselves into a 2-on-4. Woody quickly making that rotate down, but he has his teammate in the vents as well, and Turtles line them up. Woody's stolen one from behind as well, and it's a 1v1. RCF doesn't have access to that bomb. It sits pretty under the legs of Turtle. When with 17 seconds left, a smoke that's down as well. Turtle could be in a number of positions, but RCF finds him creeping around the smoke. A 13th round found. Case answer back. We go all three.
I mean, that round in itself is such a summary of how this entire map has been. It's just been such heartbreak out for Audit towards the very end of things. Even if it feels like they found a way to bring a man disadvantage situation back into it, it falls apart towards the very end, right? You know, you see over there, Woody, he gets that kill, Turtle's initial double, and Woody hasn't had time to react. He hasn't had time to process that. Listen, man, I just need a fight with my 5-7. I've got the pistol for the job. I could maybe even just make him weaker. I could do anything at all. At the same time, like you said, Woody's information relay hasn't really been processed. It seemed like everything was just a second too slow, even towards the end when they started to pick up the pace on Audic's side. Yeah, Angston's going to be coming up next. Michael, that was back and forth to say the least.
I'm enjoying the ride at the very least. I think we saw some good development from Case coming out of that first map. They did feel very awkward at times on that first map. And here on Nuke, sure, it wasn't clean, it wasn't pretty, but they played more sort of interplay Counter-Strike. They're playing together very frequently, and they came up with some good ideas. I think not dissimilar to that Inferno, but they were actually able to stick the landing a bit more frequently.
Well, we're going to find out about who actually sticks the final landing on Ancient. That's the one that really matters in the best of three to go forward in the upper bracket. Stay tuned. We're going to be back after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
Respect from 1xBet. 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 Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva.
Welcome back to the RES Latam Series number 4. I'm T-Town with Michael UB Cassidy again. We can't round out a day with 4-0-2s, Michael. What kind of Counter-Strike day would that be? We got to have one fantastic banger of a series with a third map ending, and that's exactly what we're walking into. It's Ancient to decide between Audic and Case, and Nuke was a doozy going the distance before, well, stops himself from going to overtime at least, but he goes almost a distance in that regards, and I don't think Ancient will be any different.
Yeah, Audic had a very good first map on Inferno. It felt like they had a better understanding of how they wanted to approach the rounds. They had good macro understanding. They got themselves into great positions. But that nuke was far from pretty from both teams, really. A lot of retakes, a lot of 2v1s converted from Case that could have certainly spun the other way had one of them fallen into the hands of Audic. It could have been a completely different second map. We could have actually finished on a 2-0. But I like that we've had that row of chaos now now moving into this third map in Ancient as well, because it does seem like Case have powered up in a certain way. They have a lot more faith in their ability to just sometimes take it a little slower at times. I feel like their decisions to freeze on Nuke actually paid dividends several times over for them.
Oh, I don't know if we're going to see the same thing coming out on Ancient, Nuke, and Inferno maps where it did feel like there's a lot of heavy lifting being done in terms of the rotational communication. And although Ancient's very good about that as well, look, every Counter-Strike map is to some extent, with how retake heavy Ancient is, it does feel like you're going to be going into territory where the CT sides for either team will be in a much more individually focused position for my money, rather than just being all about the communications and rotation in that regard. So it's an interesting shift in perspective as we head into that last map. And if we look over towards firepower, it doesn't feel like either team's really been lacking. We've seen a good side from Woody, we've seen a good side from RCF, so both the operators are really coming into their own, but it does feel like some of the riflers haven't really been at their best.
Yeah, no, that is certainly the case. We have different activations for whether it's players like Nighty or whether it's Turtle, Riccioli or Bono. These are the players that have been, I think, the most impactful throughout the two maps that we've seen so far. And that does leave things a little lacking to a certain degree. Even Marios, I think, had a very good first map, but didn't find as much of that influence when we dove into Nuke. So I want to see Matios have a bit more of that impact. I want to see Nizen as well, as a person that we wanted to put a little bit of scrutiny or a bit of a microscope under, considering how well he looked on Pain when he was standing in for them, but now is on a lone position for Case, and needs to show much of that same impressive work. And Ancient is a map where anchors are put into some very uncomfortable positions. I do hope that we see a good-looking Nizen here as well on this final map, but who's to say how this one really goes? I know that I wouldn't be able to call which version of these teams is going to show up in this final map in the decider in our opening bout within this group.
Considering that a lot of the times we've seen multiple versions of a team show up in the same map, a different one, I'm not even going to try.
Yeah.
And especially when you consider Nuke towards the very end of things, it did feel like Audic was really bringing it all right back together, but again, just can't get it over the finishing line over there. Losing out onto a force buy with a lot of Galils and AKs, sure, but not really the full utility behind it. A few small mistakes as far as, the equivalent of anchors, I suppose, rotating as well coming out. So I'm really going to be putting a microscope onto Ponter on Audic's side, and like you mentioned already, Nizen on Case, because if Ponter continues to make these mistakes, and Ancient's also particularly exploitable for things like it.
Yeah. Can be very hard to hold your positions if one, you're not confident, and the second, you're kind of in these spots so often where you're kind of expected to perform. Ponter as sort of a late round damage dealer wasn't much of a factor on that second map. That Case will get the CT side start. No kit bought from the CTs, investing into those double dualies. A flash for Riccioli, as he's the one that supplemented those weapons. But one smoke and one Molotov for Audic. It's got B written all over it. You want to go A, you got to have at least 2 smokes, really.
All right. We're not going to find out that hypothesis over here, at least, but yeah. It is going to be a B hit for now. 90 is going to be going for the full snake and weave right in through the cave. It's a fully flashed kill. Urbano gets the business given to him, and Riccioli asks for rotations through, but a smoke will interrupt the CTs from any plans they had of actually preventing the bomb from making its way over back into the site. It'll be a tough retake over here. You don't have any flashes to actually accelerate with either. Bonter holding down the line as he is waiting for a peek out from CTs. It's a triple long push that's planned out, but Bonter and 90 will shut it down. Nothing to be done, and Case to retreat.
Little parting gift there for RCF, but should get hounded down by these dualies. Woody chases him until there's no more health remaining. Nicely done in that post plant. Audic playing off of each other, peeking and swinging as soon as they find that contact over at long. Very little that Case could do there. You make the right point, you know, the fact that there's no flashes, there's no utility, there's no kits. They just had very little to sort of close in on that gap, and as soon as Audic realized that they were within fighting distance, they were ready to fight. Odds still in the favor of Audic.
Yeah.
Albeit
pretty heavily.
Yeah. Not as heavily as some of the previous ones we've seen, but
you know. It's not going to be a 1 to 10.
Yeah.
This isn't quite Payne versus Crew.
No, it is not.
Nothing more heartbreaking than a 5 USB stack that meets no resistance.
Especially when you hear those smokes blooming on the B bomb site, you're just thinking, of course they went B.
Why do my stacks never work? They're also just going to be backing off and making sure that... Okay. Just making sure that 90 can be the one to collect on a little bit more extra money with the back 10. I'm surprised he's going to continue to contest. But hey, it's okay. They keep their rifles alive, perhaps assuming that Matios has the AK ferried over to him, doesn't need it. So yeah, you keep your 3 rifles alive, you're A-okay. A great start to things.
Yeah, it could have been cleaner. It definitely, I mean, it should have been, had Turtle not shot Ponter in the back of the head, but it's fine. They're fine. Like you said, they saved the most valuable weapons over, and so they can still afford full AKs out for the first gun round investment from Case. AWP out for RCF as well. This is Glass Cannon, so he will be playing safe. He will be playing distant over on that A-bomb site. Turtle finding good spam onto Nizen, who was trying to do some damage through that smoke.
I mean,
Nizen's close.
Oh, God. Solid positioning from Urbano. He's even got himself a second one. He's actually been a very consistent member of pretty much every single map so far. Inferno wasn't the most impressive numbers for him, for sure, but some very important rounds. Giving Case a couple of rays of hope. It was wonderful from him.
He's a magic multi-kill man.
Yeah.
Not always getting the most consistency in terms of, you know, frags per round, but when he does find a kill, there's more where that came from usually.
No, that's why he's got a 0 in his name. It's you know, he's like, hey, I'm gonna have 0 kills or multi-kill. There's no in between.
Shouldn't he have other numbers there then? Sure.
It didn't fit in the character limit.
Ah.
Or the narrative.
No, they did find RCF's AWP, albeit they meet the business end of it. And so it is a save from Audic, losing out to those nice kills from Urbano, playing aggressive round what is a very awkward looking smoke towards that B lane. But very quick to collect on Matios, and the follow-up headshot was also rather juicy. I'm surprised that he's the round MVP. It's good to see that Case are willing to fight for some of those positions. You know, they have played, I think, quite a defensive game when we've seen the starts of these maps. It's only when they've been, you know, put in these positions, you know, kind of push comes to shove. Oh, we'll go for an aggressive maneuver. It's nice to see that they're willing to take that risk early into this third map.
Oh. And out from Riccioli, he wants to try and make sure that he can get a quick kill before the retake is brought into question, but Nizen now worried about a peek from Bonter, and rightfully so. Nade doesn't quite travel where he was hoping it would. It could have actually taken down Woody if he'd gone for a short side nade. But the CTs are going to go back and save. No point in contesting this, even if Ancient is a retake heavy map.
It's also their one fighting position. You know, had they been able to hold onto cave control and, you know, Riccioli stand his ground and stay alive, this retake was certainly on. But they're just not fancying their chances with how detached the rest of the party were. Even with Nizen's kill. It is a little too much to ask. They got run over before they could even set up their sort of default utility. Thinking a molly down towards ramp. Tried to flash it to deter them, and it simply was not enough. It's a lovely double kill from Woody, though.
Seen plenty of those so far. I believe that is a knife to Marios. That's never a good way to start off a round. RCF, however, wants to deliver a much more complete death. Up-scoped in, waiting for the peak of Woody. Shadow spotted out, but the shot is missed, and now Woody has the advantage. Very nicely done with the shadow bait and full swing through. RCF definitely had a chance to collect on that shot, but when he misses, it is game over.
What a dangerous game they play. Seriously. Marius just runs out, knife out, jumping across the angle, fishing for that information for Woody. And by God, he got it. He survived. Woody got the kill, and that was all they really needed.
Yeah, but not just that. The fact that RCF re-peeks back into it is even more insane.
That is pretty outrageous.
Like, it's a dangerous game on either side, Michael.
Yeah, could have retreated to Donut. Maybe even the back boxes of the site. There were ways to escape that, but felt a little hard done by that. Marios did what he did, you know, just crossing over. He didn't get to see those kills from 90, but he did collect on a little double kill in mid. From ledge to the mid floor.
Lots of plan with the double Falmouth is maybe a bit of aggression, maybe a quick peek out with a flashbang from RCF. Certainly could be in the cards. Well, doesn't matter what your cards are. They are being burnt and naded down. That's the problem with cards, Michael. They are very flammable and flimsy.
Well, a quick 1-for-1. This time there are no magic multi-kills for Urbano. Tough position to be in, a very easily pre-fire position once they know you're there. And Marios, some damage done. They do recognize that they are likely to have pushed down ramp based off of that little glimpse they get on the back. But Turtles wrapped around through spawn. While Yeps gets his consolation kill, there shouldn't be much more to that. That was a little running gun there from Punter, but they've just stopped on a dime.
The bullet's got to go somewhere. Might as well go in the head.
Yeah. Wish all of mine worked like that as well.
Yeah. All right, 5-1 Audic are very much in control. Can Case, however, try and get the Scar to swerve off path before it reaches destination?
I mean, this is a map where, you know, kind of akin to Anubis, it does, you know, you have to come in with objectives. You know, you have to be able to force them off mid early. You know, taking ledge control or B lane control is so important in terms of disrupting what initial defaults look like for most teams on T sides. And it's something that we've seen more players gravitate towards the A-bomb site as of late, and just in terms of a meta shift, because it's such an important factor. But they're just getting gunned down, and they're losing out on some of these opening bouts. Mid is open for business here for Audic. And now the response is to try and get aggressive down that B lane, but Riccioli has no idea. Nighty waiting to see if there's extra players where that came from, but Riccioli all alone, and the one angle he didn't clear is where Nighty was just tucked into.
Meanwhile, Lassiaf is burning, and Ponter is more than happy to put him out of his misery. Urbano comes up with one short that's nice and all, but a smoke to meet him at his face. He's got nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. An op that he's being funneled back into now.
He's gonna get flanked by an AWP.
Yep, doesn't feel very good. And neither does the scoreline.
Yeah, that scoreline definitely doesn't feel good. That's not even about getting flanked by an AWP that doesn't feel good. It's just, why on earth is he there? Actually, it's probably his question. He revealed himself so late on B, and Woody was just in cave, stopping him from retreating. Well, our partners over at 1xBet seem to vibe heavily with Aunic's progress so far on this T side.
And if you want to be vibing with them, then you can go over towards their website and use code 1XRESLATAM to sign up with a 130% deposit bonus, up to 130% deposit bonus. So yeah,
Res like Resolution or Relog Esports?
Relog Esports, it's RES, of course. 1XRES LATAM.
It's nice that Riccioli gets his hands on an AK, at the very least. I think Urbano might be able to get his hands on a rifle too. The bomb may do enough to blow that extra rifle down the steps at the very least.
Listen, you know it's dire times if we have to sit down and do geometry calculations to figure out whether or not you're going to have a gun taken forward in the next round. That's how bad it's getting for Case right now.
I'm also just a dweeb, and I like thinking about it.
Yeah, Michael's got a protractor built into his monitor.
Yeah, not for bomb radius damage, but more about how I think the guns will be affected.
Yeah, that's why you need a protractor. What do you mean? That's the angles. You need a compass for the bomb radius damage.
True. But I need a different size compass for each map.
Yeah, true. Or you could just extend it out. Have you ever used a compass? My God. Turtle finds Yeps in middle, and he's got more than just the one. Nice and down as well, but at least RCF and Riccioli had responses, but their tongues have been pulled out. Woody, the man with the tongs.
Right, so are we actually going for this retake? Another man-down situation, another post-plant. I mean, they've still got the AWP of Wood, they've still got Molotov available for this after-plant position. Matteo's playing ahead of where that AWP is positioned, but now realizing as well that he's the healthiest member they have. Smoke on the bomb. Riccioli not trying to jump on that defuse immediately. The nade blowing open that smoke reveals both of them and found damage. Turtle, it is simple for him, really.
Urbano's also just so concerned with the possibility of the donor player peeking back out in towards him that he doesn't turn even after Turtle started spraying at his teammate. It's like, nah, whatever, B. I'm zoned into one deal and one deal only.
I think it's as well, you know, when you get naded, it is much harder to echolocate.
True.
You know, you have a bit of like that ear shell shock. Same thing with flashbangs. So it actually may have just taken him longer to process that. Yeah, I am actually getting shot in the side, and I should probably do something about it.
I feel like I've seen this movie before, Michael.
Well, this is the first time they've done triple ledge out from cave with that smoke, and they do find some decent success. Still man down situation. RCF, Shadow spotted, and Turtle has him dead to rights. Now they know where Nizen is, and they can simply bring that bomb to B, because it's been cleared by Woody.
This is like the Fast and the Furious franchise, right? They find one thing to change. Like now it's a triple ledge. Now our cars are rocket ships.
It's okay, well, I mean, that is a leap.
Not for the Fast and the Furious franchise, Michael, let me tell you
it
that.
took like 7 movies or something to get to that, I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure.
okay,
but-
well, if it was still MR-15, I'm sure Case would find a rocket ship, okay? Maybe even a kill. It's rough days out here.
Yeah, if Ancient is apparently a part of the Fast and Furious franchise, then I'm not sure that Case have a driver's license.
I don't think any of them should either, honestly, so...
It has not been a smooth road here for Case on their CT journey, and we talked a lot about how CT sides were probably going to be the most important part about this for either squad. Oh. Maybe RCF can spark something. A nice opening kill. Urbano does collect on another, but Nizen caught jumping, caught ascending up towards ledge, but they do find themselves into a man advantage. Case were very good at converting on these on nuke, but the deep position from Turtle has made that man advantage now squandered. Bomb's trying to make its transition in, and Yep's silent on his approach. He hears the steps inside of main, but he shouldn't have an angle on Ponter. He'll just be on this flank fast.
The bomb should be planted in time as long as Ponter doesn't delay for too long. Yep's coming in from behind will also have a Molotov to work against, so all he can do is wait for Riccioli to come through, but Riccioli is also going to be interrupted by a smoke. But what's a smoke to a grenade that he's got in his pocket? He could have tried to move through it. Molotov forces Ponter back, but it doesn't matter what Case do early on. They can get the frags, they can get the advantages, but Odik turns everything around. And Michael, you know how it's a power, Michael, of family.
I hate this. I don't even know how to respond to that. I've never interacted with Vin Diesel. I don't know a good counteraction. Onik are simply winning so many of their gunfights, and when they're not finding fights, they're taking deep, good position. So there's just not a lot going right here for Case. If they're not able to stop them on the initial aggression, or if they don't show pressure or presence, Onik are taking some liberties, and they're getting away with pretty much everything.
Urbano's trying to fight from inside fire. Woody will have a free kill delivered to him. He's been having a wonderful series so far. And listen, Turtle's had a pretty bang-up job over here on Ancient as well, even if he has struggled elsewhere.
They do get a little nervy, though. Turtle did have the bomb. I think the problem is that Nizen wouldn't have spotted it. A headshot angle like that, it won't show up on radar that the bomb was dropped. I think you need to see full torso. You see more than just a pipsqueak out of a small pixel. It does back away. Still playing in from Donut. 2 teammates on the B bomb site, but they're being kept at bay. 90 throwing a full belt of utility at them. But they're punching in those digits, and Nizen's called them over, but he doesn't contest. He doesn't try and cancel that plant, and now smoked off as well.
That is in a very crucial position. He's got a free kill under Riccioli, and now he's going to be putting so much pressure onto Nizen as well. Nizen now caving underneath that pressure. The 11th round for Audic is basically guaranteed over here. A flashbang as well. This has got nothing to do. He's 2-10 so far. Very likely to be 2-11. Doesn't even know how to proceed into the site when Witty is holding down the line.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know what to say. Audic were all over them. It was a case of anything you can do, we can do better. Every opener countered. Even the man advantages from Case shut down. The only round we saw success from Case on that CT journey was when Urbano found 2 kills playing around that B lane smoke. And RCF struck in with an AWP. They didn't kill them all. Audic saved. The only round that they've found. And that's... they didn't even go back for it. They didn't even try contested ledge in the same way again.
The other interesting thing is that despite the fact that I swear I've seen Case try to save like 1,000,000 times, all of those round wins were all skulls. That means Case never actually even got to save. Because Audic were doing such a good job of hunting them down.
Yeah. That was not the most macro looking T side from Audic. Very aggressive deep space, and they just won every round. So let's see if Case can turn the ship around. It's going to be a very tight angle. They need to journey. These are rocky waters.
And Turtle is swimming in them very smoothly. So he's got that protection of 90 and Ponder, Madios as well, rotating back over. Audic is looking just too damn good. 12-1. And honestly, 13 is not too far off.
This is just a map that looks and feels comfortable for Audic. People understand what angles they want to fight. They're playing together and off each other very quickly. It feels, I mean, it's demonstrated as well that the comms are quite lucid for this Audic team, because as soon as there is open territory, they are very quick to collect on it. And moving into that CT pistol, they make the right call. They have the reinforced bomb site. Case fall right into the trap. Oh, so now we get the technical pause.
Not when I had all those Fast and Furious things to talk about.
Yeah, maybe it's a blessing.
Listen, they even all die, come back to life every next franchise, right?
What is this, a South Park episode?
I feel like you've not been keeping up with the Fast series, because that happens a lot, actually. They just die and come back to life.
What?
In the next movie.
That's actually, where's the continuity?
Hey, they're like, oh, you didn't know, but actually Vin Diesel went to Tokyo and saved Han. Oh, God. Well, Ponter has been shutting down dreams all map long. This is no different. Turtle could also get involved right back down in middle. He's waiting for his teammates to be in position to push out through red room. Freebie for 90, and, well, Tech9 around the corner is good for at least a frag, but nothing beyond it. Flash in the face of Ponter. 3 versus 2. Ponter's found out. Back to it, 2 versus 2, but the bomb is in the middle of the map.
Woody's not making any sudden moves, though. Not even trying to probe for extra space or information. Leaving a lot of responsibility here on Madios to cover his flank, but also keep tabs on that bomb. The Caser is still uncertain as well. It's a good decision. Seed bomb control. Take territory elsewhere, because without Case making a concerted effort to retrieve that package, they're in for a very, very rough time. As in found. And that should be the round pretty much fizzled up 20 seconds, and He just needs to hoof it straight to a bomb site. He doesn't have the time to play around. He needs to be able to find this kill, punch in those digits, and Woody's already sitting on the site, ready to greet him. Last seen ledge, last seen shooting his teammate in the head, and now shot in the back. Woody repositions perfectly. Audic never let go of the reins when we got into this third map. They completely took over. After what was a very contentious series coming out of Nuke, just a complete one-sided affair out here on Ancient.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting it at all. Honestly, after Nuke, I was like, okay, wow, this is going to be like a big slugfest. Everyone's going to be fragging up. But honestly, even on Nuke, it did feel a little bit like Case was running out of steam and they used their last legs to get themselves across the finish line for that map. But I thought, hey, it's going to be okay. They're going to come into Ancient. They're going to have a lot to work off of. No, not quite. Case, unfortunately, not able to get it done. And we are going to be finishing up the day with a 2-1 in the favor of Audic. And that puts them actually very firmly up against Imperial. Things don't really get easier for them in this group. It's a tough time, but at the very least, you also won't be seeing Case eliminated immediately. They'll be playing up against Insanity to try and maintain a chance for playoffs and maybe even potentially a rematch later on versus Audic should they move forward and Audic drop down versus Imperial, which is the expected result. But yeah, all in all, Audic, gotta say, I am liking the changes with the new coaching stuff that's definitely coming. I think it's a little bit more visible. I like what I'm seeing from Woody. They're not all quite there yet, and I don't expect them to be. It's only been about 2 weeks since the stuff's been changed around, but it's a good early sightline.
Yeah, I think, when we think about them versus Imperial, they are probably not there yet, and this was still too rocky a series to have much of a vote of confidence, even if that last map was a complete domination. I think they understand as well that they probably have some journeying, some work to do, and also if you're thinking about toe-to-toe against Imperial, the caliber of player is certainly at a different level, a bit more proven, especially after the Copenhagen Major for Imperial. So there is a lot to still be desired, but I think we got the right favorites coming out of this group, or I guess rather going into that upper bracket. So I'm not dissatisfied with how today has gone. I think we had some nice displays of power from the stronger teams within each group so far.
Oh, why don't we go ahead and take a look at tomorrow's schedule as well so we can see exactly what's going to be coming up your way. It'll be the remaining groups in Group C and D. We'll start things off with the Red Canids versus Intense Game. That's bound to be an intense game. 9Z team will be going up against Vikings KR. They're not Korean. I did check. Yawara will be going up against Team Solid. Solid's always a fun time to watch, so make sure you're tuning in for that one as well. And then finally, it'll be Sharks versus Bestia. Always a classic matchup. So a lot of great games, a lot of intense games, and a lot of fake Korean Vikings.
Yeah, I can't believe you actually searched up whether they're Korean. They were in the Latam series. What? They just don't live there?
Maybe. Who knows, man? Who
I
knows?
mean, maybe. That could have certainly been the case.
That being said, though, we're going to be closing out the night or the day, depending on wherever you guys are for you guys. And we'll be back again with more of the RES Latam Series 4 action from tomorrow. Make sure you're tuning back in. See you guys there and then.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Your dad's just made his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.